Sorry, I was a few seconds too late. How's it going, people? Happy Tuesday. 4 days since the core win. Will we watch him today? Probably not. But yeah, hopefully you guys are having a good time. Sorry, I just basically had to run back in the house because I didn't have ice for my drink. And who drinks without the beverage being cool? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. But hopefully you're all having a good day. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Yeah, yesterday was an interesting day. I was a little bit worried that I was maybe negative. I hope it didn't come across that way. The way I was being like negative. There are negative connotations for the scene, but I don't think Red Bull doing something for the scene is negative. Is what I really want to keep emphasizing for the next few days. I think I was even in the Discord the other day, just reminding people be positive. If you want improvements, if you want someone to change, if you want Red Bull to get involved and invested deeper, positivity over negativity will work. Negativity scares people away. You played 10 games of Empire Wars yesterday. It was actually fun. That's interesting. See, this is the thing, right? Like, I want to recommend a different format to them, but at the same time, maybe we just push it. Yo, what's up, Eric? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. The only concern I have is whether balance will come through from the devs quick enough for Empire Wars. If it does, it can work. That's the reality. Some people are not going to be happy because they're so used to playing one standard format. But, like, I mean, that's how AoE 2 works, right? It's like AoE 2, Deathmatch was originally a lot more popular. For anyone who's, like, wondering why does Red Bull want to push Empire Wars so badly, it's about a unique identifying factor for their tournament. Now, I know what someone's going to say is, like, they do an event in a castle. Is that not unique enough? They want a unique format. A lot of tournament organizers want that. Because you want something that differs your product. I've noticed, so what you got to keep in mind is Red Bull does this a lot. And actually has been fairly successful in doing it. So they had a very unique Dota 2 tournament, like the Dota 2 Guardians tournament, where it was a very different drafting style than what Dota was used to. I cast the Red Bull River Runes several years ago, which is just a 1v1 tournament in Dota 2. Quite interesting. They had the Apex Legends tournament. I think they were the ones that done it. What was that Blast? I can't remember. It might have been Blast as well. But there was like basically they had the deathmatch mode, which no one was doing tournaments for. The 2v2 CSGO event that they do, that's a very unique format. You know, basically what people need to realize is the Red Bull are looking for unique formats. They're not looking for what everyone else does. That's the whole brand, the whole identity, really, when they run tournaments. It's not a bad way of going as well, actually. Like, if anyone has watched this channel for a bit, they'll notice that I've said this a lot in the past, is if you're mimicking what someone else does, you better do it bigger and better, because otherwise there's no point in doing it. So, like, a perfect example I gave is, like, in Dota 2, there's loads of small TOs that literally just replicate the format that TI and ESL and PGL use, and no one cares, right? No one cares if your tournament's like $10,000 compared to $500,000 and you're doing the exact same format. No one cares, right? Your potential viewership gain is a lot lower than if you do something wildly different. That's a reality check. People might not like to hear it, but it's true. And there isn't anything wrong with exploring new angles, especially when you consider AoE 4. If you want to invite new audience members in, that actually might be a good approach, right? Is to try and angle a tournament differently to what an EGC does. So, you know, whether Empire Wars is the correct answer is someone that we need to explore as a community, but we need to be productive in our feedback. We can't just flame. If we just flame, all you're going to do is guarantee that next year, if Rebel World Law happens again, there won't be AoE4, because what we would have told them is we're not worth the effort, because we're just going to be crybabies about it, right? Like that not calling you all crybabies. Like, I'm basically saying this because this is how things get perceived. I highlighted this before. Like, when you portray a negative element, you make someone less engaged. So something that I've really been big on is you guys definitely provide feedback, definitely provide your concerns or whatever. Provide them in a meaningful way, though. If you are just saying something sucks, you're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Everyone is quick to highlight problems. Not many people are quick to provide solutions. So, like, one suggestion I already made in there was the idea of what if we done a tournament where you had your standard game mode format, but the map pool was completely wild, right? Like, by that I mean completely unique, exclusive maps, crafted maps, not generated, crafted maps. Now, someone in the chat's going like, "Oh, KP, I like my generated maps. Go back to StarCraft, that crap." You can think that all you want, but it's a unique format that keeps a familiar experience to what all the pros and what the current viewers are used to, but gives a huge level of agency to Red Bull to do something uniquely different. Because nobody has done a crafted map tournament. I've talked about it, and I've thought about it, and maybe we'll do it at this rate, considering we're going to need more people to carry the tournament scene. But like, it's a very interesting proposition. The only problem with crafted map tournaments is like, unlike generated, you can't just use the maps again and again and again, right? So you can't just copy paste into different tournaments, because people will figure out tricks that will make certain things OP. But that's the beauty. Do you remember when Age of Empires 4 first came out in the first few tournaments? Balance aside, like the discovery of busted strategy, same with the Sons Ascend release. There's something very tantalizing about something new to discover, instead of something known and optimized across years. Yeah, like I mean, I think genuinely, if it had been top 4 for AoE4, the reception, even the prize pool changed. Don't get me wrong, the prize pool, I stand by what I said in the video, is still a very big problem. You're going to see a lot of players leave. But the prize pool thing could have maybe been overlooked if it was maybe like 4 players on LAN, because then it would feel like it's a LAN instead of just a one-off match, right? Because I believe AoE2 is going to have, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, is it not 8 or 7 people? Was it 7 with a round robin? Or was it 8? But it's like, it's less than they had last year, right? Because I believe 4 and 2 in Legacy had 16. But they have 8. So like, if it was 8 compared to 4, it wouldn't feel that drastic of a burn. Whereas dialing back from 16 and also 300k prize pool, 200k prize pool to 8 and 2 and a 50k prize pool compared to 150k prize pool, like that's a very big kick in the nuts. But the thing that I want to keep emphasizing to people is you do not put those type of things, you do not put the blame ball in the court of Red Bull. Red Bull are looking at the markets and identifying what's worked for them or what they think will work, and they're investing money in that. This is a failure by Microsoft. I'm going to keep saying it at the risk of like never getting invited to any Microsoft partnered events, but like it is, and it's so heart-wrenching because I know a lot of the people who work behind the scenes on the game, this product that they love and believe in, they've bled into, and they want the best things for it, but they aren't the people who are in a position to make these choices. The people that are out of touch. They don't even, like, some of the big decision makers don't even know what Age of Empires is, let alone there's a 4th one, right? And that's the challenge that we have to overcome. It's a very big challenge. It's not an easy one. I'm going to have to run tournaments, basically. That's how I see this. So I'm going to have to figure out the funding behind that and stuff. We'll see what we can do. You on what army? The Pigeonites. Rise up. What's that? How many subs are there now? There's 192 of them this month. Fear pigeons in mass, Fearlessberto. Fear pigeons in mass. We're like, you ever seen those like videos of like a kid at the beach with like their food, and then the seagulls like practically carried the kid off? It's like that, but we don't just operate at beaches. We make people our beaches. Whoa! I think the guy or team that organized the IO2 chads that hate AoE4, I don't think it's about hating AoE4. They definitely love AoE2, but AoE4 is a relatively new thing to them. They ran one event, right? And also, like, in fairness, I'm going to just bluntly say, on that one event, remember all the talent drama? That probably didn't help the outlook, because I still maintain to this day that there are people giving the community a bad name with the way that they were reeing about talent choices and whatever, which is just cringe and bad. Like, you shouldn't do that. So, like, no, not meh, dude. Like, I've been doing esports for 6 years. TOs pay attention to that crap. They really do. Right? If you exude a toxic community, and I'm not saying the majority are, but like there were people, if you exude a toxic community, that's not something they want to be invested in. What are we talking about? The talent choices for AoE4 on the last one. There were some very aggressive opinions on who should and should not have been hired. Talent choices? Casters, hosts. That's a term for casters and hosts, Philosberto. Don't ask me why it's called talent, but like that is literally a term that is used industry-wide, not just AoE, not Dota, Call of Duty. Most of us don't even know why we ever got the name talent, but that's what they were called. The casters were too... No. The community, like there were elements of the community that very much voiced their opinions on who should or should not have been hired, is what I'll say. And then on top of that, you had the whole beefing. So like, there were certain things that didn't paint the best light, right? If we're being totally real. And the reality is like 4 isn't in a great state. We basically need to prove it now. Because we've gone through all these development arcs. We've gone through this terrible meta. We've come out in a great time. We basically had the best expansion in the history of Age of Empires, full stop. The numbers support that. Now we need to prove it. The sad reality is like, these type of things don't happen overnight, these changes. And I wish it was more aggressively tuned, but like the reality is the expansion came out in November. Marketing would have been, and advertising budgets would have been carved up probably this month in a company like Microsoft. But what you have to realize is there's a difference in the time that something happens and the time that it gets to the ear of the people who make decisions, right? And I genuinely think what probably happened in a big way here is that the info didn't come through quick enough. And that's why you have this problem. Which makes sense if you think about it, right? Like, Sultan's Ascend, before Sultan's Ascend, the outlook on AoE4 was a bit sketchy, right? There's a reason I got burnt out and took time out last year, because the state of the game was not great. And what I think a lot of people don't realize is, like, tournaments, especially LANs, aren't made 6 months in advance. They're made over a year in advance. You start planning out that much earlier. Some cases 2+ years. Right? Because you'll actually like have situations where people are they'll have to book a venue 2 years in advance, right? Does this mean we get the talentest of talent in the King of the North tournament? Purgrus? Maybe. We're gonna turn you into a caster Voldy? I mean, I don't know. Like, be honest. Has Killjadi got you quaking a bit? I saw those announcement pictures. My instinct straight away is like, I feel like Killjadi could bench all these people. I don't know what it is about the guy. He probably has got like noodle arms, but this I think it's the jawline. You see the jawline, you're like, this guy works out. XUC has been playing, yes. Although I hear the games have been a bit toxic. Do you think AoE4 will have live casters? I don't see a world in which they wouldn't, because it doesn't make sense. No one in Age of Empires 2 tracks Age of Empires 4 anymore. So, if you've got very limited bandwidth to make something look good. So if you don't turn up with the people that know stuff, you're dead, right? Like it would be catastrophe. Like it would have that feeling to it of like you know when like was it Heroes of New Earth had their final tournament and it was in like a Vegas basketball court and it was really, really bad and cringy. That kind of feeling. So Chris, I see you on the YouTube side. So new map, new civ. Yep, we're going to be doing a show match today, guys, at 6 p.m. my time, so 6 hours from now. We're going to have a show match to show off a new civ, a variant civ of the Delhi called Persia, as well as a new map, an improvement on a crap existing map. Of course, Chris is everywhere. So yes, we will be doing... No, straight up, all right, as I just highlighted. This is not clickbait. We legitimately, our modders, have created a new map and a new civ. Speaking of Dragavan, he'll be making an appearance, actually. I believe we got Gully and Dragavan for this one. Really big shout out to Hosen, actually. Like, he had some... he had some money left from, like, playing in tournaments himself. And he was like, I'll pay for it. I was like, you sure? He's like, yeah, okay. So, yeah, it's going to be 18 my time, UK time. So, 6 hours. Mark your calendars for that. And then, of course, we've got another show match on Saturday. But I'm just double checking the format on which we agreed. So Dragavan vs Gully, it's going to be BO5. And we are going to feature the new civ for 3 of those 5 maps. And then the new map for 2. Gully's pretty good. Yeah, Gully's a good lad. He's willing to learn and improve as well. Unlike you, Philly. You'll always hoard 10,000 olive oil. Norway's best? I mean, dude, like... Oof. I mean, Dragavan doesn't break your jaw, dude. He breaks your brain. He does some weird strats. Did you see that the other day, Voldemar, when we gave him a challenge to do? I need to get it edited and uploaded to YouTube. He basically done a proxy TC next to the enemy base and then built an entire base there. Saturday, all you pog. Yep, looking forward to that. We're going to have Voldemar versus Elyona. Best of 7, right, Voldy? I'm pretty sure it was best of 7. So that'll be a fun one. And I believe there's another tournament happening after that, if I'm not mistaken. But he used to do proxy TCs in Golden League. No, not to this degree, Philly. Like, not even remotely to this degree. He used to do it, actually, the map where B would do that most frequently, there was Lipany, because I think he was one of the first people to do the Boar TC build in the mid-map. The other one that was kind of wild that I remember he'd done is before they changed King of the Hill. You remember the old King of the Hill? He used to have a very interesting proxy-based King of the Hill build where he would walk out to the northern or southern wood lines, because remember the wood didn't start near you on King of the Hill originally. It used to be in the top and bottom corner, and he built a base there. Yes, that's right. Qualifier for King of the North is Saturday and Sunday, right? So Saturday is going to be Showmatch into King of the North qualifiers. So we'll probably catch the qualifiers. I won't be able to do Sunday because Sunday is we're taking my granddad out for a meal. It's his birthday, so we're treating him. Where's the Wikipedia link to the Showmatch? I don't think there's one up for the Showmatch. I mean, like, you got to remember these are volunteers. I don't even know who works on the Wikipedia anymore, so I wouldn't even know who to tell these things to. But yeah, like, so what we'll do is we'll look to cast Summer King of the North on Saturday after we're done with the Showmatch, because the Showmatch is going to start at 3 p.m. UK time. So 3 hours from now on Saturday, we're going to have that best of 7 Showmatch between Voldemar and Elyona. If you are Francais, there will be a channel for that. I'm not sure, like, maybe Voldemar knows. Is Lyrelia going to be casting on her channel? I think so, right? And then the official English cast will be yours truly here on Killer Pigeon. We unite and keep building a future for AoE4. Yeah, it's going to be a long road. It's going to be a tough one for sure. Jean Do. Oh, okay. I don't think I know that person, but that's cool. Because, yeah, like, Lyrelia was the one that asked me about it. So I think she's involved in some form. But yeah, I guess, yeah, so Jean Do TV will be where you can catch the French cast of that. But, you know, if you've understood me so far, you should, you know, probably be here for the cast. Thank you, Dradloose. He looks like a French brother to me. What? Alright, I gotta see this now. I'm curious on this. Dude, we got like completely different hair and beard lines. Dude, do you just think all Western Europeans look the same?
Alors. Toujours l'erreur.
Okay, wait, what? Dude, I'm pulling this up because I don't... I'm gonna have to call on this, dude. This is as bad as when someone thought I was comparing myself to Paul Rudd. Guys. Here. That's not the one. There we go. Wait, what? Dude, why is... I can't select the right window. One sec. Okay. Yeah, here you go, chat. Dude, like... I don't get it. He also just doesn't look straight at the camera. How can we even tell? We're being scammed. Dude, this is the equivalent of me saying that you and Dragavan look exactly alike. Yeah, we both have glasses. Dude, this is eye racism right here. I can't believe this. Voldemar's an eye racist. Jeez, an eye racist just sounds like a racist that uses an iMac. But you're an eye racist. I can't believe this, man. You know, like people who wear glasses are different people. Eyes have races. I mean, actually, technically they do, right? Because you've got different colored eyes. There we go. And clearly this was eye racism because I can tell, you know, he's going to be blue-eyed and I'm hazel. I don't know who is adding me, but sure. My eyes are racing across the screen. They will be when we get into the intense action. Actually, I think there might be some live games right now because Louis and Baltoon have been queuing into each other. Haha, they're doing it again! There we go. There we go. That lined up perfectly, didn't it, for a transition? Oh, and I forgot I need to move the chat window back after that. Woo! I think today's going to be a fun day. Do you know these guys, like, this is the 4th one in a row. Who's Avli fan? Avli fan is Baltoon. All right, well, let's get into this one. Ottomans versus Japanese. This is a matchup which heavily favors the Ottomans, but I had to click on this. If there's one person I have faith with right now to do something spicy, different, confusing, and incredible, it's Avli fan number 2, a.k.a. Baltoon, the Swede himself, in the pink, playing as the Japanese, going up against the one and only Louis MT on the Ottomans. This is going to be a fun one. And I am 95% sure that this is Baltoon, by the way. And thank you very much for the gifted sub, Camion. So they're ranked 11th on the leaderboard. They were 16th last season, 29th before that. They are from Sweden. I can't think of anyone else that this is. Like, the Baltoon was around top 10 before, and I can't see him anywhere else unless he happens to be Sun Tzu. No, that's a German account. 12th, maybe? Chinese account. Yeah, this is Baltoon's account. The only other possibility is that Baltoon is sunk by like 30 ranks when I wasn't looking, but considering that I'm looking basically every day because I live and breathe Age of Empires 4, like it's tapping through my vein to the point that if there was an Age of Empires vampire, they would sink their teeth into me first. I think I'm safe in my estimation that this is the wonderful Baltoon. He'll literally just turn up in the chat after this game, I'm guaranteeing it. So, Ottomans versus Japanese. There's a really big reason why this is heavily favored towards the Ottomans, and it's all to do with the meta. The meta with the defense aura with the melee armor +2 completely nullifies a lot of Japanese's capabilities in the early game in its entirety. So it's a very, very difficult situation for the Japanese to fight out of. Now, that should mean your goal is to get into castle. But the interesting thing about castle rushing here is that goes both ways, right? Ottomans, if we're being totally real here, they basically got nerfed at one point. One point that really mattered in their game. Feudal Age. Their feudal age got fully kneecapped. The castle and beyond isn't bad. If they can reach that point in the game, they look very strong. And you know what's going to make Louis look even stronger? You guys got to remember, Louis has a very particular build at the moment. One you're going to get a little glimpse of in a second. You see, well, yeah, I just realized we've still got the score up. Let me close that score. This is not a tournament game, just to recap for people. But there's an interesting detail here, actually, and it's the build which Louis goes for. You may have seen it already before. It is something to marvel at. He doesn't go for Madrissa. He's not a berry boy. Because you picked Ottomans. Who cares about berries when you can have gold, baby? Got to make Constantinople the trade king city that it once was. And that's exactly what Louis is going to be doing today. Sultani Trade Network now on the way. This build is wild, by the way. It's all about fast castling. The interesting thought about this, by the way, is usually like the counter to Ottomans doing fast castles to all in them. But why would Japan ever all in the Ottomans in Age 2? Considering that melee armor +2 that they can get completely makes you hit like a kid. You're going to want to go fast castle yourself. So all of a sudden you have a castle age race, which actually the Ottomans can do pretty well in. Louis likes to go for the Imam point build, which means you can contest relics on the map from the Japanese. You might wonder, well, how is that possible when Japan can just rush out Mount Samurai? The reason is you have to realize that an Ottoman player can position his Imams here for when the tech up completes. Meanwhile, the Japanese player will have to tech up, drop out the Yurishiro, and then wait 12 seconds for the first Mount Samurai to come out, right? So it's quite feasible for an Ottoman player to get 3 of the 5 relics in this matchup, which is a huge deal when you consider that is a very big power spike the Japanese lean on. Opening wise line, Louis is going to be on the move. Very smart choice here, right? Goes on to the gold. Already idols Avli fan out, which... What? Okay, 2 possibilities here. He did not expect to be attacked, or he's playing long feudal. He's playing long feudal. maybe not long, but he's playing present feudal, right? Like, think about this. Let's be real about this. You're playing Japanese. You're against the Ottomans. Ottomans that always, without failure, open with a military school at the moment. Like, this is the ingrained meta. 90% of Ottoman games will be a military school before feudal age. So you're expecting spears. There's no way knowing this. Having the amount of games which Pink does, having the consistent rank in the top 30, that they aren't going to drop an outpost if they're rushing castle. So yeah, this is a different build. And I mean, I'm here for it, but I'm also a little bit worried, right? Because if this gets a little bit out of hand and you play too long of a feudal age, you can get destroyed. Who is Pink? We've said it seems to likely be Baltin. It should be Baltin. Because, oh, wait. No, yeah, no. Stand by it. It should be Baltin. There was a possibility someone was highlighting that maybe it's Wham. I don't think it is. This is the problem of introducing VPNs to a community of RTS gamers where I track them based on their country origins. Yeah, we're going to see the Ono Bagisha come out. This is good to just push away the Spearman, and it will get in the space. So it looks like maybe there was a mistake made there by Pink then. Yeah, that's kind of wild. There's no way they intended to do it this way, right? They didn't expect any aggro. So that's intriguing, because Louis, I've seen him do this build a few times, and he always goes to the military school opener, right? From what I can recall, anyway. It's almost like Pink's in a more recent version where Louis full-on greeds and gets the Sultani trade network straight away. Because the way that he played this opening, there's no way that you would idle your gold that way if you knew the spin were coming, right? You just commit to the outposts. But now that it's been committed to, shouldn't see more military units coming out. It should just be a fast castle. The cool thing about doing this is maybe Pink's just trying to bait Louis more, right? Because like you see on the Bagisha, you might commit to archer range. But Louis being very responsible here. Only passive archers, passive spears coming out. That's enough to push this away. And it means that actually you're in a situation where if you're not quick, your berries could get idled out before you've taken them all. Crazy thing is actually he didn't go for Takazaiku. If he did, they'd already be exhausted. There's an interesting balance, right? Like, if you're in a fast castle race, doing Takazaiku can somewhat feel detrimental to your timing slightly. If your opponent's playing a little bit more aggressive, then Takazaiku kind of pays off because it gets rid of the risky resources quicker. So you get the full value out of this and then retreat towards the TC. They should have a decent amount to retreat with, right? Yeah, we've got 10 sheep compared to, what, 11 on the other side? And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, those sheep were the Anatolian Hills point. One thing that is interesting here, by the way, is that we haven't got trade going on. I feel like this is the type of game where you could have traded once or twice, but I guess the distance doesn't really feel that enticing when it spawns on this side. You could have went to the other side of the map. The interesting thing is, yes, there are Ono Bagisha, but because you already have an archer out, Heavily Fan can't really do much for those. And we have got the Imams in position, by the way. So Tech Up is going to be prepped soon by Louis. Love the fact that he's this confident to move out, right? Like, it seems very risky with Ono Bagisha in play, but the reality is, when you've already got the archer there nearby, there's no way one Bagisha will kill a 90 health unit quick enough here in Feudal Age. Alright, so Tech Up's on each side. Remember, an Imperial Armory down the way. Oh, this is tough, actually. I think Pink's in big trouble here. That delay on the outpost drop, I think it screwed with their timings, notably. It's kind of perplexing that the Japanese are teching up later than the Ottomans here. Especially considering the Ottoman player went for the military school. But you need to really think about the costs associated with what they've done here. They spent 150 on the racks, and then they spent another 160 resources on units. And for the love of God, like, Pink, please. Oh my God. What was that? No wonder your castle age is going to be later. Oh my God. So I think what happened there is that they went to click again, but the blueprint hadn't fully disappeared. Because clearly Baltoon's a Giga Chad gamer. He has an APM of 750. So that means he clicked so fast that he clicked too many times, and then the blueprint hadn't disappeared. Anyway, it looks like we are going to be committing into Ono Bagisha. I don't like that. The problem with Ono Bagisha here is your opponent is going to have the double armor point, right? We've already got the meta being queued up. This is pretty much like the worst unit you can build right now, but in some ways you're handcuffed, right? Like we mentioned the melee armor as a big reason why Japan doesn't like this matchup. Another one you have to remember is the Janissaries. Mountain Samurai don't last very long against Janissaries. Remember, Janissaries have a quicker attack speed than your standard hand cannoneers, and they get bonus damage against Cav. So it means that you don't waste as much time on that deflective armor shot. You just beast through it. And this is A ballsy build by Louis, considering that he hasn't even scouted the Mount Samurai. He's playing an expected comp. Right? Like, in his eyes, he thinks Pink is going to drop a stables, even though there's been a Rax first, and he's going to have his number. Big mistake being made there by Louis, though. I mean, realistically, now, you need to spot this quickly and get a men-at-arms, especially now that Pink has scouted you out. Now, one thing to keep in mind is the meta can be difficult to deal with, but he actually has to be there, and he's still 30 seconds out, so we'll be there at least for the fight. Looks like relics are being grabbed up. Pink has camped the one closest to Louis' base. Louis still does have 2 of these imams to work with. Weirdly enough... Yeah, okay, whoa. No, this is a lot more then. Yeah, he's got double relic back here. He's moving out for the other one on the flank. Oh my god. Guys, this is a 5 relic game from Louis. Oh, that is brutal. Onabagisha moving out to contest now, so maybe Louis can be stopped here. Has got the wall low. Pink will back away. The Shinto is coming, but reinforcements are on the way for Louis, so it looks like the Imams like to go down here, but the Shinto should die as well. But what's happening elsewhere is what worries me. Janissary is clearing up the Onabagisha from the north side. 1 Jani versus 2 Onabagisha is not a fight you'll win, though. That's actually an expensive loss. Janissaries are not cheap, and he's actively producing 160 a pop. Trade on the right side does at least favor him, so it's going to be a pushback there. And he's already taken the other relic from the south side. Oh my god. This is one of the cleanest executions of a 5 relic grab I've seen from an Ottoman player. It's not easy to do this against the Japanese because Onabagisha can be really, really brutal to deal with. They're so simple to move around the map and intercept. But this is sick. Alright, Janissary this time should win. Should win. For the love of God, just target the injured one. They win now. There we go. It only cost you 320 resources, but who cares? You're about to be 5 relics richer. This is looking pretty bad right now for Pink. Once again, like there's... I'm not 100% this battle soon. Like I said, I am 95. There's a small whisper in my ear of 1 or 2 other people could be, but this should be Balting. It's interesting because he tried to get a little bit creative here, right? With the Onabagisha spam straight away. But now, I mean, now you're in hell, right? This feels pretty condemning. Because now if Louis just camps in his base, waits for 1 or 2 mangoes while he scales up men-at-arms and Janis, you're in big trouble here. You don't have the gold mass to easily just, you know, spam Samurai and Onabagisha. You're playing 1 TC right now. And Louis is also... right now, gathering stone, by the looks of it. So we could even be considerably looking at, what, 2nd TC down the line? Okay, no, he's just sitting on 8 free stone for reasons undisclosed. Because he hasn't gone for an outpost either. I'm not sure what that was about. Walls up just in time. That was disgusting. Yeah, you need to be quick about this, by the way, because Onabagisha can attack through the wall like that, and they hit insanely hard against villagers. So good timing to just get away there. Raids are coming on the right side. Now, what Louis needs to do is hunker down, right? His army is very immobile, but if he holds the correct choke points in his own base, Onabagisha can't get in. Small raid coming in. Big raid on the way, though. Jani's already in position. Weirdly enough, Louis, a little bit of a misplay there. Wasn't attacking already. He's finally going to at least do so. Right side, new walls are going up. Second wave of Onabagisha are going to come in, but there should be enough Janissaries to push this back. And this is really go time for Pink. If this game goes on for 5 minutes from now, it's going to be out of his hands, right? The eco lead is already too big. 5 relics is no joke in this matchup. Melitech level 3 now on the way. Louis needs to make sure that he's toggling when the attack comes in on him here. He's going to stick to the attack speed instead. A little bit surprised by that. The melee armor is huge here, but he'll still get the mop up. And any game where you're spamming on a Onabagisha, but your opponent has more military force than you is not a good game. Right? Like, the whole idea with Onabagisha is to swarm and outnumber. Right now, there is no outnumber here. There is outnumbered. I do like that Pink is at least controlling the sacred sites. That's a really smart move. Because Louis' comp doesn't play out into the map, right? He's playing full camp mode. He's probably going to go towards him. So the best thing you can do if you're Pink is gather for a 2nd TC and capture the sacred sites. While your opponent is immobile, this gives you some leverage, right? It becomes an issue if he turns into Sipahi, but the reality is at 44 economy, even with 5 relics, you're not going to see a Sipahi rush build here, right? And yes, Louis did indeed go for the Sultani trade network. Louis has actually been doing Sultani trade network constantly at the moment, and I gotta say, I've been impressed by the results. I think the kid might be onto something. Madrissa has, to a certain degree, been overrated for a long time. I actually think ever since the meta switched to the Anatolian Hills again, where you get the 8 sheep spawn, Madrissa wasn't as quintessential as it once was. Decapping the Senna. The villagers going to have to run for their lives. I mean, the Owner Bagisha need to get together for a fight here. The interesting part is if he actually does bring all Bagisha to one location, I actually think he can beat 14 Jannies. You just ignore the men-at-arms, right? Another thing to be considerate of here is the fact that Owner Bagisha is insanely good at dealing with Siege. They just attack so quick, right? It's the same reason why Golems are great against Siege weapons, because Siege has no melee armor whatsoever. And this is a big break-in. Louis, I think he needs to come home to deal with this. He can lose a lot of economy here. Only a third of them are going to be safe in the building. The rest are going to be running for their lives. The villagers have to shift outside the base to the right side. Reinforcing Janissaries are going to be mopped up. And weirdly enough, Louis is only now turning around from the center. Wow. And he might lose more for it. North side, he's trying to build up a gate, but against the Owner Bagisha attack speed, that's going to be feeling pretty moot, pretty irrelevant. Several villagers likely to go down here. Pink will take every little thing he can get. He needs to get out of the base now, though. Army's coming home. If he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, he's going to be in danger. Mangoes, just look at how much they shred the siege. This is the crazy power of Owner Bagisha. Even against all that repair. Burn through coming in on the north side. Notice that Louis cannot repair this, so he shouldn't be able to right now. Like, if Pink just moves in, he'll get the kill on the villager. He needs to quickly here. Otherwise, he's going to lose mass ladies at the back of the base, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Has to run away instead. Second wave is coming in. And suddenly this game's looking a little bit better for Pink, actually. Louis even committing into a second TC right under Avali fans' eyes. This is bold. I don't know if I'd say it's entirely essential for Louis to do this, but apparently he feels pretty content with the idea of corner camping. Now, Avali Fan on the other side hasn't committed to a TC yet, but they're sitting on 500 stone. I actually think you go for the TC over the Daimyo level 2. The idea of scaling your eco a bit isn't bad here because you have agency on a map with a lot of berries and a lot of deer. Seems like instead, though, we're probably looking at an all-in 1 TC. I think they're a bit worried about the idea of Imp, right? In their mind, their win condition is now, which is understandable, right? If this game does go into Imperial Age, you will lose to the Ottoman comp. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't think he's going to break in again. So basically what we have here really is just a zombie game mode, if you think about it. It's Japanese zombies versus the Turkish defenders, right? This is like a 2024 version of the Call of Duty World at War, right? I don't really see a world in which you're going to come out if you're Louis, right? Like, he's kind of running a men-at-arms here or there, but realistically, you're going to sit in your base. And you're going to look for that big fight. And you're going to try to pressure Pink into doing it, but that's why I love that Pink has finally committed to that second TC. Because if they stuck on 1 TC, they'd have to go in. Now they're playing 2, they have a little bit more leeway to play a deeper game. Notice I say little bit. Emphasize little bit a lot, because I do think if we get into the hyper late game now, the 5 relic difference is going to be too much for even the Japanese to overcome. Another thing I should warn you guys about, by the way, is Louis has a very particular way of doing Imperial if we get there. And it's one that won't be punishable by Pink, because Louis has been going for the Seagate Castle. If he imps it with a Seagate Castle, there's no way that Avali Fan can attack it. But we're not there yet. Gold is at least starting to be stockpiled up. Food is looking bleak for Louis. Owner Bagisha, march on in. A handful of them to kill 1 Mago, worth it. The rest of them are going to split to the backside where farms are starting to come in, and Louis has got a lot of villagers stuck out here. So line formation and a grab. Even with textiles, you just see how quickly they die. Does need to target down specific villagers, otherwise he's getting no kills here. But he needs every little he can get, right? Just keep scaling that lead. It's now a 7 eco lead for the Japanese. Pocket eco is looking to be punished. This is kind of dicey, actually, because Louis, he's going to chase after the economy, and if Pink just goes around the back here, he could kill all the villagers. You've got, what, double outposts here? If you fortify, it's going to be safe, but against 20 Owner Bagisha, the burn through is going to be fast. Louis bulking up on the men-at-arms now. What can get dicey about this is a Japanese player can just switch into, and quite easily do so, into Samurai. Samurai Rodachi will eviscerate this entire comp if they get enough of them. Looks like we are going to get a burn through that, like we were talking about. Outposts going down. I mean, doesn't even need to get rid of it, right? 5 villagers get flopped dead. Moves on to the next one. This is how brutally fast the ladies are. Not just in movement speed, but attack speed as well. It's going to come at a price, though. Janissaries finally turn around to address the threat. Meanwhile, another raid coming in. This is relentless out of Pink. Okay, the more that I watch this, the more this does seem like Baltine. This is 100% Baltine's playstyle. He's a very aggressive player. When you put the ball in his court, he'll bounce it right up to your hoop. Right? Like, he's not the type of player to take his time with it. He can be strategic. If he needs to go deep, he needs to go late, sure. If he doesn't feel he's favored, great. But if he feels like his time to attack is now, I've noticed that Baltine tends to just double barrel a lot. And this is truly a double barrel. Just own a Bigisha plus. What kind of ball is he bouncing? One full of nails. So when it pops, you just get impaled on it. And then the ultimate player like, ah, my eyes! Okay, Jesus, this got dark. Did you guys see that Janissary? That looked like some really bad acting from the 80s when someone got shot. Like, he just kept recoiling from the Onibigisha hits. It's like, oh. Everyone's like, in the audience is like, okay, just die already? Onibigisha mass now 40 plus here. Louis still been unaddressed though. Like, this Janissary mass is eventually going to be the problem, right? That's why the mangoes are in play. Now, the interesting part is both sides have mangoes. No sprints yet from Louis. The thing that worries me a little for Louis, doesn't have a Siege Workshop, right? So you can't knee-jerk react. So what Pink's going to do here is try and hide those mangoes as long as possible. He's going to try to bait Louis out onto the map and then reveal the mangoes for maximum pain. Because remember, these Janissaries only have 90 health. In the center. Ooh, Pink. This is a few eco, but still has a notable lead. Wall's now going up behind this as well. Japan is so busted. Hills, you may be the only person in the history of AoE 4 of 2024 saying that. Actually, no, like not in 2024, but definitely in April. Most people are not getting good results with this Civ right now. Onibigisha. Oh, he gets in! And remember, that's only half the Janissary. A sick fight coming in from Pink. So this is the edge we were talking about, right? It's mobility. Mobility is key here. The weakness of Louis' comp is he can't react on the flanks like this. His army's going to instead try to go in, but remember, those mangoes are waiting, and this could easily cost Louis dearly. A man who has 0 anti-siege approaching the walls. Mangoes wheeling up. They might just about be quick enough here. Onibigisha, in the meantime, continue their raids even deeper. The mangoes are looking for the big shot to the backside. One big wallop, second one comes in. And all of a sudden, the Janissary goes smush. Oh boy. And thank you very much for the sub pulling around. That was vicious. I can't believe Pink's doing this. Torch comes in as well. Fortified outposts are going down, and that means that Louis' attempts to sneak Imperial off of 2TC are backfiring. And they're backfiring fast. 65 to 80 eco, 38 to 47 military. Siege lead is even sticking with Pink right now. In fact, Avlifan number 2 is going up to 5 mangonels. And what I want you guys to be conscious of is only one side can snipe mangoes easily, and it's not Louis, right? Like, if they both have mangoes, Onibigisha can run into the back and snipe those out. You can't do the same with Janissaries. Janissaries hit too low. They'll do 1 damage to a mango. Your men-at-arms aren't going to be quick there either. So this game, it ain't getting easier from here on out. If Louis continues his current path, it's one set up for disaster. It's why he's looking for the way out. On the way. Getting the mango still is just so worth. Now, one weakness for Pink is this is a very heavy investment. They've prepped Samurai behind this. This is an all-in. We talked about this already, right? So Louis, if this is a Seagate Castle, he could survive this. But it has to be the defensive landmark. If he's greedy about this, if he goes for the observatory, he will not have a reliable defense. And there it is, Seagate Castle. But this will even fail because of where he's doing it. Pink should be going. No way. Avlifan doesn't sense it. So Louis is gonna get the keep up. Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely obnoxiously huge. And also the location, if I'm not mistaken, he'll get a clip on his traders across to this neutral trade post. That's big, because remember, the Seagate Castle doesn't just give increased movement speed. It gives 8 armor against an opponent who's been spamming Owner Big Isha. So your Owner Big Isha against traders will hit for a very pathetic 1 damage. I can't believe that. Ping just didn't have any scouting going on, right? Like, this is the brutal thing about this build. They focused on Raxes, they only done Raxes, they only know Raxes. It means they never got a stables to prep scouts again. They've been playing blind, right? You can see it in the vision, right? These Owner Big Isha just run in, they do the damage, but they never really know what's ahead of them. And now, Ping just got the news of what's ahead of him. An imped up Ottoman player. Great Bombard immediately gets queued up. Janissary upgrades get queued up. Seagate Castle now in position, and it looks like I'm right. Yeah, this will clip. So if you run out the Sultani trade network, you should just about get touched by the aura. And remember, the aura lasts for, I think it's, check and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 20 seconds. You'd think they'd add that detail to the overlay, but no. So Pink gonna cancel, gonna deck up as well. Now, usually you'd favor Ottomans 100% here, because Great Bombards, I mean, even if Owner Big Isha get to them, they're so tanky. And Janissaries in late game are pretty nuts, right? Add in a reasonable front line, and you should be able to just cut down everything that comes your way. But I think this is a bit different, considering the Ottoman players sacrificed the production speed of Observatory. That's a very big difference in this matchup. And they're not actively trading right now, right? Like, they're going to prep for it later. This is Louis prepping for a hyper late game. But for now, this Seagate Castle is quite simply a very expensive Barbican. It's like flank forces get cleaned up. Pink, of course, did go up the Tanagasham Gunsmith, so we will be seeing the Daka boys down the line. Second TC has kept them in contention and ahead. Just look at that difference in economy. 76 to 102. And we should be looking at Shogunate Castle soon. They're gathering on the stone as we speak. Once that's online, this is going to be a non-stop meat grinder. And remember what we said, without the Observatory, Louis' capability to match that grind is significantly lower. He has at least now got the stone walls up, so he won't have to worry about flanking anymore. It's just straight down the center. This is smart play by Louis. I mean, Avali's biggest play in the late game. We see it time and time again for the Japanese. Whether it's Castle or Imperial Age, Owner Big Isha can usually break a person. It's similar to the Palace Guard logic, but not today. Now, one thing that I find interesting here is Ping revealed these mangoes, and Louis still hasn't reacted to them. Louis, by the way, has an absurd number of metas. Like, are you seeing this? And hello, Baltoon. How's it going, buddy? It is you, isn't it? I knew it was you. Yo, Baltoon, what do you think of Louis' 6 meta build? That's quite an insane number of drummers. I mean, I think he's just starting up his own band at this point, right? Might get a marching parade going. The crazy part is if the 5 mangoes hit, I'm pretty sure the metas just die instantly, right? And no, they've got biology now. They stack. God, could you imagine? If they stacked, Philipsburg would be an Ottoman, man. Oda Tactics on the way, Military Academy as well. Notice that Pink isn't committing too hard. He has a big hook, line, and sinker here, and it's the fact that Louis actually has no counter to the mangoes right now. Even these men at arms, if they get walloped by the mangoes, they're going to get smushed. And that's a good question, actually. Who wins between Palace Guards and Owner Big Isha? Even resources. Well, here's the thing. If you are able to reach their economy, Owner Big Isha can win because they can kill Eco quicker. But direct fights, which is usually what happens because late game Palace Guard have got the Imperial Palace buff, right? They got Yuan Dynasty, so they move basically as quick as Owner Big Isha. That will favor Palace Guard 100%. Right? Especially when you consider you've got Battle Hardened on top of just higher melee and armor. Right? It's not even close. It's ridiculous how easily Owner Big Isha lose that fight. But, like, you will have more Owner Big Isha than the Palace Guard, right? Same cost, you'd have 1.5 Owner Big Isha to every Palace Guard. I'd still favor the Palace Guard there. they're vicious in that situation. Push coming in, more walls going up. Louis has fallen back completely. Only one great bombard so far, and the Samurai march in. Seagate Castle contributing a grand total of duckle in this game. I mean, this is the most underwhelming usage I've seen him apply to Seagate Castle. Like, he's not even using it for the trade behind this. I was wondering, why did he go Seagate Castle so he couldn't get all in? He was hoping that would be enough to slow things down, but what he was not anticipating was Pink slowing down, teching up, and then coming in with a torch-heavy Oda tactic strat to overwhelm the keep. And now this game looks over. We talked about the lack of anti-siege. The Mango count is way too high. Men-at-Arms are at least going to march around the back here to try and clear it up. But the price is already too high. Louis MT has just lost the military lead. Mangoes are at least going to be mopped up. I don't think they're really needed anymore, right? The Janissary count is insanely large here. The Samurai count most definitely is. We're talking about 50+ elite Samurai trekking their way across the map to bring an end to the Turkish Empire. That is wild, by the way. To think that we arrived in this late game, I mean, this is the weird thing, right? I think if you play a more standard form of Ottomans here with the Istanbul Observatory, I would have favored them at this point in the game. The raids were really good from Pink, but like at this stage, most of the damage has been offset, right? Like 96 eco to 109, and you have 5 relics still. But the lack of that extra production for the Seagate Castle instead, this Seagate Castle that he hasn't really used, by the way, right? It hasn't buffed the traders because the traders haven't been coming by here. This is a big question mark to me. Louis is usually better at utilizing this build. He always clips the aura. We've seen him do it on maps like Lipany, Dry Arabia, and it looks so damn good. But this is doing nothing for him. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, maybe the goal here was he was going to drop keeps on the trade line. Because remember, that aura affects all keeps. But we've got none. So we've got no aura at all. And we're at the beginning of trade. And I think Pink also understood the moment he saw the Seagate Castle what this was. This clearly had to be a trade build. It kind of already was obvious because Louis is only doing trade builds right now. And that means, right now, you're about as weak as you can be. Meanwhile, Pink is reaching new heights. Ozutsu count about to go double digits. Spring count is high. High enough to crush the Great Bombards. And the mass samurai have re-emerged. March in. Seagate Castle is not going to get repaired here. Ozutsu milking these choke points to snipe up wherever they can. Outposts also being taken out in quick succession. The men-at-arms line simply isn't big enough here, guys. This is the problem. Samurai are getting in. Janissaries are trying to hide themselves, but I think it matters a little at this point. Ping, like a dog with a bone, has bitten in as is refusing to let go. Onagigisha follow-up is exactly what you need here. Right now, the only negative I'd target rather, I think, yeah, we'll flame him, is the fact that he hasn't got full production and he's producing Samurai. Onagigisha offset that issue because they get here so quick. His whole goal now is to overwhelm Louis so he can't reboom. Because Louis' comp doesn't have that extra production, and he knows it because he sees the Seagate Castle. So if you just keep throwing Onagigisha at him, you'll eventually hit the Janissary line. In the meantime, you can just keep trading Janny with Ozutsu, and because Janissaries usually cluster up, Ozutsu will get decent splash. Got more Great Bombards at least come out. Siege Works is on the way, but the Spring count continues to escalate. Gold, as it stands, is running a little bit dry in this game for Pink. He is trying to excursion out into the center of the map. Big fat golds are being taken by Louis as well. One weakness, if I could highlight a very important one here for Pink, is gold. This is a zero relic game. You can Yorishiro all you want, but that still hard caps your ability to pay for Samurai and Bagisha. So the tough balance point that Pink now has to make is how do I continuously pressure with limited gold without running out? And I think if they just resecure the central gold, they should be fine. They should have enough to break in. Because at this point, Louis MT looks like he's on the verge. Trade setup? I mean, trade counts at 14. It is scaling, though. And he did go for trade bags, right? 109 gold each way. I think if Pink can get enough of these Ozutsu together, he might be able to break in. He hasn't got the Yumi, though. That's a really big blunder. Chem is on the way, but here's the thing, guys. Chemistry is 1,000 resources. Pay 150 for Archie range, build a Yumi, and all of a sudden, congrats, you now have +5 damage, which is almost as good as Chem. Oh, I'm aware of how good trade bags are, Philly. I know. In fact, I think this is where we're probably going to see Louis build a keep, right? Because at this stage, you should have surplus income coming in. So yeah, he's marching for the stone now. If he gets this keep up, this is definitely going to be a GG. Oh yeah, no, I know Baltoon. Like, this account is not subtle at all. Great bombards. This going to move in. Okay, what was that? Oh, no! I can't believe he's done this, man. I was convinced just 2-3 minutes ago that Pink was going to be able to break through. But the skin of his teeth, Louis held the line. And now, with this many men-at-arms and just a few great bombards, we have a problem. And it's a big one. Wow. I am a bit flummoxed here. I can't believe this. Baltoon, you know, he had me going for a second. For a second, I believed that this is the way. But now, this headbutt approach down the center. Walls up. Seagate Castle almost complete again. Chemistry coming through on the great bombards. This is a difficult ask. He needs Springald Dominion. If he cannot maintain Springald Siege advantage, then he won't beat this. So keep an eye on that. He has got the gold to rebolster once more. But if he loses that advantage, guys, what I need you to realize is nothing else can kill the siege. Onabagisha will struggle because they'll get behind the walls. Azutsu will do a total of 1 damage per shot against Great Bombards. Samurai almost get it there. Kind of getting a little bit baited here, though. If you had a backline, agreed. I think your problem here is you got baited by Azutsu, right? It's like, these are great for buildings, but you're noticing how underwhelming they are for men-at-arms and whatnot. The crazy thing is, like, they even made the hand cannoneers Ashigaru in name, right? Like, just build these, and you have a shot here. With Chem and Yumi, you can actually contest the Janissaries on the other side, but without it, I just think Ozutsu are overrated. Like, I warned about this. Everyone thought Ozutsu were OP, and they were a little bit broken when they first came out, but the Baldy Boys now only have 1 relevant role, and that's for sniping buildings. Everything else feels terrible. Even the splash damage I mentioned is kind of a catch-22, right? Where, like, you would get a good shot here, but a lot of the times, the AoE splash is bugged. It doesn't come through properly. Avali, he's like, when in Japan, must activate attack on time. We're queuing up a lot of scouts here. This is definitely over now. It's 23 traders with trade bags. They may not have the aura increasing their movement speed, but I don't think it matters anymore. The gold reserves just look too good to break. And Pink is about to be out of gold. 1.3k left over here. And then that is it. Only Yorishiro gold, amounting to a grand total of 450 gold income a minute. If you consider how many samurais are dying in these fights, that's not going to be sustainable for long. Yeah. I think that in this position as well, Baltoon, like, you have to assume he's trading, right? Like, just setting up a siege workshop, breaking this wall, and sending in 10 on a Bagisha. That's a play that's feasible here. Because Louis' comp doesn't move fast, right? He's only approaching your base now because you've been going back and forth for so long, right? But now it's undeniable. With the army being this big, I just think this is going to be a full retreat and a GG. Men-at-Arms got to the Springals again. I actually can't believe he's doing this, just running past the Samurai like it's nothing. I mean, you'd think he's missing a tech, but he's not. Adachi tech is there. There's just these Men-at-Arms are so ridiculously tanky. If I had to, like, play devil's advocate, by the way, the reason why Baltoon hasn't gone for the trade is he sees the Seagate Castle. So his assumption, which has made an ass out of him in this situation, is that there's a Seagate Castle on the trade, right? Which would be reasonable. Which means that these traders would have 11 armor, so your Onabagisha raids would tickle. They wouldn't do anything. I think that's another reason why maybe Pink didn't think about going down the sides, but you assume you could break him straight up. I think it's that baiting feeling, right? Like, you were on the verge of breaking before. I actually think your biggest mistake, and I see this so many times, like I think it's going to be the biggest next evolution in AoE 4, is moving your production forward. So many people just don't move into the mid-map when they take tempo. If you built 6 Raxes out here, you would have had enough push to break him, right? But because you didn't do that, you need to take the flank approach. If you think about these type of builds for base structuring, they've always worked in games where people cut the eco. If you're not going to cut eco, but instead dictate the fact that you have better army quality, you need to make sure your army quality is there. Otherwise, defender's advantage is a very real and big thing. Louis queues up great bombards. All right, he's had enough of you. You're getting out of this game pretty quick now. Oh my god. Chinese just gonna stand the ground untouched. And that's gonna be GG. He got out of it before the mass great bombards arrived. I cannot believe this. A game which should have been dominated by Ottomans was dominated by the Japanese, and it looked so close, but in the end, Balsoon found himself in a late game where the Ottomans, still to this day, are heavily favored, and Louis proves why. GG, Mr. Balsoon. Oof. I was surprisingly close. What do we call that one? Maybe gives 5 relics. There we go. Maybe that works. Yeah, good old Baltin. Was that like that was your 4th game in a row against him, right? Because I was saying this, like I noticed when I got on, you guys keep queuing into each other. Oh, sorry, 3rd game in a row. You guys had English versus Chinese, and you had Ottomans versus Abbasids. Rough day to get Elo, huh? Okay, so I think Louis went off. Let me have a look quickly. Make it seem like Japan wins with the title. Does that, like, I feel like people, so what I've been noticed, I swear people want what they read. So pretending something else happens annoys people, no? Have you guys, I thought, my mentality was like, you don't want to spoil it, but I'm not sure that's true. It's like, right now I've typed out Ottomans almost lose the impossible. And then I'm like, 5 relics, tick, hard counter, tick. Still losing. Right? But I've already highlighted they almost lose the impossible. Is that how you could realistically beat Japan as Ottos? No. Dude, Loops, I've got a big piece of news for you. Ottos beat Japanese in most phases of the game. Ottomans is one of the Japanese's hardest counters. Because you can't play Mount Samurai due to Janissaries. You can't play early mass melee due to how good the +2 melee armor is in Feudal Age. And even later in the game, the +2 armor is really strong. And then the late game comp, like once they get to Great Bombards with a Battleline Janissaries and just a meat shield of Sipahi or Men-at-Arms, it's very hard to break. So like, yeah. It's more the other way you got to think about that. Like, is that the only way that Japan can beat Ottos is by playing flanks and playing fast? Yes. Because the downside of those comps that you see out of the Ottomans is they're very, very slow. All right. Let's have a look at... Oh, we want to check ladder quickly, didn't we? I do like checking ladder. Whew. But what's that? My boy Baltin's going to be playing in the King of the North qualifiers at Big Pugers. By the way, like, are we just changing the requirements now? I noticed that Dumu is an honorary Swedish person. Can we just all enter? And then we can force Cal to pay for us? I mean, if you're going to take a holiday there anyway, I guess you could qualify. Because I think that... I'd have to check the rule book, but I'm pretty sure the main kind of sticking point, because it's a budgetary constraint, is like... The people that qualify would have to be living or present in Scandinavia, right? It's fine, dude. Like, before anyone judges the fact that Dimmu was allowed, one, he lives in Sweden. And two, like, here's another very interesting thought for you. England used to be the Danelands, so there you go. Passport? Wait, is it really passport? I didn't know Dimmu had a Swedish passport. I know he's lived there for a few years. I didn't know it'd been that many. Interesting. You got an achievement notification? You've been playing the game? Did I get an achievement notification? Last one I got was December the 1st, I think. I don't know if it was December 1st, but maybe. I don't know. Wait, did I get all the campaign achievements? Because I played the campaign before it was released. No, I don't think... Did I? I think I'm missing a bunch of the campaign achievements, which is big sad. By the way, I'm just going to say, you know, I might not be a pro player, but well, a lot of these players, I've been watching them get stomped by the single player Sons Ascend. I basically played on the hardest difficulty before it's released. Has a Swedish wife? Okay, Corvinus, just get a wife. Or a husband, whichever you want. Dude, like... You've got agents. Do the qualifier, then get, like, green card married before the LAN. It's not hard. Not a Steam achievement. I'm confused now. Oh, he's lived there 8 years. Okay, I didn't know. Minimal effort. Exactly, dude. Like, how much is it to get, like, married just at an office in Sweden? Like, a few $100? And you've got a wife. And then you can, calculate, like, I paid for your wife, right? Which really has some weird connotations attached to it, but it would have been technically true. Okay. Not noticing any specific names, but we have replays, which is good. Let me have a look. So I think we had... Why is Vortex called Eddie Smurfy? I love this guy sometimes. Yo, do you guys want to watch some Empire Wars? People have been playing Empire Wars, believe it or not. I know. Shock. Gasp. Oh, there's an English Order of the Dragon matchup between Lash and Vortex. I feel like you just don't see that very often. Beastie also had one versus Elyona. I might check that one out, actually. Switch back across to me for a sec, so you guys don't have anything spoiled. Why would I play Empire Wars? I don't play the game, dude. My PC's not good enough. You want to buy me a PC? Then I'll play. You gonna buy me a PC, Arakan? No? Then I'm not queuing. I'm a frame elitist. Casting 8 times Empire Wars? Ah, yes. I too like YouTube uploads that are short enough to be a YouTube short. 1v1 can be handled by your PC, no prob. I don't know. I don't trust that. Also, dude, I ain't got nothing to prove. Last time I played the game, I literally, I still remember it. It was at launch, and we just kept queuing, and I didn't lose once. So I'm a 100% win rate guy. That's all that matters. Putting Dimmu's face on the Swedish flag for the direct invite still felt weird. I mean, that was the best part, to be honest. You know? Colonialism reached a lot of places, but I don't remember that part of our history. You wouldn't recommend the Lipany game. Wait, was that the English one? Because you had... Let me double check. Well, the English-Chinese one. Oh, really? Yeah, I could have kind of guessed that from English-Chinese, going beyond 20 minutes, right? Am I right to assume that by new civ, that means you're trying a new civ, as in new to you? No, Constable. It means we've had a new civ made. One of our modders, the incredible Hosen, has created a new variant civ called the Persians. It's a variant civ for the Delhi. So it's a new civ. I mean, I can show it to you guys now a little bit if you want, or we can cast the game. Cast some Empire Wars. I mean, WAM was playing some. What's the significance of the core hasn't won in 4 days count? Because like we do this to people sometimes. We done it to Voldemar. We played with him a bit. Chad Lord, done well. But then, like, the other day, we were casting some Core versus Crackedy, and I literally had Core in my DMs whining about me only ever casting him losing. So I cast him winning, and then afterwards we put this up. And I said, I'm going to put this up, Core. And at first, you're going to feel really good at it, because it said day since last Core wins 0. And I was like, but then I'm not going to cast any of your games. So as the days go on, it's going to get more brutal. You got a Puppy Empire Wars cast? Big poos. I mean, maybe we do some of those later if people really want it. I'd be surprised if people want Empire. Do you guys really want Empire Wars casts? Yeah, exactly. I drove Voldemar to bigger and better heights. When Voldemar wins the LAN, same with Dragavan actually. Like, they all won because of me. I'm training them. Like Empire Wars? I mean, dude, I think like in some ways there is a... So here's the thing. I think if it wasn't just the grand finals on that LAN, people, in my opinion, wouldn't have as much credence to moan about Empire Wars. Now hear me out, hear me out. Like I said, Red Bull's trying to do a unique format. And Empire Wars is a very unique format, right? Because everything that exists right now is 1v1s. It's literally because it's a... the confusing part is unless you watch the EGC like tournament part, you're not going to be familiar with it at all. That's why. One tough part, like I do feel bad for Marine Lord and whoever qualifies, because one thing I was thinking about is like if the qualifiers are happening months before, getting practice after that is going to be difficult unless someone runs another Empire Wars tournament. So maybe I have to run an Empire Wars tournament. Do we do that? You guys didn't say, by the way. Do you just want the game, or do you want me to show you the Civ? I mean, I can show you the Civ later, actually. Yeah, do we do that? One's if people would actually like another Empire Wars tournament. Rising Empire Wars? Nah, mate. Sorry, I'm coming up with the better titles. We'll go with Empire Strikes Back. Because it's like, you know, Empire Wars thing. So, like, we're literally doing the whole Star Wars meme. One, because you don't know what you'd be watching. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Empire Wars only ever had... The problem with Empire Wars isn't that it's fundamentally a game mode that won't work. It's that it's had one tournament and it's had no real tweaks or balances around it, right? Like that's, if you think about it, that's the problem. It had one tournament and then nothing's really happened to it since. And that one tournament was over 6 months ago. That's the problem. Why is it so bad? Because the game's not balanced around Empire Wars at all. Because Empire Wars is like, it hasn't had enough time to cook. They just need to actually put some balance time into it. They need to like budget some developers and designers to recalibrate it, and then it could work. You know, that's that simple. Has a few issues around pacing. You probably have a few less villages, because like the Dark Age in Empire Wars is kind of non-existent, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because like, let's be totally real. When has Dark Age felt relevant to the majority of players? There's a very minimum number of games where Dark Age feels relevant. And it's cool when it is relevant, don't get me wrong. But for all the games collectively where it's not relevant, it kind of feels boring. Right? I've highlighted this before, that like if there's 2 weak points in AoE 4, it's the early game and the hyper late game. The mid game for AoE 4 is sick. Right? 100%. You can do a 6-min imp with some civs like H3 and OOTD. That's broken. Yeah. Like I said, like it's not a perfect mode. I think maybe just doing a 12 villager start would be cool. That could work too. Like, am I the only one that just before we get into this, I want to clarify this because I want to know if I'm delusional. Am I the only one who thought that the Golden League 12 villager start was cool? I really freaking enjoyed that. I thought that was incredible. Some people didn't like it because you had to learn new strats, but I don't care, dude. Like, being an esports competitor is about evolving constantly. Dude, if every season I could just get an entire patch that breaks the game. Dude, there's a reason, like, for anyone who followed Dota, this happened in Dota 2, where a few years back, they basically had the perfect patch. And I'm not, no cap, not exaggerating. Every hero was viable. No hero felt truly broken. Anything worked, right? Your execution mattered more. You just didn't get draft wins. And then everyone was like, this is the utopia of Dota 2. It'll never be better. And then the devs broke it. They patched it. And like the reason they patched it is because people don't want perfect. They want new crap. People don't care how perfectly you balance something. They want it to break again. Every time. So yeah, I'm just going to begin this video by being really controversial and saying I think Empire Wars for Rebel War LoL could work. It just needs a few other tournaments around it showing off Empire Wars. And the developers need to invest resources in balancing it. That's a very dangerous thing to say when I'm about to cast a Beastie versus Alyona match. Anyway, yeah, that's right. Green is Beastie here playing as the Ibids. Alyona, second best player in France. Maybe that's appropriate. Maybe it's going to be a full French finals. Remember, those that only just tuned in and don't know about the Red Bull Wallow news, Rainlord is going to be there by default. You could technically have a full French finals because Alyona's on the rise, man. This guy's been improving and he's been impressing me. He's very easily, I'd say at this point, the second best player in France, which... in fairness, it's no small feat when you consider like being the first best player in France basically means you're the best player in Age of Empires 4 full stop. So Alyona's been impressing me, man. I'm looking forward to what he's going to be able to do. We'll even have some show matches featuring him in the future. On the other side, Beastie needs no introduction. This guy is, of course, very talented. Ibids versus Zhone is a matchup you don't see too often at the moment. I feel like Zhone has kind of fallen off the side of a cliff, while the Ibids have maintained quite a lot of relevance despite tweaks, nerfs, and overall changes. On a map like Cliffside, I could actually see Zhone working quite well because Ibids have a few problems on a map like this. If the gold spawn isn't good, you can be screwed. Well, luckily Beastie's got a good gold spawn. But the other issue is because the distance to your base is so short, it means that Zhone gets more opportunities to punt at you as a target, right? Compared to a normal map where you have to run across the entire map, you're going to arrive in the base a lot earlier, and that means you're potentially able to intercept and shut down the gold at an earlier phase. Early enough that perhaps your opponent can't even get more than 2 or 3 lances out. I do think that on paper, though, for the majority of games, this matchup should favor the Ibids because they rush castle. I actually think Zhone is weak, super weak against civs that rush castle. In fact, if we look at, since the March 19th patch, performances at the highest level, Conk Plus, Zhone against Ibids, now that is interesting. A 66% win rate. If we check the prior patch from January 30th, which is going to be a more kind of filled out results table, Zhone versus Ibids, 53.8. Wow. Okay, I'm impressed. I got a few pros in chat or high-level players. Would you believe those stats as well? Because like Zhone has historically struggled against any civ that can rush castle, right? Because you just can't get any XP in. And then you're up against heavily armored units, usually cavalry that can snipe you. That's impossible for Zhone to deal with, even when you've got French knights backing you. Especially even more so when you think of things like Ottomans, where they'll have a counter to cav with the Janissaries, or in this case, Ibids with camel lancers that will be a sufficient counter to the French knights, especially when they're an age behind. So curious to see how Ono is going to execute this. I think 2TC has grown in popularity for Zhone. I just don't think that's the approach you want to take initially here. I feel like aggression is favored over booming. There are some civs that it's worth doing that second TC. I think notably civs like the English do it a bit better, depending on the map. Abbasids have proven to be very fierce for their 2TC builds, but Abbasids in particular have the advantage of fresh foodstuffs, giving them more food to work with towards a tech up or an existing army. It just overall makes them a little bit more powerful. Desert Raider is going to be coming out. So that decreases the likelihood we're looking at a second TC rush. TCs aren't very effective when you're up against the Desert Raider opening. This is actually why I've been begging the devs to change Desert Raider Reinforcement Wing. I think it's too good. Here's the thing. When the expansion first came out and people read that they would get 1 Desert Raider every 2 minutes, it kind of sounds like dog crap, right? It sounds like worthless trash. Until you use it and realize what it means. It's similar to the military wing logic for Abbasids. You're spawning these free units straight away that can do things at a very early point in the game. But this is a hybridized unit that's on horseback as well. What it allows you to do is not only dent aggro timings towards your own greed, it allows you to block greed of your opponent as well. That's a really big deal. So, question coming in from Sphinx. If KP, if one villager advantage is so important, why players don't keep JD as a villager for a few more minutes? There's multiple reasons, actually. So, one is similar to what we just said with the idea of a Desert Raider or the 4 military units you get as assets. You're being given a unit to attack with. At a very early point, a very powerful unit, in fact, Jonas. One that can scale, right? So you've got an investment proposition there. Outside that, the other thing to keep in mind, your argument that keeping a villager is better has multiple flaws. For a start, yes, you are sacrificing 45 resources a minute, but you're getting access to consecrations that will save you 25%. Think about the maths involved in that. If, for example, you spam horsemen, and let's say you consistently spam horsemen, you're going to get 3 horsemen out every minute there. You're going to save 75 food a minute. That's more than Joan as a villager would give you per minute. So it's possible for 1 consecration to already give you more value, let alone when you scale into 2, 3, right? Like your suggestion of delaying by having Joan, let's say by 4 minutes, you're missing out on 2 consecration charges. That's a lot of buck left on the table. And Dragavan has hit on the final point, which is that the XP bar does not continue. He is correct. Until you level up, you cannot accrue additional XP. Even if you could, I feel like most games people would choose to convert her into Form 2. Scout trade out. Whoops. Ooh, what? I can't believe that. Alyona. Okay, a few wild things happen while we're dissecting this. Outpost was greedy from Beastie. He didn't get it up. On top of that, the Desert Raider opening shut down the Horseman play entirely. He has no value here. He's got the second passive Desert Raider coming in. In fact, he's actively adding Desert Raiders in now in a panic. But this is bad news, folks. You're adding Desert Raiders in against Joan Hunter form, Knights, and Horsemen. You don't have access to gold because they're both on the backside of your base. This is Beastie in a panic. My God. I mean, I love that we had the analytical part. I'm just heartbroken we didn't catch that as it completely unfolded. This is huge. We're so used to just seeing IBID players get this outpost up for free, and it's so unorthodox for a player of BC's caliber to be delayed on that timing. But you're going to see the impact this is going to have. Like, even the Desert Raiders, you lack scalability here, right? Like, you haven't got that much gold to work with, and he is gunning for it right now. Joan, just going to try and poke and prod. Knights Horseman. Ooh, that wasn't ideal micro from Alyona. Throwing the Horseman away without a single stab is not great here. Divine Restoration is coming off cooldown soon. Alyona needs to get additional archers and knights out here ASAP. Might be able to. And look at that. Straight away, BC rushes onto the gold. But this is already turning into a game where he's spent too long in Feudal Age for this build. Some builds make sense for this, right? Like, we've seen the Archer builds. We've seen ones that involve a few Horsemen. Adding in this many Desert Raiders is so expensive, right? They're 180 resources per. And here's the other thing. If you don't get kills now, you're going to get killed here, right? Like, Divine Restoration is going to rejuvenate these guys each and every time. Night Charge coming in should be able to connect. Ooh, just about Beastie stays out of range there. Love the immediate micro into melee form. But this is getting rough, guys. Unless you can snipe Joan, unless you can guarantee the kill. Unfortunately, with Archers now here to frontline for her, it gets a lot harder. The other problem is what Elyon is doing here is very eloquent. The way that they keep engaging with these knights, the way they keep going in, elegant, I think is the word I'm looking for. I'm big brainiac today. He keeps forcing a melee conversion point instead of a range form, which means these archers aren't being killed quickly. You're wasting extra time just kind of posturing against the knights. This is where Elyon is showing his skill, right? This is all micro right now. It's making Beastie's life so much harder because he can only do about half the effective firepower he should be with range form. Another crazy thing to think about here is, like, this is a lot of XP feeding. Remember, these are 18 XP each. Now, realistically, this isn't the be-all end-all because the reality is that it's going to be range zone level 3. And I've said before, I always try to emphasize this, level 3 zone in range form isn't a game winner in Feudal Age. But it is still a power play here. Especially in a game where Beastie's feeling pretty hard handcuffed here. He's playing a Civ that relies on tempo. And he has 0 tempo in this game. Right? He's going to have a temper that's letting off in a minute because this has to be so jarring, so tilting. He's going to try to cut reinforcements. What I worry about here, folks, is at the size of this army, Alyona doesn't need to trickle reinforcements. He can just hold them back and wait. Undermesh is also already in. And this game is practically over for Beastie. If he doesn't change gear and just keeps going Desert Raiders, I don't see how you win this. You're building Desert Raiders, and your opponent already has Archers prepped and Steeled Arrow coming soon, right? He's already got Undermesh, so you're tickling at this point. Look at that. A mere 7 damage per bow strike coming in. It's not really that impressive. It's reduced to 6, right? Like at that point, an Archer's almost doing the same amount of damage back to you. Sure, you've got more health, but you probably should, considering you cost over double what an Archer does. Blasphemous drop now coming in, but Beastie doesn't have the gold for it. And these rotations just keep starving him out of that. Berries aren't being gathered, but another thing is like Beastie, he's got 10 sheep to work with. That's not going to last a long time if he keeps doing Desert Raiders like this. Aging for Camel Lancers? Oh, no, he's got logistics on the way. Good eyes there, though. I was wondering where his eco was going. Okay, so logistics is problematic here. Because you don't really have agency on the map right now. But I kind of get why you didn't want Growth Wing, right? Like, you can't access resources right now, so going Growth Wing gives you more liabilities. You need something that can return safe resources to your base, not something that has to go out for more risky resources. And sure, there's an initial risk running out with the Dervishes, but what they bring back is permanently safe. And also, the other thing you have to keep in mind is that solves the issue for Beastie right now. He can barely touch gold, so if he goes for the standard build, he's going to have to drop a Mosque. He's going to spend a lot per Dervish, which he can't afford. Double arch range on the front side gets blocked out by Alyona, though. Woo-wee. Alyona's just going to keep gunning, by the way. I'd be surprised if they go Castle Age now. You got to keep in mind, Beastie's very starved on the map. And Alyona's fully aware of that, right? He keeps looking at these berries and going, okay, they're never getting touched. He also knows that it's Dervish play, because even if he didn't scout it, he can see from the berry patches they didn't increase. Archer upgrade is at least coming in soon from Beastie. That's his one upside here, is Archers. He can get them en masse to try and save his game. Villagers are running a weird way, though. Ay, ay, ay. And every loss counts here. Remember, folks, this is not Growth Wing. So Beastie now 4 villagers behind. Alyona at the other side of this, of course, has got plenty of pocket resources to try and move forward. And that's why the Desert Raiders are now going for a flank attack. Under the gold, Alyona slow on the reaction here. Oh, no textiles either. He's just going to lose several villages. What? But there's a dive on the other side. Warlow comes in. Body blocks from the villagers here. Knights aren't going to be able to peel away, though. Actually snipes out the one archer who would have converted across, and the dive continues. So that is why Alyona's given that sacrifice over. He's distracted by this dive that's finding a lot more value. Army's going to get mopped up, and the villagers are still idled up. Other side of this, Desert Raiders cannot dive the TC. That's the big difference maker here. What a play by Alyona. It looked like they were choking. It looked like they were snoozing. But instead, they were looking to make Beastie permanently sleep in this one. 23 villagers running out the other side of the base. Joan can hunt them down. Knights, in the meantime, will keep patrolling the main. I mean, this is now truly looking pretty much over. You're in a game where you have not dropped a single relic at home. You can't. You haven't got a mosque. Desert Raiders are being a nuisance on the other side, but it simply doesn't compare to this. Villagers. Alyona, did he see that? No way. Beastie might sneak back into the base. He might keep his hopes alive, but those hopes are being dimmed. Second wave now being built up. 6 Desert Raiders still on the prowl. But the villagers are running around like headless chickens, and the archers are waiting with open arms in anticipation. In fact, they are going to see both the villagers as well as the relic being returned. Gate now being rushed up, but that's going to be 2 more villagers going down. 2 relics coming home. Knights, in the meantime, chasing the villagers who are returning home. And now that he's got a scent of it, Alyona, like a hunting dog, is on his way back towards the base. He smells blood. He smells weakness. And he wants to exploit it. And who can blame him? I mean, look at the gold. You would not think the Beastie is playing Ibids right now looking at his gold. This is like an Abbasid gold income. He has at least got 2 mosques at home now, so that's good. Third one is on the way back. But look at this. 7 villagers. I can't believe they're still running. This would be great if you were playing the Roost right now, but you're not. And if you try to play the Deer, you're going to arrive at a location where you're outnumbered. You'll lose that fight as well. Oh, this is brutal. I'm so impressed, man. I told you, Alyona's been improving. This has been really impressive out of them. Right, this double down timing. has really just screwed the pooch for the Ibex. And, you know, this is why gold greedy civs can be punished on a map like Cliffside. Especially if your opponent is being slow to defend himself, which, to be honest, BC was very slow on getting that outpost up, right? Like, this is the appropriate punishment for someone who doesn't insulate themselves safely against an aggro civ. So I think there was a mistake made by BC there, but I can't fault Alyona. This double down has proven priceless. And at the same time, all too expensive for Beastie. Warlord comes in again, but it's going to grab nothing. And all of a sudden, you're now talking about almost a 10 eco lead. Relics aside, it's not going to make up for what's going to happen at the tail end of this. Beastie has just been looking like a lost chicken at this point. The amount of time he's just been running around his own base, kind of perplexed on what to do here. Brutal out of Alyona. Excited to see more of this guy, by the way. Like I said, we've got a show match coming up on the weekend. I'm sure we'll be seeing better and better performances, right? Like, I think we have already noticed an improvement early in 2024 out of him. I just love to be able to say that, right? Like, there's new faces coming in, these new players. I mean, Beastie is no stranger to the Ibex. He's no stranger to high-level play. But what Elyon had done to him in this game, it's almost trivial. He reduced one of the best players in the game to looking about as helpless as they come. Oh, but don't worry, guys. Beastie's now playing his friend now. I can't believe he's grabbing straggler trees from the other side of the map. So Beastie, he does like to kind of hang in there if he thinks there's a small chance to come back in. But I really want to emphasize to people this game is over. Level 3 Zhone is in. The moment 2 Rams appear in his base, he'll call GG. The only reason he hasn't called GG yet is these dives don't kill him, right? These dives hurt him deeply, but they don't have a way of ending the game. Once you start adding in Rams, the whole script changes. Ooh. It's crazy to think how different I think this game would have been if one outpost had just gone up, though. Because the reality is, like, despite those stats I tooted off, Zhone is weak against fast castle civs. So how do you solve for it? Let him have fast castle, but sell him a ruined fast castle. One that doesn't have gates, it doesn't have walls, it doesn't have any sort of features you want for $1 million castle. Because that's exactly what Beastie got here. He got the poor man's castle, and Alyona got the prestigious feudal Zhone. What the hell? That one wasn't recording. Wait, why was that one not recording? I just looked down at my stream deck. That one was... No! Oh, I'm going to have to find that in the replay now. That's annoying. I think that one was pretty good. Let me make a note to myself. Because, it's time to rewatch it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'll just bugger off for 18 minutes. So I'm going to have to make a calendar note to myself for late tonight to download the VOD. So, download VOD. Beastie Alyona game. Because I think that one was uploadable. I'm starting to build up a reserve of things on the channel. I need my thumbnail person to step it up. If they do, I might up to 2 YouTube uploads a day. Because we got a very big backlog. Okay, let's have a look at who we've got online. I think we can check out. So let me put my wonderful music on. So, there's Lash versus Vortex. Lash has been playing a bunch of Order of the Dragon, by the way. And there's also the other Baltoon Louis MT game as well, by the way. Let's do Lash versus Vortex. Update title. Let me grab that game quickly, and then we can hop into it. On his Eddie Smurfy account. Bloody name. He only plays HRE versus you? Well, you need to prove that you can beat HRE, and then he'll play something else against you. That's how it works, dude. You gotta prove that you're worth his time on the Order of the Dragon. You can't beat HRE? You know what I'm gonna say next. Do you want me to say it? I'll say it. Get good. All right, let me have a look at Lash's account. Boy's in tears right now. He's like, I can't believe he said it. Why am I having to lose my glasses? What is this? Are you an eye racist like Voldemort as well? No, you need to do the no properly. You need to do like, you know, the Vader no? No! That one. All right, here we go. Loading up now. So we got OOTD versus English. Intriguing. Now, I don't really think I need to... we don't need to deeply analyze this. Let's be totally real. It's OOTD. They aren't favored against anyone. And add glasses tier. That's true. Let people help me out. Yeah, the whole dynamic changed. I'm now going to sing songs to you and serenade you. I think that's the vibe we're going for. Okay. Oh, I need to mute the music. Now, this is usually the point in a video where I introduce the players, I hype it up, and then I analyze which Civ I favor here and what the percentage win matchups are and the strategies to success. But the reality is it's an Order of the Dragon game against the English, so what's the point? Well, maybe Lash can show us something impressive here. This is, of course, Lash on Order of the Dragon, the fantastic German streamer / pro player. Definitely check out his channels if you haven't before and you happen to speak and understand German. I basically at this point call him the pillar of the German community. On the other side, a pillar of the Spanish community. This is Vortex on his Eddie Smurfy account. Appropriately in the blue, by the way, while playing on a Smurf. As English. English that right now are looking like a vicious Civ. One that a lot of people are struggling with. Ever since the Abbey of Kings changed, this Civ has gotten a whole new paint job. And the paint job basically changes colors depending on angle of view. And what I mean by that is instead of just doing one thing, one build that is predictable and counterable, now this is a Civ that can do long feudal, multi-TC, fast castle, imp rush. There's so many options now, thanks to that king. Other side of this, Order of the Dragon, very diverse Civ, guys. They have all these options in the world. Like, do you guys not realize there are so many different Order of the Dragon builds right now? Because none of them work. That's the other way you get diverse and innovative. And thank you very much, you Faster, for the sub. I think I thanked Paul around earlier. If not, I'll just do that again. You guys are wonderful. Appreciate the sub support. But yeah, it's fair to say that there's not really a successful recipe for Order of the Dragon right now, right? There's not a proven build order that is the backbone upon which this Civ has been built up on. There was for a little bit, if you guys remember, and it was the Rax, Spearman, Dark Age rush, but that fell off the side of the cliff, and I think it's good he didn't do it in this matchup. Against short bows and also the King, which can just whittle you down, the healing, it would have been a recipe to disaster. Not to mention the fact you'd be building Spearman into the English. There is not a single worse Civ to build Spearman in the game against. Like, I would say the top 2 worst Civs to build spam spears against has to be... Well, top 3, actually. Like, maybe English, Byzantines, and Japanese are the worst ones to do it against, right? Because Lombo, and Onabgisha. So, understandably, he's just going to go for the greed. Arkan Chapel on the way. This is interesting, right? Like, I noticed that this is a very big dividing point amongst the pro players at the moment. You know, we've especially have Myriad in here regularly saying that he doesn't think you can go Arkan, you have to go Mindwork. Then I've had other people saying that Arkan, although it's not crazy, it's better, right? Mindwork plays one specific style. And I think that's true. Like, if you're going for Mindwork, you are playing one specific style of AoE4 in Order of the Dragon, and that is a very aggressive dragon. I do think that that's the way they're meant to be played, but I can understand why a lot of people shy away from it, because I think while Golden Cuirass is good, it's starting to be figured out, and thus its impact is falling off hard. The one that is still kind of an S-tier subtle tech would be Zornhau. Zornhau, I've noticed, is still underutilized. For me right now, of all the techs, of all the strategies I've seen, there's 2 that I really, really like. The first one is Prolonged Feudal with a few men-at-arms and mass gilded archers. That one's hard to force, though. A lot of players will see that scaling and then just tech. The other, which actually handles techers very well, is Fast Castle into Landsneck spam. And you don't even necessarily need to go Regnitz. Like, I'm actually talking Burgrave looks pretty good with that build. Because for me, if there's one unit that encompasses the power of the Order of the Dragon that actually makes them look good, it's Lansk. Landsnecht are an incredibly powerful unit. Now, this is interesting. We have got a Rax coming in. This is not going to be about long aggression, though. I don't think you can go long aggression here unless you want to go for, like, multi-TC. The weird part to me is that Lash is building a Rax, though, instead of just building an outpost. The Spearman can buffer away the King, right? But the King over time could potentially wilt you down. I just feel like an outpost does everything that this Rax would. And here's a crazy thought for you guys. You would spend less on an outpost than you would on a Spearman. You ever think about how crazy that is? Right? So basically, for those tuning in wondering how do you make Order of the Dragon work, it's simple. Don't waste money on units, just build outposts. Because then you have more population for villagers, and that means you can then build more outposts. And outposts are cheaper than spearmen, so GG. There's actually someone in the chat right now taking notes. Please don't do that. In the early game, it's not a bad idea, but yeah, not great as the game goes on. That's also why, although we had players like Crackety doing these outpost rushes with proxy Raxes at first, those fell off as well. You really have to appreciate the fact that when you choose to bring Spearmen into an outpost, you're investing double what another Civ would to get an arrow shot out of an outpost. That's not a great trade. The other side of the coin to look at it is like outposts are really good for Out of Order of the Dragon because basically you have less villages, right? So you pack more efficiency into one defense. It's why a lot of Order of the Dragon players will play flank resources like deer and boars and drop an outpost with only 5 villages out there because they're protected, right? Whereas other civs want 8 villages, as an example, on a boar. They need to build 2 outposts. So there's this balance to it. But I'd say the majority of situations where outposts work for Order of the Dragons are defensively oriented, not aggressively oriented. So they are not a new coming of the Mongols. And oh, here's that spin we talked about. Okay, has he actually pinched him though? No. So that was kind of pointless. I know there's going to be someone in chat going, what if we give them marching drills? If they had marching drills, that king would be dead. Yeah, no, this is pretty brutal because now Vortex will just heal up over time and come and do it again and just keep delaying your timings. However, keep in mind, like, at the end of the day, Lash is still fast casting. The reason I really like this king play against both HRE and Order of the Dragon fast casting, by the way, is you have a knight to block prelates. This is especially a big deal against Dragon because Dragon don't have additional prelates to begin with. They have to tech up and then start building them out of the Regnates. So you can snipe them pretty cleanly. Second TC is already up on the other side, of course. So Eddie Schmurphy, aka Vortex, will just play around a little bit here while he builds up the farms. He'll probably up to about 3 farm clusters and then go for the White Tower. And that'll give him a very aggressive timing into Knights. So the whole idea is this king will block out the initial prelates, and then the Knights will contest the additional prelates afterwards. So really what Lash needs is an easy win, right? He needs a quick grab, like a relic here, for example. The difficulty he's going to have is look at what Vortex has done with his unit positioning. He's played a very dangerous game. He's running in the dark against a Gilded Spearman, which could kill him straight away. Because he wants to scout here. He wants to see where the tech up is happening, when it's happening, and he wants to know what direction the first prelate is going to go in. Love this as well. Backs off into Stealth Forest. This is tricky because Lash lost his scout, which... wait, did you guys... Am I blind? What happened with the scout? Because that... Did he dive the TC by accident? That shouldn't be happening, by the way. You should not be losing the scout to this. Not this early. That's huge. Wow, so Lash's game is very, very hard now. The fact he's queuing up Men-at-Arms doesn't instill faith, actually. It makes me more worried. I get why he's doing Men-at-Arms, because your opponent could just build Lombos to block you, right? But now, you don't really have something sufficient to protect the Prelate. Like, if I see you building Men-at-Arms and I've got the King, I will dive the Prelate every day of the week. It's a little bit of a tough one. Castle Age, Men-at-Arms upgrade at least coming in. Resources are starting to be stockpiled for Vortex, so we're probably looking more along the lines of 2 farm clusters into Castle Age. He has queued up a few longbows, but not too many. I think he'll cancel them the moment he sees Men-at-Arms coming. And here we go. Sees the Prelate. Vortex on his way back now with the King. Spearman is moving out to guard here. Lash, I imagine he will just not be baited by the scout whatsoever. Unfortunately, the Lombos are here. The King is going to waste time. And he's going to get in still. So nice strike there. Spearman is going to try to take him down, but it's going to take too long. 4 HP. And he gets away with it. The micro on point out of Vortex. And now 2 Lombos here. Oh! Okay, that was a sick last-second grab. Lash, it's so important he gets that kill. If he had let the king get away after taking the prelate, Lash's timings would be completely off. This at least gives him a recovery arc, but he needs to be fast. Men-at-Arms, they're struggling here. They take so long to scale into as well, right? A handful of longbows is kind of ruining his day, and already you see Vortex re-queues the king. It's so difficult to chase down here, right? 1.12 movement speed to 1.12. And this prelate needs to go elsewhere now. Now, Vortex does still have the scout, so he should be checking for this. So far, he hasn't looked at all, though. So it looks like Vortex might be able to sneak a relic from the far left side of the map. One Gilded Knight would have been much better here. I kind of get why he didn't want to do it, right? I think he wanted to have extra units to guard multiple relics, was his thought process. And also, the other thing I always like to highlight with the Gilded Knight issue is, like, realistically, Gilded Knights can be countered from an age behind. So Lash's thought process is he doesn't want to have to face a counter when he's against 2 TCs already. Like, imagine those games where your opponent's 2 TC, and you build Knights and you just spam spears. And how often do you lose those type of games, right? So I can see where Lash is coming from, but where it becomes a negative is this. These Men-at-Arms, if they were diving towards the English base right now, it's a winning play. They're running around the back of their own base. This is the worst use possible for such expensive units. That being said, relics are at least being returned. That's the positive. But right now, the negatives feel like they're outweighing. White Tower now on the way. Vortex almost with a 20 villager lead. And there are still 4 relics to play for. And there will still be 4 relics to play for because of the fact that this prelate's also going to be taken out. In fact, the timing here from Vortex is disgusting. Check this. He knows that relic's been taken. Wow. This is suffocating right now. Prelate barely gets away. Wallow's going to come out, but here's an interesting detail for you. That king can't be converted. He doesn't care. If you Wallow and a king's around, you're just dying faster. And because these aren't spears, the king also doesn't care. The Men-at-Arms will not stop him. So Prelate is going to flop dead. Right side is at least going to be cleared up. Prelate in the center was denied, though. It's going to be a pivot to the right side now, but if Vortex senses this and just dives past, you could be looking at a struggle to even get 1 relic at this pacing for the Order of the Dragon. So Prelate now returning. Tech up comes through on the other side, and immediately see the Q-Upper Knights. This is the thing that makes White Tower look kind of overtuned. The double production for me is the thing that really breaks White Tower. So here's my recommendation. This double production should be a tech unlock on the keep. You pay like 150 resources, you get double tech unlock. It's still a good deal. But it would slightly delay the night spam timing, and it would make it a slight investment higher, right? Because the alternative is you weaken the defense. Because, to be honest with you, 12 damage times 3 at this stage is way too good. Even a Men-at-Arms spamming Order of the Dragon player in Castle would die to that. He wouldn't be able to stand to that defense, right? Like, no Civ can. White Tower is, I'd say, better than Berkshire when Berkshire comes into the game. And yeah, it is starting to look a lot like Fast Imp, right? He's gathering relics, and I think that's all he cares about. So funny thing about the English now, guys, English is very much a tempo civ. They're very much a teching civ now. Wingard is the MVP play. Like, that is your end goal, I think, in practically all English matchups now that involves a bit of greed. Because if you get into Wingard, not only do you get all these tech ups along the way, things like enclosures that feel good, you scale your farms better, but also you get so many units out so quickly with things like Wingard Raiders, or you get so many good units out with little production building investment, such as Footmen and Rangers. It's insane just how good that landmark is. Where would I rank Wingard? I'd probably put it like top 6, easily top 6, I think, Imperial landmarks. It's really good. Gilded Crossbowman now coming from Lash, understandable here. But considering this is a fast imp build, if this is fast imp into Wingard Rangers, or Raiders rather, you lose with this comp that Lash has got, right? Because Horsemen will just tear these guys a new one. Knights in the meantime are looking for an in. No surprise there. I mean, this is Vortex we're talking about, right? Like, you'd expect him to play aggressive. He's going to lose the scout. Actually, losing the scout is really annoying as English because you don't have stables. And the keep doesn't allow you to produce scouts, right? For some reason, castles are missing that option. Same with military schools. So now you have to build a stables or just play blind. And looks like you might end up just playing blind. Lombos are being prepped behind this. Now, this is still an imp target, by the way. He's stockpiling way too much food. Gold count is still somewhat being held in reserve. Honestly, I've seen this a lot where you just kind of scale up to 20 lombos, 30 lombos while teching. Because you don't want to basically get dove. The whole idea is by having a standing army, you can do win guard and not lose the game, right? Whereas with the way things are kind of trending, if you just went for greed and Lash put everything into army and rushed you, you wouldn't have Berkshire to defend you. Win guard is one thing, but like Berkshire, considering the difference in investment, 3,600 resources into army versus into a landmark that has a delayed return, it makes sense why Vortex wants to have forces first before he commits to greed. But make no mistake about it, that greed is coming. And not just 3 relics, guys. It's looking like a 4 relic game right now for Lash. I mean, I'm impressed by him getting this much, but I think one thing that really needs to be emphasized here is how long it took to get this. Look at the eco difference now. Don't get me wrong, you have to add 28% onto this count for all the dragons, so they're actually a lot closer. But this difference is going to put them apart. Another kind of crazy thought here. I actually think Wingard Rangers just wins this. This is not Golden Cuirass, Guild of Men at Arms. They only have 4 armor, and your Wingard Rangers can do like 12 damage at this stage, right? Even just upgrading Lombos to elite status is enough to take this down. Because remember, like, Lombos are perfect against Guild Crossbowmen. They outrange. And they're definitely outgunning. Yeah, this is a terrible trade right now. Lash, I can't believe this. While Eddie Smurfy, aka Vortex, is getting ready for a tech up, he's getting trades like this. Guild Crossbowmen get taken out. Men at Arms are being ignored and then overwhelmed by the Knights one by one. He's actually just losing this game in the center. Wow. I can't believe that. If you're wondering how good this build is and how bad Order of the Dragon is, how about this for a comparison? Vortex was floating 4,000 resources while Lash was investing most of what he had off the back of 4 relics. And he still couldn't scratch the surface of this cop. These two civs are worlds apart right now. Wingard Palace now on the way, as we would expect, because you want to know why? Vortex is a winner. It's in the name, and it wins every time. I've been seeing it in the game at the moment. This is the landmark to beat, truly. Lash with Mass Guild Crossbowmen, you're going to feel your heart sink when you see that tech up come. Right? Because elite Lombos, especially if they rush volley, destroy Guild Crossbows. You can't gap close before you're dead. It's actually brutal, right? Like, even with the Inspired buff, you're doing 20 damage, right? These Lombos already are doing 10 damage. And look at the difference in cost. 240 to 90 resources. Lash went for the completely wrong units. That's true. Because anyone who doesn't go for Landsknecht is going for the wrong units. Oh, pros are working very hard to get the Wingard Palace nerfed. Which is kind of a shame, because I don't like the idea of Berkshire being meta again. I think defensive landmarks being meta is bad. I think actually the end result of what's happening here is that White Tower is going to get nerfed. White Tower is what makes this all feel so free. Trade outs coming in. Still only veteran Lombos, right? So Lash is trying to take a fight while he can. But Footmen have already been queued up. Oh boy. A little bit surprised it's not Rangers, but he needs more of a front line, right? He's only got 2 Knights left over. Guild of Crossbowmen will kill those, so he does need to build something to front for him in these fights. Lombos now with a dive forward. Immediately just going to start targeting down the crossbows. Decent micro coming in from Vortex there, just to min-max. All crossbows moved to the equation, and I think that's just going to be GG. I mean, what's Lash's comeback here, right? Like, he can try to tech up, but the difference is day and night now. And you know it's Wingard. You know it's going to be wave after wave. Even if you could get past the Swabia, that doesn't help you militarily. In a game where you may have all the relics of the world, but you don't really have any cannon placements prepped to go up, do you? Right? Like, you'd have to get the space to build those under English Lombo fire. There you go, guys. Elite status in. 11 damage per strike. It's only looking hard to kill this guy because he has the buff on, which gives him the +1 armor. But outside that, like, it's 6 damage reduction against 11 damage, right? So this is a unit that isn't meant to hit hard against heavy units. Because the elite status, it's actually clearing you up quite fast. Folks, this is just wave number 1. Wave number 2 is now coming. King's Green rebuilt. I always love how clowny the Lombos look when their bow is still extended and they basically look like they're wearing a Lombo. It's like some sort of weird tutu in reverse. House of Swabi now on the way. My issue is, do you not just get idled out on farms now for this? Because even 6 footmen is a lot, actually. 290 HP each. That equates a combined health of over 1,500 between those 6 units. That's kind of bonkers to say out loud. Right, to give you the exact number, they have got 1,740 HP. Sorry, no, not 740. They've got 1,680 HP. And they hit for 21 damage each, by the way. Villagers running for safety here. Remember when we start this game by saying that they're defensive efficient because they're villagers, like there's less of them, they can hide? There you go, guys. There's the positive. That is the only positive, because Incineraris is now in. 14 damage versus even a 21 damage. This is just a terrible exchange. He has to try and target Lombos instead of footmen. Which means even if you clear up the Lombos, the footmen are left to idle the entire area afterwards. And this is wave number 1. Second wave now on the way. The timing on the English right now is insane. This Civ, I mean, it's crazy to think that the next S-tier tournament compared to the last, we're likely to see English go from the worst performing Civ in a tournament to being a top 4 performer. That is wild to consider. But every day I watch more English. Every day it seems more feasible. It's still a puzzling Civ that needs solving for. My only hopes is, at least these type of games, what we might get out of this is Order of the Dragon getting buffed. This Civ needs something. Something I actually think needs a rework more than a buff. Something fundamentally at the core of this Civ needs to be changed to make it feel more worth it. Because right now, this simply isn't it. Triple the HP instead of double? Alright, you smoking something. I think maybe production. See, the problem, I don't want to level up production because level up production makes the mid-game better. And I think mid-game is the only thing that they do really well. Healing and feudal would be broken. Congrats. It's a tough one for sure. Someone mentioned the idea of giving them extra population in Imperial Age, like an extra plus 50. But I always say you need to be careful about anything requiring Imperial heavily, because like when you do that, what you do is you reward people for booming instead of playing the game. This is always a tricky challenge with balancing civs around Imp. Because I think the reason why the AoE 4 meta is in the best place has been in a long time is because there's a lot of rewards for feudal and castle now, and not as many for Imperial. So the challenge is balancing any changes you make to civs like the dragons around rewarding feudal castle, not just Imperial play. Marching drills? Well, considering their boots are like twice the size of the normal people because they're giants, maybe we make that cost like 3 times what it would. Prelates and monasteries in feudal with inspired warriors with some other nerf? Quite possibly. I think if you do that, you'll have to nerf the men-at-arms. The men-at-arms will have to lose +1 armor to each. That would be the balance point, I think. Are German people even historically giant people? No, to be honest, this should have been the order of the Dutch, right? Like, all Dutch people are really tall. Because you know how that works, right? Like, you're either tall or you drown at birth. Because they live in a swamp, so. So Lash is hoping that hand cannoneers can be a saving grace. I got really bad news for him. And I hate to be the bad news guy because I'm trying to find a positive here. But guys, Lombos counter hand cannoneers. Really, really hard. I think the only upside he's got right now is that this is a no volley game. Oh, no. Okay. Yep. Scrap that. It's a volley game. I'm so sorry. He has 25 footmen, man. This is crazy. What a powerful civ. It's polar opposites on production, right? It's like Order of the Dragon takes a long time to produce any units, and you've just got Wingard pumping this. Here's the crazy thought right now. These elite gilded men-at-arms have 340 HP. Footmen have 280. They're practically the same stats, but one costs double what the other does. And also takes half the population. God. The more you think about that, the more wild it is, right? I never sat here and really contemplated the stats of the two units, but it's true. Footmen are more affordable, take less population, and only have slightly, barely worse stats than Order of the Dragon Gilded Men-at-Arms in Elite. Ram's now coming in. I mean, this is GG. It's going to get called. One of the best civs on the ladder right now, up against one of the worst, and all we can do is sit and wonder, when are the dragons going to be made more like a Game of Thrones character and less like a Disney one? Whew. That was quite brutal. So, English footmen are better than gilded men-at-arms. That's a pretty interesting one. Who sent that replay? No one sent it. We look for a lot of replays off the ladder. Matchups that we think might be intriguing. I think that was like probably uploadable from the interesting discussion towards the end there. Like that is very intriguing. The fact that footmen are better statistically almost than Gilded Men-at-Arms. Just heard Amelia Clark yell, "Where are my dragons?" Oh no. Oh no no no. Want one reply? You mean replay? I mean, who you got in mind? Let me see. Yeah, I gotta tell Dev about that. The high-level Empire Wars replay versus Poppy if you need. We might get to the Empire Wars at the moment. I think we like slot into that afterwards. So, because we still got some more 1v1s to do, right? In fact, let me double check life and ladder first of all. Oh my god! Oh my god! Don's online! Don's online. Donald is here. I can't believe it. Oh, is that Zertan Spice? That's probably Zertan. Wait, no, that might be... Is that Avali? That actually might be Avali. It's either Avali or Zertan. Oh, wait, or is this that other guy? Is that Ravane? Yeah, Ravane. There we go, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Drop hacker guy. Wait, what do you mean? Really? Does he do that? Nani? That's a strong allegation, sir. Hello, YouTubers. You're asking what new civ? Basically, we've worked a show match up that's going to be showing off a new civ created by Hosin. Hosin has made a Delhi variant called the Persians that we're going to be checking out a bit later. That's going to be happening in 4 hours. Wait. Yeah, 4 hours. It's got a scroll all. Oh. Yikes. Whoa, Jesus. That's a different account, right? On his main, he doesn't have that from what I can see. On the one that's just got linked by Spice, I don't think he had any drops. In fairness to him. Main. Well, you know, his highest rank one. His name is now that. You call your... Yeah, you just change, dude, you just change it back to Ravenus. You're What do you think about variant civs after having them for such a long time? I like it. I like the idea of variant civs eventually being choices you make within the primaries. Almost like you expand the civ pool to like 20, core 20, and then you bring the variant civs and you smush them back into the primaries with altering. So create another variant civ, right? So like you have Jaune and then you have Burgundy, right? And actually there's like 3 arcs There's a huge overhaul on what it is, or even 2 arcs, right? So like you can choose these extra units in one form or the other. That would be a huge overhaul, though. I don't think they'd ever do that, but I love the idea of us eventually getting that. Maybe in AoE5. What's up, Paco? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. I should make Marine Lord as a hero unit. I just love this idea, this little 4'2" guy wearing like a little squire hat. Be like, I spit on you, I'm sorry, Marine Lord. The moment I said he had to be 4 foot tall, I had to do it that way. Oh, I love the guy. So, we have Lucifron is playing some games. Oh, he was... Okay, so Lucifron hopped off a few hours ago. There's actually a Louis MT versus Lucifron game, guys. So, I think we checked that out. Because I just realized I forgot about that. It's going to be a 4 Lakes game. I don't feel like I really get to see much of Louis on 4 Lakes, actually. Yeah, we do a lot of Louis here. Louis is like one of the most active players, though, right? Like, he grinds more than anyone else at this point, almost. So, let me get that game up. Yeah, like, what would Marino's secret ability be there, then? Like, do you just give him a taunt ability where everyone, like, chases after him? Oh my god, dude, I need a modder to do this now. But yeah, I think we should do the Puny Peasant Civ, right? Like, Order the Dragon are bigger. Why are we not doing smaller? A Civ that uses 0.5 population. Wait, isn't that just Yumi? Taunting buffs up his army? No. Taunting, like, what Taunting does is it aggroes the enemy army, so they have to attack you. Anyone here played Dota 2? There's a character called Axe that does this. It's called Berserker Call. He goes, ah! And then, like, everything near him attacks him. They can't stop themselves from attacking him. Which is doubly bad in that game, because he has this thing where every time he's attacked by someone, there's a chance that he does an AoE attack. Yeah. Literally just do a taunt like Axe. He's like, you stupid the game, and then all of a sudden the knights just can't stop charging at him, right? And you bait spears. Boom. We figured it out. Oh, man. Oh, Freya says hello. Hi, Freya. Hello. My daughter's with me mum today. Yeah, my daughter goes to one set grandparents on Monday, and then the other set on Tuesday. Could do the R again? What do you mean? What R? Wait, what? Oh, I mean, that's what he did. Like, full on, like, freaking... Dude, he literally just sticks his arms out. He's like, fudge me up, bro! Like, he's literally... You know what it is? Axe is that guy... You know in the movie... Sometimes in the movies, there's a guy that does the endurance training where he's being punched in, like, the chest. It's that. That's Axe. That is literally Axe. Like, he's taking Joker to the next level. He's like, hit me. I want you to hit me. Do you want to know why I use an axe? It's a question for another day. You know, I've just realized we may be a channel that watches a lot of Louis, but I don't think we've ever watched this. Louis MT on 4 Lakes up against one of the Water Masters, Lucifron. In an English-Rus matchup, actually, a very intriguing one to me, because Rus used to be one of the hardcore focus points for this map. It was considered one of the most dominant civs by far. English, not so much. I think English very rarely came out, and when they did, it was all about a council hall drop and all in. But times are changing. We are in the age of kings here. And I'm wondering if, even with the value of a council hall on this type of map, the fishing behind it, do we just still see the same old Abbey of Kings builds that everyone and their mum are going for right now? Either way, game begins the same. Dock drops coming in on both sides. Lucifron and Louis setting up in opposite corners. And Lucifron a little bit early on the dock drop. Could have waited a slight bit, but not too far off optimal here, right? And remember, these fishing boats are not going to come out quickly, right? They take an insanely long time. 38 seconds. The crazy thing is, despite the fact that they cost twice what a normal fishing boat does, and they take basically almost twice as long, they're so much more valuable because of how fast they pick up and the fact they never have to come back. So yeah, at the same time on the other side of this, the good news, at least from English's perspective, is like they actually get a 10% discount on the boats. It's something that usually gets glazed over. You have to remember that for a very long time, the thing that a lot of people really focused in on was this. Admiralty for the English, which gave extra range. That usually comes in deeper, and I don't think that's as important on a map like Four Lakes. Because on Four Lakes, it's not about massing a huge army in one pond. It's about playing multiple ponds. That's another reason why English hasn't historically been a very popular pick on Four Lakes compared to Rus, Chinese, Abbasids, because it's not about a focus point, right? It's the same reason I'm not crazy about Juju on this map either. I think these type of civs really want one location you can hunker down on, and then you can leverage your advantages to a big fight. A little bit of deer sniper coming out. I love the fact that Louis has pulled a villager out. Okay, that's sick. The deer is so close to home, he's actually using the villager to guarantee that Lucifron doesn't get much gold out of this. So, coming out the other side of this, admittedly, Lucy hasn't got that much for it, right? Like, bounty-wise, he's sitting at... you start 100 gold, right? So it's 130 gold. 130 bounty is pretty rough. That can't be right. Is he really at 130? That's wild to think about. Remember, there's no extra gold escalation going on here because when you're on a water map, you don't add a hunting cabin because you need the wood for a fishing boat instead. That is brutal. And yeah, wait, why did... Okay, that's a good question, Baltin. Why does the minimap show us a donut? Is this like a comb over? Is there like only one tree in the center of this? Like, I think the minimap is smoking something, man. Whatever they smoke, they've just like, they basically put their bud out in the center of this patch. Because that looks like it is a full wood line. It just... No, I think he is... Like, he legitimately is missing a few trees, right? Look at the thickness there. Like, I hate to bald shame Lucifron. Because he's the lad who's kept his hair. But, like, he's 100% comb-overing here. I don't think I've ever seen that on Four Lakes before. That's so weird. Anyway, elsewhere, fishing has been escalating on both sides. We should be reaching H2 soon. I'm going to speed it up a bit. We probably could have done this for this early phase. There are some matchups where you sneak docks. This isn't one where that's atypical, right? Like, you're not playing Abbasids that get them cheaper. You're not playing Japanese that have the extra stone generation for arrow slits. These are two civs I'm expecting a more orderly approach to the early game into Feudal Age. And that Feudal Age is going to begin with a king. Abbey of Kings on the way. Lucifron, mismacroing a bit, had way too much food sitting in the back there. Is going to now go for the Kremlin. And that's just to be secure the gold and the fat wood line. Because he's noticed that he's been scammed here, guys. He's like, where are my trees? Like, what Lucifron didn't realize is his starting wood line was like playing... what is that terrible map with the little pond in the center that you have to chop into? Like, actually, this is... To be honest, this is like Hideout. Because Hideout works this way as well. Don't know if you guys have actually looked at a large map of Hideout. But when you go beyond a 1v1, Hideout center is hollowed. Because you know why they've done that, right? It's because... trees add a lot of lag to the game. So they had to hollow it out so people's frame rates didn't basically go down into... How to put this politely? All of the Dragon Spearman rushing levels of IQ, aka under 20. So Kremlin, Abbey of Kings on the way. And yes, Oasis was the map. Thank you very much, Mujotita. So what are the win conditions for these two civs? Lucifron's looking for fast castle, right? Especially now that it's a king build, I don't think you want to play too many knights. It's very hard to pinch this king because he moves quicker than knights. And if he gets home, he just heals all damage off. I'm wondering if we have any invasions coming out. Oh, we do. It's already happening. Louis goes on the offensive into Lucifron's pond. Now, this is really important. If Lucifron queues up a fishing boat first, he's in trouble. He has no reason to suspect the enemy is here. Meanwhile, Archer ship already on the way. And the timing might betray Lucifron. Nope. Our boy knows. Lodya has been queued up. That's interesting as well, because like another thing that usually makes Rus really broken on these type of maps is after they're done pushing you off of a pond, unlike other civs, they haven't got wasted value there, right? Because let's say I've got a Lodya attack ship, I can just convert it. Congrats, you are now a fishing boat. It's insane how much that saves you on rebooming eco afterwards. It's a big part of what historically made Rus broken on water maps. Sick micro so far. I mean, Louis getting outplayed here. This is the challenge, right? Like, Lucifron, Vortex, they are considered the kings of water. So fishing is getting pretty big at home, but this is A little bit suboptimal from Louis because he's about to lose the close fish and have to split long. And Aravi sets up a second dock and splits his 2 fishing boats. But I think right now, maybe he has other goals in mind, just kind of fixated on every piece of wood going into the pond because the second dock did just come up. King now moving across on the dock as well. There's nothing to really contest that, so Scout plus King could add a lot of damage in. And that's exactly why he's now just forced Lodya Galley to be queued up by Lucifron. Quite annoying to have to do this, especially when your true goal is Castle. We always knew that was going to be the case, right? The whole idea is you race towards relics, and you can afford the Warrior Monks to do that quickly due to the fact that you've got fishing. For Louis, I think he wants a longer feudal. It makes sense, right? Like, if you play this into a mid-game situation, your fishing is just worse than the Roost, full stop. So Louis is trying to guarantee that he doesn't have to end up in that state. Archer, at least able to push this way. But the funny thing is this king could actually rotate into the back line. I'm surprised he hasn't done this yet. The Kremlin doesn't guard the wood line. So you could actually idle your opponent out in the back of his base with this king. Kind of a missed opportunity, actually, by Louis. Louis at least is winning in different ways, though. Sprinkle count favors him. Moves in now for the poke. Second dock is coming up. I love how these two have somehow found a way of turning one corner into a mini Holy Island. Usually you do not see the boat count go above, I'd say, about 4 on a pond because there's so much back and forth. Looks like we're going to rebalance that now as the dive come in. Second demo ship on the way out now from Lucifron. Scout in the meantime has gone down. Lucifron is riding blind here and he's getting ready for a tech up. Meanwhile, Louis continues to commit to Age 2. And a little bit of a missed micro there. Unorthodox from Lucifron. I don't think he meant to send in the attack ship that way because that was a throwaway. No way do you approach free sprinkles like that. And that's going to force him to use even more gold now on this pond. So it's keeping him away from his castle timing now. That's pretty bad. Like, one loss like that can change the dynamic. It can be a difference between a tech up now and a tech having an extra 30 seconds tacked onto it. Lucifron looking like he's about to lose his pond. Demo ship baits him in. He doesn't even get the finishing touch. Okay, Louis playing with him now. Are you kidding me? He gets it at the end, but it comes at a price. 3 ships down to kill a single demo. That's it. Lucifron's lost the pond. This is uncontestable now. Demo is even going to ride in. That's going to be a big hit. 2 boats together. Has to split them. Makes a choice in the end, and I love that micro from Louis. Getting the full HP one as low as possible to snipe it out. Demo coming in, but just hits into the galleys instead. And Lucifron, things are getting worse and worse here. I mean, the destroyed value really speaks for itself in this game. It's getting out of hand. Abbey of Trinity is at least on the way. That's his upside. How about this for a downside, though? The king is still in play. The king can actually deny the first Saint. So you have to go for a knight first before you go for a warrior monk. It's been a heavy investment from Louis. I'm starting to wonder if it was fully worth it, but at least he's got control now, right? Demo will go into the center. He'll hold it there until they get low to finish him off quickly. But now he needs to catch up. And Louis, he starts to queue it up straight away. So he will tech up on a delay compared to Lucifron. But at least the good news now is Louis can play double pond, right? Like, this pond is fully blocked out from Lucifron. And look at this from Louis. You cheeky git. This is classic Louis in a nutshell. He draws you in, he wastes your time, and while you're wasting time on it, he's converting from 1 pond into 3. Honestly, sometimes watching this guy feels almost revolutionary. The way that he does these type of strategies is almost like no other on the ladder right now. What a cool execution. Four knights get queued up. Lucifron not out of this game yet, but definitely in a shaky position here because 4 stables on 1 pond is quite burdensome. That feels like that's your entire economy going into knights only. Louis hasn't teched up yet, though, right? So there is a window of opportunity here. In fact, Louis needs to be fast about this. The food has been a little bit too slow for my liking. I think the 3rd pond this quick may have been too greedy. These knights may prove to be a problem. White Town now on the way. 37 villages to get this up. Oh my god. It's the correct call, though. Luckily for him, Lucifron lost the scout early. This is huge. The scout going down so early means the knights are a little bit delayed on arriving with the charge. He's going to get in. He'll find probably about 5 or 6 villager kills, but the rest should be safe. The tech up should be complete. And although it may be a villager loss, it's a win on the ocean. King immediately upgrades as well. Lucifron only now playing out to relics, right? Like, first one's home already, second one is coming. Louis needs to start pumping knights now. White Tower is going to give him a good ramping timing. He needs to add in additional stables, though, right? With this amount of food income, you need to be doing more. This is a tough one now for Lucifron, though. He needs 5 relics to contest this. Anything less, and this starts to look one-sided. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, it's actually a big deal that he only has 1 pond. He has at least got the high trade house, but if I'm not mistaken... Oh, sorry, no, it's Abbey Tree, wasn't it? Yeah, so no high trade house. I'm so used to seeing high trade house. Kind of makes sense, right? Like, he needed those wood savings to get the monk timing that he got. Especially when you drop a quadruple stables. Undermesh now on the way from Lucy. But this is very difficult. Like, he's focusing on the eco, which makes sense, but the reality is, these knights, they're going to trade better if you reach equal numbers, right? Due to the attack speed aura. And here's another thought. If you don't keep probing, like what Lucifron's doing, the damage you've done gets reset because of the king heal. So that's why you keep seeing him dive relentlessly. Because look at that heal. 6 every second. Because the Abbey of Kings is right on the edge of the gold. Damn, talk about optimization. I don't know if that is what Louis ever had in mind, but he's using it well now. Knight's in with the dive. Love the reaction with the short bows. Straight away starts attacking with the network of castles. And Lucifron, like, the reality is he's trying to contest the gold, but the food is a bigger problem on the horizon, right? Like, I could easily see Louis just starting to add in spears here. He has so much food to work with. That's an interesting idea. Batch production for White Tower. I've actually said I'd love to see some civs have some elements of batch production. I played Age of Empires 3 last year, and I've got to say that was a really nice thing that the game had. I don't think it's a bigger problem right now, but back then, Age of Empires 4 had a very big issue with scaling production that made it kind of suck. And yes, Byzantines do have batch production with the mercs, right? You are correct. But like that, I think that's another reason why Byzantines feels good. The production rate from system, yes, but also the fact they have that batch production. It's just something... If I had to choose one feature from AoE 3 with what experience that I'd like to see in AoE 4, it might be batch production. And yes, you're correct. There are a few forms, right, within Mongol double production. But there's no true batch production form is what I'm getting at, right? Like, you queue them at the same time. So for those that haven't played AoE 3, the way it would work in AoE 3 is you could be halfway through a production and you could add extra ones into that production. Knee-jerk reaction if you want to. It's very, very different. That clashes. Lucy's still keeping the lead in that count for the moment. Relic count is up to 3 for him. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Look at what's happened in the economy. With all those raids on land, Louis doesn't actually have a lead. In fact, he hasn't really been scaling this pond on the south side because he's been so distracted. Needs to fix that. Needs to recalibrate for it soon. Either that or we're heading to a second TC. It looks like for now it's going to be Spring replacements. And there is a sneak attempt coming in. Lucifron was trying to get under the pond. I would be surprised if this works. This knight spam is really important from Louis, by the way, because if he stops spamming knights, Lucifron will move all these knights over to burn the docks. So you have to engage in this. No Boy's Fortitude yet from Lucifron's a big problem, by the way. Boy's Fortitude is a game changer here. You're in the mid-map where there's no extra attack speed. The extra health lets you run in, because basically what you do with that extra health is you tank a hit. So if Louis attacks you, you have an extra hit to then run behind him and pinch him. And that's important, because if you get that pinch, the heal doesn't matter, right? That heal only works if you're not in combat. So your goal as Lucifron here is to outnumber, get that extra health, because it's like a textiles for knights, and then dive the enemy. Basically cut off their retreat. And look at this. Lucifron sneaking back onto the pond. South side. Oh, villager. Uh-oh. Well, this is going to prove annoying. Knights are on the way, though. So that's actually the correct reaction by Louis. He's already walled the other side, so he doesn't have to worry about a flank attack there. And his opponent's distracted on the northern lake. So this is a smart play. He pulls all the knights, and now burn down the dock. Demo ship. I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if it came out, it wouldn't kill the knights. It's not even going to get out, though. That was a very swift reaction by Louis. Important that he gets that as well. You know, if he'd been 30 seconds later, he'd have a problem here. Instead, he can now just focus on rescaling. And I believe we are looking at Imperial Age now for English, which makes a lot of sense. The timing you get on Wingard, like right now, he's kind of mirroring the count for Roos. The moment he gets Wingard, Lucifron can't play the strategy anymore. He'll lose. And the timing is kind of vicious for Lucifron, right? Like he's only now getting Boy's Fortitude. So Louis could easily just detonate his opponent with his play. He might be threatened into doing Berkshire. I hope not. I feel like the Wolves and the Knight count that you've got going is good enough. The fact he's not adding in Lombos is what makes me reluctant to say that it's going to be Wingard, though. Typically, when you see Wingard, you have 2 unit comps going into it to make sure you can't be all in. Because, for example, in this situation, if you're relying just on Knights with Wingard, your opponent adds in Spears, it's GG. You don't have good enough defenses. Cheeky little intercept here. 1 relic left to grab. That one is just not going to be happening, though, as it's been walled into the Louis base. Clash on the Sea is building. And look at this. He's perfectly positioned. Louis doesn't know about it. However, Louis still has his fully fledged fleet here to defend. This has to be so annoying for Lucifron. Like, this heal on the go is insane. It really doesn't compare what you get out of a Warrior Monk here. Right? Like, this Warrior Monk is going to kiss boo-boos better on one person. Meanwhile, this Aura heals 2 every 1 second for everyone. And while the Warrior Monk heal is stronger, you know, if you have to heal 6 units compared to the 1, you'll always choose the King. This is getting out of control. Outpost now coming up as well. This is huge if Louis can get it. I don't think we have Network of Citadels. Oh, we do. All right, Network of Citadels changes everything about the dynamics here. Knights. Whoa! Whoa, boy! Initial trade not too bad for Lucifron. Looked like a 2 for 2. Spearman arriving as well. Looks like it's going to force Louis back. And I'm wondering, now that he's seen the spear so early, does he react or does he keep going? I weirdly enough wouldn't be surprised if he keeps going here. Knights, now for the clash. Outpost being rushed up behind this. If he gets that attack speed or online, this is over. Lucifron barely holding his own. The spearman count just simply not looking big enough. Knight count being reduced to practically nothing. What a fight out of Louis. The A-Click brain took over, and it proved too powerful here. Outpost goes up a little bit too late. That feels a little bit wasted. And although Lucifron does push him back, what you need to be really kind of cognizant of here is the difference in food down the line here, right? Like, where does Lucifron now scale? Losing that many Knights hurts. The military count might still favor him, but I think it's a lie where it matters. It's 8 Knights rather to 19. See if maybe going a bit better for Lucifron at least. Demo's going to move in. However, Lucifron, I think he miscalculated here. Yeah, extra demos are now coming through, so that's good. Counter demos are on the way from Louis. Needs to actually block these out. Unfortunately, he's going to have to make sacrifices, splits the fleet up. And demo goes in. Lucifron a little bit slow to react there. Luckily, the size of the ships allows him to skirt the edge of it there. A lot of demos are being committed, though. Lucifron realizing if he wants to get back in this game, he needs this food. He needs it fast. Louis rebolstering. I can't help but wonder if Louis just built a handful of men-at-arms or spears here, how much easier this would be. Saints Blessing triggers again. Attack speed aura is there, though, and you can see he wants no part of it. It's so hard to fight English like this. I said it before, I'll say it again. That attack speed aura, it's illogical. It's way too good. I think it should be an activatable. I've said it before, and I hold strong on that. I'm trying to think if there's a single person at some point that has not complained about how good the attack speed aura is for the English. I feel like I come up dry. It's one of the most oppressive mechanics in AoE 4. Second TC coming online for Lucy. It's a land conversion. Louis is getting ready for a different type of value. It's definitely him. Wait, is that wall even... Okay, thank God. My heart was about to go to that. So it looks like Lucifron has secured the north side pond again. But it's going to come at a price. Louis is going with that Wingard we talked about, and this hurts me, man. This thing is actually so powerful right now. The scale point he's going to get, he could just actually convert into Footman. Footman is sick here, by the way. Footman will destroy Spearmen, but they also destroy Knights. They get the +5 damage, right? He could go Raiders if he wants to keep pace. I don't know if you really need it to bolster you, though. But, like, the reality is from a tech advantage, like, you know, if you just go Elite Knights and you keep scaling Knights, it works. And the price you're paying is primarily food anyway. And you should have a lot of that with fishing. Then again, I wouldn't say Louis has been optimal in the way that he's been fishing the pond. Right? He's gone for the 1x1. So there's loads of gaps in his gathering. He has this surge and then it disappears. Luciferon now looking for a dive in. Night upgrade is coming in 35 seconds though. You're not going to break the wall quick enough. Luciferon actually needs his own tech. If he can get into Imperial Age, Roos can actually win this matchup very, very heavy-handedly actually. What you do is you go Streltsy, you go Horseman, and then you go Siege. Because the Streltsy will clear the front line. Lombos can't counter the Streltsy because you have Siege. And because you have the Banded Arms, English can't beat your Siege. But that requires you walling up and creating choke points. If you look right now, this is not very choke-oriented. Right now, this map is wide. This map is wider than me after all-you-can-eat hummus-based buffet. That's coming in. Footman being queued up. And no, I wouldn't say Lucy's turned this around. He's up against the wall. He's so far away from him at this stage. He would have to pop out before he goes. Like, that's the difference right now. Louis' army is much smaller, but the quality much better. Or rather, economy is much smaller. Keep drop. Oh, this is a tough choice. Luciferon basically has to fight. But the Footman gets sent in a choke point like this, they're just not dying. This just doesn't work. The attack speed aura is already extended out to here. I just don't know how you stop him building this up. This key drop to secure the gold is huge for Louis. Luciferon, now stuck in a choke point, fighting up against Footman is the worst place to be. Castle completes. And Luciferon, army is being shrunk fast. Oh boy. We got a problem. At this stage, the Spearman can't hold this back. There's just not enough of them compared to the Knights. And Hand Cannoneers now being queued up by Louis out of the keep. Sick read. I can't believe this, man. He's down by almost 40 economy, and he's going to win this game. This is it. Luciferon will not be able to hold this back. Even with no biology, these Knights are simply too tanky and hit far too hard. Footman still in the mix, and GG gets called. Roos may seem like the kings of Four Lakes, but right now, Louis is proven to be the king of tempo. England, with this Wingard build, need fear nothing. Even those matchups in the late game, where they are not favored, the difference is how much quicker they can get there. Yeah, Don. No. They're not basically men-at-arms. They're better men-at-arms. Like, their health is insanely better than men-at-arms. So they have 280 HP. They do 20 damage. They have slightly less melee armor than men-at-arms, but the same ranged armor. The armor clad affects them. And they get +5 damage against Cav. They are very, very good. Oh, sorry, Invictus. El Disapiro. Got him for 5 minutes. What did Invictus do? Twitch chat coming with some interesting takes. Wait, what was the interesting take? Yikes. Dude, what is this toxicity? I'm going to have to increase the cost of the timeout request, aren't I? Poor Fatplot. I don't know what he done. But, yeah, so what do we call that one? That was very interesting, actually. Just how good is the New England fish builds? Right, there we go. So, let me have a look at who else we've got Because we might have some others on the ladder live. Wait, Don's playing more placement games? Poogers. Be sure to let us know if they're good, honey. He always does. Your push-up budget has taken a hit. Yeah, well, that's the thing I have to keep... Like, dude, I wish there was an interesting... It'd be cool if there was some way of, like, having Twitch's points automatically adjust for inflation, right, over time. Because that's not, like, a thing, right? That would be an intriguing thing for them to add. You're 1-1? Dude, you got to do the Cat experience. You need to lose all your games. You know what I mean? Do you guys remember when Cat done that? He literally disappeared from AV4 for like 2 months because of it. Wait, what is this matchup? Why? Oh, I see. Blid. Wait, no. Blid is like 33 games in. He's Diamond 2. Why is he getting ranked into Anatan? Like, bruh. No. No, that's bullying. We don't condone that. How do I review SpongeBob look? Wait, how do I look like SpongeBob? Wait, what? Oh, Dragavan and Gully in chat at the same time. You've practiced builds. I mean, I feel like you struggle to get to practice with people right now. So, do you guys want me to show you the Civ quickly now? Should I show you the Civ quickly now? Give you a little teaser of what's to come. Because some people think I'm lying about there being a new Civ. There's a new Civ. Wait, should we cast a practice game of Dragavan versus Gully? Or should we save that until... We should save that until the show match, right? I'll quickly show you guys the new Civ a little. We'll have a little quick look for like 5 minutes. Because this is really cool. It deserves like a lot of praise what Hosen done. Hosen basically created a new Civ. So it's called Persia. You guys can check it out yourself. But let's have a look. So you basically, to play it, you need to have the tuner pack Persia on. You have to select Delhi. Unfortunately, there's no way around this because modding limitations. But it's still impressive what they've done. So what I'll do is I'll put cheats allowed. I'm a cheater. What can I say? Can you guys remember the cheat codes? I always forget. Type them in chat for me. I'm lazy. Help a brother out. Ha! Order the Dragon. I got this. Smorgasbord. Thank you. That's the one. And Inner Jiffy. Yep, those are the two. Thank you. Thank you. Look at you guys. I knew you were all a bunch of cheaters. This was just bait to expose the cheaters amongst you. Oh my god. I bet if I was like, anyone know where I can download a good aimbot? You guys would have had the answers too. Disgusting. Inner Joffy? Wait, it was space, wasn't it? I don't know. Presumably it worked. Wait, no, they didn't work. Oh, yeah, you have to type them, right? There we go, yeah. For some reason, copy and paste doesn't work. Bruh. How, like, hit in a jiffy... Was it space? There we go. It worked. Alright, so guys, let's talk about the Civ. There's already something different right at the start. You get what's called a Zamnidar. Zamnidars are spearmen that can build. They are weaker spearmen, though. Notice they start with 6 damage instead of, I believe it's 7 for Dark Age spearmen, typically. And then they have 65 HP. But they can build. So you can have them build a house. Wow! OP, they build them straight away. Now, remember, we've got Inner Jiffy on. Yeah, so you only start with 5 villages. So, like, this is a very interesting point. Like, I'll talk about this a bit more in the show match, but I talked to Hosen about this. Because my immediate thought was, like, actually, what this should have been is you should have had the ability to convert villagers to spearmen. That would be the cool balance. He's like, I wanted to do that, but I can't because they don't give us, like, well, he didn't say that. I'm going to say it this way. They basically haven't given us the modding tools to do that. He wanted to do that. But have a look at these. Dude, what? Fat Blop comes back. I need more mods. But have a look at this. So there's some really cool things here with the tech up choices because he created new landmarks and everything. So you can do the Gundishapur or the Rudkan Castle. The Rudkan Castle, it's a TC with a very interesting twist. It costs 3 times more to produce villages out of it. That's a very, very intriguing landmark decision. and it can make towers for 50 wood. That's kind of wild. That, it sounds OP until you realize you're paying 3 times the food cost. I think that's not a bad balance, actually. That's a pretty unique design. Let's have a look at the Gundispar, because it's got some interesting... Or Gundashapur, I need to get used to saying that. The Gundashapur has some very interesting, unique landmark choices. So, ta-da! Look at... Wow! I've never seen this building before. So check these. You've got the Eco upgrade. So you unlock the pass, right? And if you unlock the Eco path... Oh, sorry, I just realized I'm in the way, aren't I? Well, basically, I'll read them to you. So this reduces the cost to produce villages by 50%. So you basically get fresh foodstuffs better. You can unlock the ability to sell 200 food for 150 gold in each farm. And you can decrease cost of farms by 25 wood. Or Melee Wing will give you decreased wood cost of archers by 20 wood. So basically, you get archers for the price of Yumi. You can unlock the Daylem Men-at-Arms, and you can increase health damage and torch damage of Men-at-Arms by 20%. So this is more like a Delhi focused on Men-at-Arms, right? The military stuff sounds really good to me. So, like, if we quickly go these, because they have some unique units. Let's also show the level 3s. So we've got Ali Kapu, which houses all eco upgrades. We've got to talk about the spelling here. Unlocking. Love to unlock. Some tech related to trade, and it can train traders cheap. So this is your trade one. And then you've got a defensive military landmark, which acts as a keep. And it works 100% faster. So it's a little bit like the White Tower. But you will lose the ability to get the tier 3 eco upgrades, which is a wild trade-off. But if we quickly do this. But yeah, so you've got these Daylem swordsmen that you get in Feudal Age. And they're not bad, actually. 126 health, 10 damage. Well, we did take the melee stuff, right? But the whole idea of these guys, you see that? They have a charge. So they actually have a charge. So if I can find... Here, I'll use it on a deer. Oh, wait, they won't charge deer, will they? All right, I need to go find my opponent. I think we're on African waters, so it shouldn't be too far. But yeah, this is the trade landmark. There's a lot of things in here, because basically you can get the Miltex as well. But they have the French trade gold generation thing, as well as the trade bags. And traders cost 80 resources. And then final landmark choices. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, you see what he does? He pulls out like a spear thing. And then thwomps them. It's pretty cool. Is it a mod? Yes, this is a mod that was made. So, outside that, final landmark choices, you've got the Maragare Observatory. Unlocks the ability to train units by only gold. So it's basically for Umba. And then you have the ability to train siege weapons by only gold. So, unlocks an English mercenary ship in dock. I haven't checked that yet, but that sounds hilarious. Yeah, let's erect our big tower. It's literally just... it's a giant stone tower. But yeah, he added observing. Oh my... What? I hadn't looked at this one yet. Look at the vision. Oh, that is powerful. But yeah, the unit conscription's here. So, oh crap, I'm in the way, aren't I? Here, I'll switch over to WinCap. So here, basically, it's a bit like an Ottoman element in the mixer, right? You have to pay for the units, but you get unique units. So for some reason, wait, am I? Oh yeah, we need to do I forgot about the dynasties. I've got to tell you guys about the dynasties. So dynasties is a thing here. So you basically can upgrade your units, if I remember correctly. So here you go. We go like this. Boom. So, and then we go Ashrafid. Basically, your your unit upgrades are in the TC. I haven't tried emergency tax yet, by the way. Prepare to collect tax, but reduce worker gather rate by 50%. So villagers stop working as protests, which is brilliant. You have to manually put them back to work. But only new villagers pay it. So the whole idea is you get this, right? And then I think when you build villages, you get gold. Yeah. So each villager, you get 25 gold. And you can keep upgrading that. That's kind of cool. But the gathering rate is worse, right? I think it was. Or something like that. There you go. So now they generate gold. 25 gold every 60 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I like the idea of this dynasty where you it's a little like old AoE 2 style, right? Where you have to You have to level it up from your TC, but it levels up your units. But yeah, look. Oh my god, dude. There's even more units than I expected. So you can get... Okay, Hosim, why do you hate casters? Jazereki, which are basically Streltsy? Oh my god. Hosen, I thought you would have balanced this a bit better. Jesus. I mean, in fairness, that's a 300 gold unit, right? You can also get Persian horse archers, which have arrow volley. Increase the attack speed of Persian horse archer forever by... Okay, Hosen, dude, we're definitely going to have to go through some balancing tunes here. So these guys attack every 3 seconds. They attack on the go, but you can do this. Okay. So you have to wait. Yeah. It's only upgrade once. So you get down to 1.46, but you pay 30 gold extra. I guess that's not too insane. But then we've got like all your standard units. You also have the Mace Horsemen, which are basically Ghazi. But what was interesting is this. The Asharid Savar. Because they have bonus damage versus heavy. So it's like heavily armored Ghazi. And then finally there's the Asarira, which is basically Cataphract stats, right? Yeah, 360 HP. Doesn't have trample. Has an insane amount of armor though. 7 melee armor. It's pretty nuts. But yeah, and then remember the Zamanidars are going to be weaker than other spearmen. Because like at this stage, I think elite spearmen usually have, I think it's 120 health. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. They have 11 damage though, I'm pretty sure of that. But yeah, this is the Civ that we're going to be showing off later today with Gully Deckle and Dragavan. Oh, I almost forgot. There's Siege, right? Yeah. Like we have camel cannons! The Zamburak. They are mobile field cannons, rather. They are basically horseback Azutsu. I remember reading this one. I chuckled. They also do have field cannons. So there you go. Yeah, so you basically get field cannons, which look like culverins, but they're actually designed to take out buildings. So he basically... that one's going to be confusing. I'd say that one, Hosen, we probably should have just stuck on cannons, because that's going to be confusing battles. Like, how units look is a very important thing. But yeah, look, these are basically Azutsu. I think they make the noise, right? Yeah, they basically make the same noise. Get them, boys. Oh, I see your balance point. Damn, they take a long time to attack. But they are great bombards. Okay, I didn't know that. Jesus. Wait, are they great bombards? Maybe not. It looked like they had AoE splash, but I don't think so. Damn. Let's find out. No, okay, they don't. They look like they have great bombard splash, but they don't. They have a very long deploy time. These aren't OP, actually. I do think that like the look of them is a bit confusing, though. Coals, but working as intended. Ayy. But then I think that's everything, right? I think we covered it. So yeah, guys, we're going to be show matching this in about 3 hours-ish in a best of 5. Actually, we're going to do a play all 5. It's not best of 5, play all 5. But yeah, you got the traders spam as well. I think we covered everything. Guys, how fast can I build a keep with a spearman? By the way, oh my god, OP. No, if we turn off in a, okay, I already theory crafted a strat that I think is going to be broken, and I think it's going to be keep rushes. You rush Castle Age, and you build keeps with your spearman. It's like you play, well, not rush Castle, but you play Feudal, and then you go Castle, and you build keeps with spearman. This will be the strat. I'm telling you guys. I love how you came up with a unique name for the mosque units as well. You went for the, what was it? The Akunds. I think that's everything. Wait, it says you have Golden Age. Was that intended? I think that's just a UI bug. But it was showing that you had Golden Age. And then he even created a unique landmark for them. A wonder, rather, for them. He created the Shah Mosque, which is a ginormous mosque. I love how obnoxiously big the scaffolding got on that, by the way. This is cool, though. We're going to have some fun with this. I feel like, I wonder if rushing him just might be kind of OP though. The Jazereki are going to be a very big question mark on balance. They do have a very slow attack speed though. So like something you'll notice that has been pretty consistent with the way that Hosen's designed this is a lot of the elements are slow to attack, I'd say. Right? Like the cannons, these Jazereki that seem like they'll be OP, they take 3 seconds to attack. They do have 5.5 time range though. Their dagger damage is insane. If only there was a way to stick them into melee, I'd stick them into melee. The 160 HP unit with an 84 damage melee attack. But I really do think, by the way, the unit that's going to be broken in this are these guys. I think the Lancers are going to be the most broken thing. These are knights that have plus heavy damage as well. This is their elite stats, by the way, so they don't get plus 12. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hosen, I think it's plus 8 heavy damage in Castle Age. It's going to be really strong. Rename your stream to new civs? Oh, we will. We will. I can't remember if... and remember, these archers, we said, you can get them cheaper. Because you're paying... Wait, why are you paying gold? Was there a reason I'm paying gold there? I think it's just the conscription building, right? Because I'm pretty sure they shouldn't cost gold. Let's have a look. Yeah, there you go. There's food and wood costs. Wait, did I not... Chat, did I not take the... I could have sworn I took the military, so I should be getting 20 wood off. Hosen, are they by default 100 resources? If so, why are the archers 100 resources? Oh, the 7 tower range. Okay. Dude. They cost way too much. I mean, dude, they're lombos. They're lombos with archer movement speed. Is their health lower, though? Their health looks like it might be lower in Feudal Age. -1 damage. That's true. But, like, that's the reason to take the melee wing. So I think, like, the Gunda Spur might be too good, then. I don't think you're going to want the TC. Like, that, the idea is good, but the way that you've integrated some of these techs here, I have a feeling that Gunda's Hupur is going to be the go. All right. There you go, guys. But that's how it works. They had 40 cost reduction. Oh, yeah, dude, that was insane. 5 HP higher. Got you. There you go. Without TC, you have no eco. You can still build it. No, dude. I think you go for the Gunda Spur, and you get basically old fresh food stuffs, and then you build a TC anyway. So you can still go for a TC. I think you just go Gunda Spur to do it, though. Paying free... Dude, are you kidding me? Paying 3 times the normal food cost for villagers? That's not a good exchange. That's way too expensive. All right, guys. Looks like we got Donati versus Kiljadi live from the ladder, so we've got to check that out. Can you play civs on custom FFAs? In theory, the problem, the one limitation is that they have to have a civ replacement assigned to them. So if you're playing with Persians, you can't play Delhi. That's the way it works. All right, one sec. Let me get predictions up for you guys. Oh, let me check YouTube as well. How are people looking? Why does Farman always shame my YouTube viewers? So rude. So who will win? Is it going to be Kiljadi or Don Ardi? He's back! Don has returned to us after 18 days of attempting to be a real human being. He has indulged his degenerate self. And what a person to queue into. This is, I believe, Donati's 3rd or 4th placement game, and he gets Kiljadi, of all people. The moment I heard this was going on, I had to catch it. Kiljadi is ranked 10th in the world right now with 2100 elo. He is one of the most aggressive players in Age of Empires 4, full stop. Which is fitting because Donati doesn't know chill. Don always aggroes. And what an interesting matchup. Abbasis versus Ottomans. Abel win on equal skill, but Kiljadi will win. Wow, Dragavan, the flame. I actually think that this matchup favors the Abbasis quite heavily. And do I need to do predictions again? Are you guys whining about predictions? Fine, I'll delete predictions and do them again. The neediness. All right, so we'll do Kiljadi versus Donati. Let's talk about why I think that this favors the Bastards. I think the 2TC build is too good. And when you're playing Ottomans, I think there's only really one way you can play this matchup, is 2TC. So it's going to be very telling what Killjoy does on the opening. If he tries to play a 1TC or a fast castle or something like that, I'm not going to be a big fan. Because I think while the Bastards are weak against tempo-based civs, like timing civs, ones that rush castle, the issue here is when an Ottoman player rushes castle, it doesn't really feel like a rushed castle. Do you guys get what I mean? Where, you know, you start to reach your point of value that you scale into, but it's not like all of a sudden you're spamming out knights 6 a minute, right? It's not like the English fast castle or the Japanese fast castle. It's a very subtle fast castle that escalates over time. And those are the type of castle age builds where Bastards punish very effectively. It's always off the back of these type of players. Military wing opening from Donai. Interesting choice, by the way. Don historically is a player that more often than not goes for the eco wing. The reason is that he likes to actually posture aggression in feudal, but his logic is usually after a delay, he likes to go free TC to recover his economy. So eco wing makes a lot more sense. But this shows you the importance of blunting away this initial pressure, right? Like Killjardy, if he's going for a fast castle build and he only produces passive units, your military wing units will destroy him. So this is now going to force Killjardy to play an active feudal age. And that is where Ottomans are weakest right now. That's where they got nerfed, right? That was the hit to their crown jewels, is with the decrease in production speed and the nerf to vizier points, Ottomans really struggle to get off the starting line now compared to where they were before. Sheephawk count is looking like a 9-13 split, and they have checked practically the entire map. So actually a really good beginning for Donati. You'd expect him to get more sheep by the fact that he goes onto the berries to begin with. Meanwhile, of course, Killjardy has to exhaust the sheep. So I think they were closer to even Stevens. And the nice thing about playing as the Ottomans is with the berry bushes from Mimna Redresser, and the fact that in about 90% of games right now, players are open with Anatolian Hills, means you get extra food to work with. How are you guys voting, by the way? I'm curious. Oh, that's what I want to see. Almost a perfect 50-50 split on predictions. 48% believe in Killjardy, 52% believe in the Artista. I promise you guys, this'll either be a fizzly wet fart or the best game of the day. This is how it works with Don. Bless him. I love Don, right? Like sometimes we'll actually just try to live stream his games, and he'll come in afterwards like, if it's a good game, KP, I'll tell you. He's very blunt about it. He's like, most of our games are going to be very weirdly Papega. It's, you know what it is? Don is, you know, you've got Don for EU, and then you've got Faye for NA. Swimmin' Arch is heading over. Stable drop coming in, plus the archery range. So Don is just going to go 1TC aggro play here. This is pretty ballsy. Although, might prove interestingly effective if you think about it, right? What was the options we gave Ottomans here? They're likely to either fast castle or 2TC. 2TC versus a Bastard 2TC has been popular, but usually you're likely to go for it blind, right? So if he goes for the second TC now straight away, Don can just shut him down. I don't mind this approach by Don, by the way. The logic behind adding in the stables is you essentially cover every single angle of the triangle in the opening. And it means no matter what choice your opponent makes, you can counter their beginning, right? That's the power of military wing, by the way. The fact that you save 300 resources in this process of getting 2 units in your comp. Of course, Don says save resources? No, what am I saving them for? To put to war? Let's just do that sooner rather than later. So Rax, archery range, stables now all online. And Killjardy, I don't know if he's fully scouted that. He probably saw the Rax and archery range. I assume he came around from the other side and saw the stables. If he didn't, he's in trouble. The problem I have here is he's built an archery range. It suggests that he didn't see the stables. Wait, no more Empire Wars at Red Bull? That didn't last long. Oh. So I just got informed Don's got internet problems. So this game might be difficult for him. Oh. No. This is going to be tough. Considering this is a 1TC all-in, any ping issues could just lose in the game. Because it means you haven't got any recourse if you lose the fight. We put 20k points on Don. Take it up with Don. He scammed you. They're just going to walk past each other as well. I can't believe this. Wait. Oh, my God. Did he just miss the entire army? He realizes one of the archers is out here, so he's going to chase for it now. I cannot believe that. If that had snuck through unnoticed, he would have been in trouble. So Don does turn around just in the nick of time here. Push comes in. Horseman just trying to reach from the archer in the back of it. No extra spearman coming out in the meantime from Killjadi. That was just the opening commitment. He's in trouble. Like, what has Killjadi really got here? He went double archery range. Meanwhile, your opponent now has horsemen as well as archers. Oh my God. Don, I mean, even if he's lagging right now, this is looking pretty thumbs up. Because realistically, like, what does Killjadi now have going for him? He's got 1 military school for some passive production. Sorry, buddy, but that gets eclipsed by Golden Age 1. A 15% gathering speed buff at this stage is huge for the Abbasids. Now, the meta is at least coming down the line, but the meta is not very impactful if you don't have an army. You remember how I say, like, Kurultai is only good if you have something to buff? Meta's very much the same way. Very aggressive blacksmith location as well, so torches come out. Smart read by Don. If he takes this out, it slows down the escalation of any defense force for Killjadi. You need that, consider it's double archery range, and you're running across the map. Let's get start getting sniped. I think Don... You can't really afford to build a ram here, right? That's the tough part. But this is an expensive commitment. This is so difficult to fight back against right now. If he waited for Steeled Arrow, it'd be different, but this pressure point... I think he lost too many horsemen and archers there. A siege tower would do wonders. Please stop. I mean, the problem isn't as much like siege tower versus the ram as much as it is he needs to take time to build it, right? So you would have had to have delayed your timing, and the worry is that Killjadi gets enough archers together and it's GG. And that might already happen if Don's not careful. Right, it's double archery range still versus 1. You have got the 1-1-1 build, but you don't need part of that, right? There's no point in the spearman right now. So I'm noticing everyone talk about Empire Wars. Can't. I mean, if Red Bull want to talk, I'll help them find something unique. So I think they're right to look for something unique. I get people's frustration of Empire Wars, but I also say at the same time it's because the worry is whether it will be balanced for and whatnot. I don't think there's anything wrong with exploring something new. Some people aren't going to like to hear that, but not every tournament has to be the same 1v1 format. We'll have a look at it after this game. For now, we focus on Mr. Don and his battle against not only Killjadi, but the interwebs. How does Don win this now? Because the problem I have is the longer you kind of sit here not doing much, the worse it gets. Like, usually you'd be sneaking a TC at this point. Because now you're starting to get some military efficiency here, right? This military schools getting added in. And on top of that, vizier points are a real threat as you go deeper into feudal. And while some matchups actually favor the other side in that detail, like French versus Ottoman, the longer feudal goes, kind of the better it gets for French due to the escalation eco-wise. Your 15% has already come in. And although it scales nicely with the numbers going up, it's not as big of a boon as just getting extra villages raw. So yeah. I wonder if Don should be trying to go for a second TC now. Don needs at least one camel archer? True. But the Sipahi mass isn't really scary at this point, right? He needs confirmation that there is Sipahi coming. Unfortunately, Don, and I think it's because of the lag he mentioned, he's just staying at home, right? Like, the scout isn't really getting too close to the enemy base. He's about to get the info, and that's where I'm expecting to probably just see, like, an extra... From this position, probably an extra stables and archer range added in. He's already got double archer now. Second stables makes a lot of sense here. Killjadi now with the third military school. This is getting bad. Don, if he just delayed and maybe went for a ram, how different this could have looked so early on. Instead, it's problematic. Now diving into a choke point with limited horsemen is the quickest way to lose this game. I actually think that is enough. Don gets swatted away like a fly. And with him only being on 1 TC, this is now where things start to go against him. Oy, oy, oy. Extra stables coming in, so Sipahi Mass is definitely going to be scaling. And it looks like Don is going to be doubling down on the Horseman. No Camel Archer in sight, but this is the thing. When the Archer count gets this big, getting even one Camel Archer is difficult. I feel like you need 2, possibly 3. Rams now coming. Okay, so this is do or die. If Don's Rams fail here, the game is already over. The clown carring is a miraculous thing, folks. Remember, there's no military boot camp either, so before anyone thinks that Abbasis have a slight edge in some way, no. They are just behind. Ottomans have their aura. Abbasis do not have their boot camp. Sends the ram in. Doesn't even bother to clown car it, because at this point, you just get swarmed. I think Archers win this. Oh no. It's a choke point again. He has to dive in to buy time for the ram. Horseman, it's not an impressive number though. Meta is going to switch over, so the ranged armor comes in big, so the Sipahi are tanking like there's no tomorrow. Horseman count has been reduced to a small rabble, and that's not going to be enough to do more than just a simple dabbling the Ottoman base. What he needs is an overrun, which isn't coming. Behind this, there's no gathering on the stone, so we don't have a TC on the horizon. Military school might get taken out. Unfortunately, it looks like the Sipahi saved the day here to keep the school alive. Yeah, and now things get rough. Although the military numbers are neck and neck, you always need to remember that Don's entire army is not here, and the quality of his army is notably worse. And the fact that he's raiding as well. Wow, Kiljadi. True to his name, right? The most aggressive player on the ladder. Even could take games from Vortex playing full aggro. Showing you exactly how now. That little raid 3 just got 4 worker kills. Now he's going to arrive at the tail end of the fight. I mean, he could easily just bait the spearmen out of position, clean them up, and then plow them through. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for Don Artie to be the former god we knew him to be. Because with his internet the way it is, he's looking like a peon. Meta does at least get sniped out, but it's too late now. I mean, the only thing missing here is Kiljadi activating Fortitude. Instead, Don Artie says, hold on, KP. I've still got 40 more military units in my base. Let me bring him out to play. Even when he lags, he doesn't disappoint. Oh, man. You're just tuning in for the good news reaction? Okay, do we need to do another reaction post? Do I need to do another video? Oh, do I? There's no way I do another video on it, right? It's one... What? I feel like my video didn't really focus much on this, to be honest with you. All right, let me pull it up. Let's have a look here. Boom. Oh no, it won't even. There we go. No, don't do that. I can't be asked to move myself, so I do it this way. All right, update video on the state of Age of Empires 4's Red Bull Wololo. There has been a change, and I think it's important to address this because it was something I don't think I leaned in too much when we done the original video, but it's the format of the tournament. So, we just got an announcement coming out from Crazini in the Red Bull Discord. We want to thank everyone for their passionate feedback regarding the decision to use Empire Wars. We carefully listened to your concerns and understand the Empire Wars game mode is very unpopular within the community. Your enjoyment and positive and tournament experience are hugely important to us. In response, we've decided to change the format and will no longer be utilizing it. This applies to both qualification stage and the grand final at the castle. We're committed to creating a tournament that resonates with the community. We hope this change will ensure the most exciting and highly competitive matches possible. Additionally, there have been questions regarding the various talents for all the games, such as casters, and we're excited to share with you soon, Poogers. The event is still a few months, and we will be sharing a lot of information. So, I really want to talk on this quickly because I was just hitting on this earlier today. Some people aren't going to like my opinion on this. The Empire Wars detail, I understand the resistance, but the statement I made earlier today, and I stand by this, the biggest issue around Empire Wars is not knowing if the developers will support it and upgrade it and actually balance it in the build-up. Because if they were willing to do that, if we were to see multiple tournaments in the build-up and whatnot, it could be doable. The biggest problem why Empire Wars had to go here is I personally have little faith that this is going to get balanced in time. So this is actually like a good call. But what they're trying to do here isn't wrong. People aren't going to like to hear this part if they're an obsessive 1v1 person who's been watching every single copy and paste 1v1 format tournament, does the exact same thing over and over again. They're not going to like what I'm going to say here. Different is better. What Red Bull are looking for, and the reason they tried to do this Empire Wars format, is Red Bull want unique tournament formats. They've made this their bread and butter, right? From their Fortnite tournaments to their CSGO tournaments. Like CSGO, they've got the Flick, the 2v2 tournament. That's a very unique style of tournament. When they done a tournament in Dota 2, that was the Guardians tournament. There was a very unique drafting element that didn't exist in other tournaments. River Runes, which was a Dota 2 1v1 mid tournament. Red Bull are interested in creating unique experiences to their environment. They want ownership over something that doesn't exist elsewhere. That is not a bad thing to gun for. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Empire Wars, we don't really know what the state of development is going to be on that, whether it's going to be supported or whatnot. That's why it had to go. But I don't think they should stop pursuing these different approaches. So I made one suggestion the other day in the chat, because I really want to emphasize this the same way I've been emphasizing this chat. I've been telling you guys here, I've been saying in the Discord, whatever you do, positive feedback. If you're going to go in there and say, this tournament sucks, get out, like, you don't help. The reality is we're talking about a TO that is making a tournament that admittedly right now doesn't sound like it's going to meet the expectations that some people in AoE4 would have had for it. But the reality is, if you want to get to the point where it's worth what you're expecting, you need to prove that you're worth investing in. So positive exchanges are valued here. And this is proof that Red Bull listens, right? This is actually immediate proof. 24 hours later, they made an adjustment. So this is what positive feedback and outlook gets you. But this is the thing. Now that they're pursuing like a unique style, I think one suggestion I made in here somewhere, if I can even find it, I think it was a very interesting suggestion at the time, is to this whole point right here. If people want a different style that still feels familiar, I love this idea instead. Let's not use generator maps. Let's use crafted maps. Imagine if instead the map pool was a bunch of crafted maps that were tuned in prep, in build-up for a few smaller tournaments through the main event online rather. You'd have an entirely different style. An entirely different style. And that would give the unique angle that Red Bull is seeking. These are the type of ideas that people need to portray. I'm giving one, but I want to see people give more ideas like this because these are what Red Bull are looking for. You need to propose to them a unique angle. And someone's going to go, KP, that's not my job. That's Red Bull's job. Okay, but here's the problem. If you don't like the job they're doing and you've got a better perspective, then giving your professional input, your familiar input, isn't a bad thing. So people definitely check out their Discord, the Red Bull Arenado Discord. I think you can find it on the website. Join here. Get in on the discussion because right now they're clearly in the cycle of figuring out what they're going to do instead. I don't think it serves us as a community or them as a tournament organizer any justice to simply do a 1v1 standard format. I truly believe that. I was saying the other day, back when we done Golden League 2, that 12 villager start was so refreshing and crazy at the time. It was so different. In the build-up to Red Bull Wolo, there's going to be a Norwegian LAN that is going to be standard format 1v1. There's probably going to be several other 1v1 format tournaments. You don't need more of this. You think you do, but trust me, you don't. And if you're able to help craft something unique to them, and they see that be a success, they see that be positively received, you are genuinely going to see a much higher chance of Red Bull doubling down on AoE4 next year. right? Because, like, to reiterate it, I was heartbroken when I saw the announcement. I definitely still think we're probably going to lose players now this year because of the changes. But that's on Microsoft. That's overall prize pooling. That's not on Red Bull. Red Bull needs proof that AoE 4 is worth investing in. And if we're being totally honest, Legacy wasn't the time to prove it. There was a lot of things wrong around Legacy. The game wasn't in the best design position. They introduced 2 new civs before the main tournament, so no one was watching the tournament. They should have introduced those civs after the tournament, but shown them off at the tournament. I think 4 has a lot of potential still, but there's a lot of onus on us as a community to prove it. I'm going to be trying to step up, so I'm now in the process of trying to organize some different tournaments and seed funding for those. I am also already doing a few show matches, so be sure to be checking those out if you haven't already. So we will be trying to commit our part as well. But, you know, it's becoming more and more apparent with the way that Microsoft interacts with this product, and in my opinion, where it lets it down and has let it down time and time again because their marketing cycles are too slow and the people high up don't know how successful AoE4 is right now to do anything about it. It's now on us as a community to kind of prove the point. So I'll try to do my part. I think Red Bull is honestly throwing us a bone and trying to do a part here, if we're being totally real and fair to them. I will do everything I can to try and make this a memorable experience, and hopefully we can work together with them as a community to come up with something that hits the right spot that they're looking for, their unique angle, that then still pleases the hardcore audience while being inviting to the new players. And then hopefully, like, if we're able to do that, if we're able to bring that together, what you're going to find is the chances next year when Red Bull is assessing what they want their tournament, the chances of AoE4 being a critical component of it go up. And you know what? Here's another one for you. Even if it doesn't go up with Red Bull, we smash this out the park, we do this right, we'll bring other people in. That was my attitude to this when I saw the money go down. I think there is going to be an exodus of players, but I can either wallow or I can see opportunity. And I'm hoping I'm not alone in seeing opportunity here. This is going to be more than a weekend DIY job to get AoE4 back on track. And Microsoft is not going to make it easy along the way. But there is a way. And what I will say is people positively engaging with what Red Bull has done here has already led to this change. What we now need to do is not just say what the problem is, we need to get to a solution. What's the format that works? Because I still believe 1v1, like we already have, isn't the way. So let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. If you're watching live on Twitch, thank you for watching. Say hello to the YouTubers. I'll be sure to upload this a little bit later. This is going to be a very short one. But this is an important time in AO4's history, guys. It's 3 years of declines in terms of prize pools and everything involved in the scene. That, to a certain degree, is to be expected. My hopes is to get it to a reboom state. You know, we've got people like SteelSeries coming into the scene. We've got Gentlemates arriving in the scene with a big splash. The reality is, sadly, large companies like Microsoft have incredibly inefficient systems to get new info to the right place. It's kind of like ChatGPT, where it's like it can't process recent stuff. Because these big companies have these marketing divisions that plot out a year in advance what they want to do. And the way the info feeds through to them is like it's a drip. And it's a very slow drip in a company as big as Microsoft. Sadly, that's the way it is. So my hopes, fingers crossed, is on Microsoft's side, we actually see some significant support towards the tail end of 2024 and early 2025. I know people don't want to hear that, but the reality is between the layoffs, the disaster that is the tech and esports industry right now, and the fact that people budget ahead of time, it feels like, regardless of what the social media message has occasionally been, the fact that Age of Empires 4 has the best-selling expansion in the history of Age of Empires doesn't seem to be a detail that has rippled into the ear holes of the people who control the purses. But fingers crossed, we can do our part to make Red Bull Warlord a success, the events around it success, and then when Microsoft finally wake up, we can look and just go, yeah, no, Sherlock, of course the game is doing well. It's been doing well for a while. Let's actually get this moving. Let's get investing in it. I wanted to do this as well. Like, I don't know if people are like, this is way too positive. I don't think I'm being too positive. I think I'm being fair here. I was a little bit worried the last video yesterday was a little bit negative. I don't want people to think that it's the end of the world. But what I want people to be aware of is this is a hard time for AoE4. Anyone who thinks it's not is delusional. It is going to be all about hunkering down and figuring a way through it together. Because we are going to see the lowest prize pool year at this pacing unless something changes, unless we can bring out external sponsors and whatnot. And I'm doing my part. I'm working on that. If anyone has a link in to different sponsors or whatever, feel free to connect me. I'm always looking to make new relations, especially if it leads to more tournaments for AoE4. So thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you all in the next chapter. All right, there we go. So that can go up onto YouTube. What's the talk going to be? I guess it'll be new Age of Empires 4. But to be honest, if there's one very big thing that people were worried about, it was the format, if we're being totally real, right? Like, formatting was the number one thing. There's loads, like, don't get me wrong, there's loads of things we want to be better, but, like, we got the thing we wanted. And actually, like, let me just, like, I'm going to tack that on the end, because I think that's important to say. I always need to do these right at the end, because I should have done it originally, but, like, once again, though, people need to be giving praise to Red Bull. I know this is not the 8-player, 16-player on LAN that people wanted, but this is proof that they're listening. And as someone who's worked in esports since 2018, not many TOs listen this quick. So definitely give them the props they deserve. Positive outcomes, guys. If you want to get more people in the scene, if you want to invite them in, the way we treat people that exist in the scene and people come to the scene goes a long way. So I'll be trying to do my part. Let's actually build instead of destroy. All right, there we go. That can go on the end. Oh, this video is going to go up late, though, isn't it? I'll have to figure that out. I'll figure that out a little bit later. Whatever. I'll be later than other people's again. Need to debate Beastie, otherwise community won't change. I mean, feel like I'll be small content creator getting Eclipse there. The thing that I always try to like hit on these things is like, it's, you always have to realize who benefits from certain things when certain things get said or done. We saw this recently in Stormgate, actually, is that there were a bunch of players complaining that like X Civ was going to be OP, and then they got nerfed, and then the players who were moaning were playing the other Civ and they were winning, right? Like, this happens in games all the time. So like, a lot of respect to BC, but there is definitely going to be an agenda. And what I mean by that is, like, obviously one of the best players at 1v1 doesn't want a different format than 1v1. That's a reality. It makes sense. But as a content creator, as a spectator, I understand the value of doing different formats. As someone who's run tournaments, I understand the idea of doing different formats. When I done Race to World First for Diablo 4, each time I was like, how do I change this? The idea was to make, like, it fell through because we didn't get proper funding, but the idea was to, like, move from just watching people level to 100 to being like, let's do bounties. How fast can they kill bosses? Because, like, you change the format to keep people interested. That's what Red Bull's trying to do. Like, people may not have seen it, but what they done with Empire Wars was actually, in a way, it's going to sound almost like, I don't know what the word is I'd use for it. It's going to sound pedantic or something. Like, they were trying to do us a favor. They were trying to find a way that works for them, that gives them a unique angle, that still integrates us, but then also gives a new approach, right? That was the logic. But the change had to happen because the ladder's crap for Empire Wars. People can't even practice it, right? That's why, like, the only other way is there would have had to have been a bunch of Empire Wars tournaments leading up. Let me quickly catch him in chat. Beastie doesn't want change because he's the best. Yeah, like that. And by the way, I don't blame Beastie for that. Like, that makes sense, right? You know, if you're like, so if you're the best at something, of course, like, to be the, like, why would you want it to change if you're the best? It doesn't make sense. So I don't blame him for that. It just makes sense. Game marketing has changed, though. It's more about influencers than traditional marketing nowadays. Yeah, but, like, esports is technically a form of influencer marketing, really, if you think about it. Because you invest in the players and the stories, right? The rest of the world doesn't care about America, though? Whoa! Actually, 25% of Age of Empires 4's viewer base is American. Crackety. And two marketers, their buying power is double Europe. Sorry to break that to you. Well, it depends on the country, the company, but like I'm not even kidding. So, some of the numbers that brands will put on the American audience is like it's out of whack. I've seen marketing agencies value the NA audience at 4 times the European audience. No cap. USA, Jigglypuff. You know what? Wait, Jiggly, you agree with what I said then, right? Where's your sub? Where's your sub emote? Apparently America's got all that money. Where's that sub, Jiggly? What money? You're right. He's got to put it into firearms and tanks and oil. Oil's like the liquid gold for the future. Ed Crackety literally said the same thing. Americans will spend more. That's the point. They spend more. So, like, if you're marketing something, it's more valuable. I don't have the exact numbers, but I remember I discussed this like with some people behind the scene, like when I was getting involved with Red Bull, and I think like someone said to me that there is a dramatic difference between the budget for like Red Bull Germany and Red Bull US, like an insane difference, and I believe it. It makes sense. Yo, where are all the games? What? Okay, dude, that's better. We loaded like 6 games. I was like, oh my god, dead game. Wait. Vortex just loaded in. Who's this is against? We could do Vortex. You guys want Vortex maybe? Vortex live from the ladder? Poogers? That could be cool. Oh wait, it's a mirror, isn't it? Oh, cringe. I mean, it's a Byzantine mirror, you know? Alright, by the way, Philipsburg, we won't need your Empire Wars replay now. No one gives a crap. Oh, that sucks. That would have been a new direction for the content. Gully Deckle versus Don. I mean, we could maybe do a mirror depending on if it's someone interesting that Vortex is against. Byzantine mirrors aren't the worst. They're worth more. Well, yeah, because they have more money, Crackety. Like, this is factually true. Like, most careers pay absurdly better in America. Would you like to look at my bio and see what my former career was? I was a software dev. I was a dumb software dev because I stayed in the UK. You know how much money I could have made in America? They pay dumb money over there. I get paid like $40,000 and there's someone over there doing the same job getting paid $100,000. How the hell does that make sense? I mean, don't get me wrong, my probability of getting shot is much higher in that country, but damn. You know what? I can afford Kevlar vests for that much of extra income. I'm fine. We're hitting 200k? Oh yeah, I'm talking like starter role though, Philly. I mean, you can get that in graduate roles if you go like Silicon Valley, right? Land of oil and money? I mean, I'm not rich enough for that, Philly, chill. I've been to America, by the way. I have actually been. I went to Vegas of all places. One of the most ridiculously priced places. Net pays 200. Yep, and that's before you start talking stock value. There's a lot more value in the stock as well. All right, let's have a look at this. Oh. Well, their match was quick. Damn, that was quick. Did someone say Dragovan versus Don? Is that really happening? No. Who's Dragovan up against? I don't know who this person is. Loans for life to be able to go to hospital. Don't get me started on that. There was a Dota talent that, like, he went to America and he got high. And he got really paranoid when he was high. I'm not going to say who, but like the... But basically what happened is this guy, he got high and he was panicking. And everyone was like, calm down, you're fine. And he was like, nah, dude, it's not fine. It's not going to be fine. I need to go hospital. I need a hospital. I need a hospital. Like, guy, dude, chill. You're going to be fine. No, dude. Look, phone an ambulance. Like, you don't want us to phone an ambulance. It's like, yeah, phone an ambulance. So they phone an ambulance. He gets taken to the hospital. Turns out there's absolutely nothing wrong with him. But the painful part was what it cost him. I remember, like, I asked him about it. 2 years later, he was still paying off the cost of the ambulance for the emergency. That is wild. Dude, that is such a wild element about America. The healthcare system is so fraudulently screwed. Because like I know hospitals they have a little index book for the prices of certain things and surgeries or whatever. And what made my jaw drop the most wasn't even they had that. It's the fact that the numbers change from like hospital to hospital, and there's no measurable reason. Like no one knows why still. Like no one's ever been able to explain this. Maybe I've missed it, but like every time I try to find out the details, there's no logical explanation as to why the numbers differ so much. Some of the lowest reading and writing average ages, some of the worst healthcare, blah, blah. I mean, like, yeah, dude, America is like, there's that, I think the best one I've ever heard is it's from the newsroom. You know, the one I'm talking about? Where, like, someone asked the guy why America's the best. He's like, we aren't the best. And then he goes through all the things. It's like, we only lead in 3 different areas. I think it's like a number of citizens per, like, capita incarcerated. And there's another one I can't remember, and then the final one was that we spend more than the next 10 people on military combined on the list of military funding per year. If you break down, that's because you have the biggest guns, right? If you shoot everyone, you win. Wait a second. I mean, it's true in Age of Empires right now. We're in the middle of an archer meta. Most money, most tech, most culture, unbeatable. Wait, look, are you technically the most valuable country? Like, I'm not. Let me check this. Didn't you recently get overtaken? Maybe I'm wrong, but let's have a look. I mean, definitely not per capita, right? I think per capita is like Qatar or something ridiculous. Or Luxembourg per capita. But by total wealth, isn't China bigger? Okay, no. Okay, no. Now you still got some leeway there for sure. You're worth more than all of Europe, which is wild. China's catching up though. 84 billion. You are at 140 billion. Trust me, I know. Dude, like, at any given day, Felisberto is 3 different careers. He's, like, big town investor. He's perfect YouTube manager. He's aspiring pro player. Dude, well, like, how many freaking jobs do you have? All right. Should we get ready for another one? Because I think we've probably got Vortex in another. What I will say, though, is like I've been noticing some brands trying to get in the gaming space recently, and they have insane demographic requirements. It's like, I remember I was trying to work with one brand. I really liked what they made. And they're like, we need 60% US audience. I'm like, are you smoking? Like, what are you smoking? Like, you do know, like, it's weird as well, because like, I'd understand if they were like, yeah, we want this many people from America out of your, like, viewership. But it was a percent. And, like, anyone who deals in gaming knows that mathematically that doesn't make sense. Not with English-speaking audiences, because they're dispersed across the world. It's like, it just doesn't... You're looking for golden gooses. They're very rare. There was another... Like, I remember there's another company, like... They wanted... And I was in a room with people that do, like, this for a living for years, and, like, they bluntly went to me, don't laugh, and I immediately respond, ha 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 ha. But they went, I have a company right now that's looking for gambling streamers, and they want a Canadian streamer that has a Canadian audience of 30% plus. And I had to laugh straight away. Because, like, that's... Dude, that is like looking for the needle in the needle of the needle of the haystack. Like, it's such a subsector. It's crazy some of the marketing requirements I've heard since, like, sticking my head behind the curtain the last year. There are some very high expectations out there. Okay. Is Vortex queuing? Well, Don's in game again. But Don's lagging, right? Like, that was the gully. Do we do a replay? I guess we can do a replay. Let me have a look here. Well, we don't care about the Empire Wars games now. Because of the shrug. Kiljardi. Do we do the other Louis versus Baltoon game, actually? We can do the other Louis versus Baltoon. That works. Because they had another one that looked like it was pretty good. Wait, was Jiggly declaring himself the coolest American? Chat, who's the cooler American, me or Jigglypuff? Wait, did Louis change his name again? 1 second, guys. I need to find Louis. He changed his name. What did he change it to? Now, chat is currently weighing up whether they want to say European is a cooler American than you. I see. He's done the full Chinese name again. Let me just click his profile. Copy and paste will be my friend. I do like that Louis changes his name back for tournaments. I wish AoE4 had that option, because I think Dota has this option where basically you have your Steam profile name, and then you can have a pro tag attached to it, and then the pro tag will be converted based on, like, so you can have multiple tags, right? So one that will show for an American, like an English reader, one that will show for like a Chinese reader, which is really cool. All right, let me get the Baltoon game, because they had an Abbasid Ottoman game. This will be a fair representation of what we were about to witness between Donald. And yes, Arcleaf, we're going to have another video that needs to be put up on YouTube about that. In fact, I won't. I'll try and encode it, because I need to stitch together 2 pieces. I'll try and encode it when I go to eat. Xbox accounts need to pay €10 to change name. Yeah. Feels good to be on Steam. All right, should we get ready for another game? A long day ahead of us, guys. Like, what, we're almost halfway through what I expect the stream length to be. Probably like an 8 or 9 hour stream. So you know what that means, guys? It's a reminder to get your Twitch Primes in. Sub to the channel. What are you waiting for? Oh, here we go. Baltoon versus Louis MT at it again. We already watched them do the Ottoman versus Japanese matchup. There, Baltoon, who is in the purple this time, was able to show a phenomenal performance in a matchup that isn't favored for him. This one, however, is Abbasids versus the Ottomans. Now, Louis is something special in his Ottomans, but this matchup to me, definitely heavily favored towards the Abbasids. And thank you very much, Philip Ivy, for the resub. Dude, we got to cut that name. We got to steal Phil Ivy's. You got to take that. I know what you're going for there. But you know what? Phil Ivy seems appropriate here. A very aggressive player. And what I'm expecting to see out of the Abbasids here, a very aggressive Civ right now. The goal for the Abbasid player here is to prolong Feudal Age and go 2TC. And that's very hard for the Ottomans to contest. Especially considering that Louis, although he's not a stranger to the idea of going 2TC, right now he seems to be leaning into these funky Sultani Trade Network fast castle games. And I just don't think that works against the Abbasids. The problem with Sultani Trade Network, and actually the problem with Ottoman fast castle in its entirety, is that it's not a true Castle Age Rush Civ. And what I mean by that, the power in Castle Age Rushes right now in the meta are timing attacks. So think the English into Spam Knights. Think the Iobids into Camel Lancer spam, right? These type of civs have a very aggressive tempo off of the Castle Age unlock. Ottomans don't really do that. They try, but like usually the things that make them powerful that come out in Castle Age that begin are very slow. There's the trickle into Siege for free off of the Mehmed Imperial Armory, which takes time. There's the escalation of military schools, which takes time. There's Janissary spam, which is expensive and slow-moving, ergo takes time to get things done. And that's the thing that Abbasids will exploit. Not to mention that if you think about a lot of the things that Ottomans will try to do at the start of Castle Age, Abbasids counter them well, right? They can have Spearmen to deal with your Cav. They can have archers, eventually with composite bows, to deal with your Janissaries. So until you're in Imperial Age, I think this matchup heavily leans towards the Abbasids. And you say there's a good trade post map? No. I mean, if you get late game, yes, but early mid game, no, right? I am a little bit surprised more players don't use the Sultani Trade Network to trade when they do it. Like, we cast a game from Louis a few days ago where he was up against a non-aggressive Civ, and he didn't bother to trade across the map at all. Even though it would have yielded him more gold than sitting at home. But what? am I looking at here? Oh, that is very different. It's an eco-wing build. Now, that's intriguing. So, Baltin's whole process here is to use Louis' perceived greed against him. Because Louis is going to go trade. And here's the thing. Here's the crazy part for you guys. He's going to go Sultani Trade Network. Boom. He's not going to trade properly, right? Because he hasn't got wheelbarrow. He's not walking out yet to build up a marketplace. And why would he? He's expecting military wing. If you're expecting military wing, you wouldn't go for long distance trade because you'll lose it. Because we've seen this in Abbasid mirrors where melee wing beats trade wing beats eco wing, and eco wing beats melee wing. So what Baltin has done is he's gone off the expected script here. He's gathering stone, as you'd anticipate either way. But by the time that you see what's happened here with it being not military wing, it's too late to try and move out to set up a trader. Like, you're going to be heavily delayed. So this is pretty brutal. And you don't have any good starting trade because the other trade post goes right next to the Abbasid base. Wow. That's really crafty, actually, by Baltin. I genuinely didn't expect eco wing, right? Like, I can see everything. I can see the full picture, and I wouldn't have seen this coming. What a cool build. This is the type of time where it's important to highlight the value of doing unexpected things. I always use the poker comparison, right? Is your implied hand. When you do something a certain way, you're telling someone, this is what I have at a high level, right? So, like, on an opening hand, if you're willing to 4-bet, someone's assuming you've got something like aces, kings, something like that. You've got a really strong starting hand. You could actually be 4-betting them with, like, I don't know, 9-10 suited, which is a weird hand to do it with. But the logic is that if you always do what's expected of you, an astute player will have the appropriate reactions. But when you essentially bluff, it goes off the beaten path into unfamiliar territory. And this was a bit of a bluff, right? The eco wing, now with the way this has opened up, and Louis was predictable, by the way. Like, Louis is doing that 4-bet with aces equivalent thing. Because right now, the last 10+ games Louis has done Ottomans, he's always gone Sultani Trade Network. There's nothing different about this right now because he's optimizing. Baltin's build, by comparison, is very different. And because it's eco wing, it's going to be free TC, which means a very aggressive escalation. Their push-in is not going to work out the way planned. A few of them do get shoved through, but the rest get shoved back. So nicely done to intercept by Baltin. Missed opportunity there, actually. Louis could have sniped away one of the sheep. Wouldn't have been the end of the world, but would have hurt his opponent a little bit. Then again, Baltin already has 14 sheep, because the other issue on this map spawn, Louis only got 6 sheep left over. I mean, he's going to have to go for the Anatolian Hills. You don't have a choice now. Sometimes you could get away with no Anatolian Hills if there's a better option and you have Madrissa. But you went for Trade Network. So Sultani Trade Network works if trader produces 40 gold instead of dropping from 28 to 24, so you can't use trade bags to equalize the game. You're talking about late game, right? I'm talking about now the idea of like trading long distance instead of keeping them at home. Because right now, each of these guys is giving you 24 gold a minute, right? If you have full distance trade, you'll earn a lot more gold than that. It's riskier though. But someone I think Ottoman players haven't really engaged with yet, because A, Ottoman's got nerfed, and B, Sultani Trade Network just isn't meta right now, is this idea of pivoting between trading and idling, right? And whenever there's an opening, you go for trade. And when there's not, you stay at home and you get passive gold. That's what will make this build much more viable for the Ottomans. Right now, a little bit of a tough one, because if I'm not mistaken, he is going to do the 2TC. Oh, this is brutal, man. If it was 2TC versus 2TC, Ottomans can actually play that, but it's free TC versus 2. You're about to get into a TC war against Eco Wing Abbasids. You can't do this. Like, this is how you lose games, right? I almost want to just say Castle Age would have worked better here than this. 2TC versus 2TC makes a lot of sense, but 2TC against Eco Wing Abbasids, like, you're in an arms race, you'll never win, right? That's like being Italy and challenging the USA to a nuclear arms race. Sorry, Italy, but like, if we're being financially logical here, that is not a race you're going to win. Second military school coming through, but not even a blacksmith yet, right? So no increased escalation. These are the type of games that Abbasid mains wish they could get. There is zero real pressure coming towards you, and you get to be as greedy as possible. You could even potentially go full TC. He's not going to do it because I think that's just overly aggressive and unnecessary. Free TC will build the edge, and it's a big edge, by the way. The crazy thing about Fresh Foodstuffs is now with free TC, you're paying less for free TCs of production than an Ottoman player on 2 TCs of production is paying per minute. Because you're paying 96 food between the 3 TCs per cycle. The Ottoman player is paying 100. That's kind of nuts when you think about it, right? Like, that's why you used to see Abbasid players always going 4 TC, 5 TC, because the whole idea is the value proposition scales phenomenally well in terms of surplus left over. But it only ever worked when you force your opponent to mirror the move. Then you add in the fact that these town centers to begin with were cheaper, right? Like 750 resources paid on one side. Meanwhile, on the other, look at that price. That's an insane discount. Oh my god. It's crazy when you just witness the numbers like that, right? So it's like 540-ish compared to 750. So basically, when you go 3 TC versus 2, not only does the production cost come out lower, but the overarching cost of 3 TCs compared to the 2 TC here is about the same. So powerful. So Baltoon, only up a few villages currently, but the other issue is now with this extra investment into food, temporarily that's a loss, right? That slows you down on tech timing. And you're in a game where you didn't really get a good deer push in. You haven't got Madrissa. That means you're going to have to start moving out for greedy resources. And the other thing that I'm seeing here is it looks like Louis is trying to go for the long-distance trade. And this is what I was worried about. Even if it was the 1 TC setting up trade, the delay on him moving out to do so was going to cost him. Look at the resource bank right now. By the time Louis is up to maybe 8 traders, possibly 9, his opponent's going to be an age ahead. And this should be military wing, which is even more worrisome considering that although camel riders don't get bonus damage against traders, they do hit pretty damn hard by base. And the only thing you can use to wrap on them right now is Sipahi, which will lose to those camels. And part of this really was forced by the sheep hall at the beginning. I really got to emphasize that because we were talking about the idea of going castle without coming out. But even if he didn't have that sheep hall, like if this was always the plan for Louis to mirror TC, it was a losing play because of the eco-wing detail. I'm going to say something that you will rarely ever see me say in 2024 right now because it just doesn't happen much. But eco-wing won this game. Army now marching across. And looks like we have got Rams coming in. Unfortunately, the timing on this is not going to be good. Your army's not really big enough to dive TCs, right? And horsemen are already being prepped. You don't have spearmen. On top of that, Millie Wing is only a minute away. Once those 2 camel riders come out, everything here dies. Because the horsemen will clear up the archers. Sipahi will lose to the camel riders. Like 5 Sipahi will lose to 2 camel riders in castle. You can maybe activate Fortitude and that might be a way to win that fight, right? Because you can just try and micro out, but it's so difficult. 1 ram shuffling in now. Baltoon in the purple. Reminder, guys, Avali fan number 2 is Baltoon. Bides his time. Triple archery range drop coming in. Horseman now marching in. That's going to force the dive. No steeled arrow, by the way. Only undermesh. That makes this even worse. It means the archer's only tickling. You just can't sustain here, right? Like, the problem is this is too early in the game for him to have a big enough army to dive TCs like this. 1 ram definitely isn't going to work. And it's just going to be a back away, which means now Louis finds himself in a dire situation. An entire age behind. Trade only in its infancy. And the Abbasids with a notable economy lead already in the game. Veterancy gets queued up on the horseman. The only upside right now is that Golden Age 2 isn't in. That would have made these researches a bit quicker. The downside is basically everything else for Louis. Louis needs to get castle now. He's trying to all in, but the problem is you're going to waste so much time on this TC that even if you get through it, that doesn't address the economy lead that the Abbasids have. You have to go for more than this. Horseman trading out. And that might seem like a bad trade, right? But it's just drawing the extra fire over while the Lancers queue up. Camera Riders are ready to move now. Honestly, I'd say Baltoon mismicroed that a bit. If he sent the Camera Riders out straight away, they're too chunky to snipe, and they would have killed all the Sipahi, and then the Horsemen just mop it up, right? So that was a little bit suboptimal. I think you can see clearly Baltoon forgot he had the Camel Riders at first because they were just standing there. But even with that detail, just see how far ahead he is. The fact that he throws the Horsemen away, comes in like this, and he'll still win the fight. Freelance is about to be released. Mehmed Imperial Army now on the way. Louis has a long route to recovery. The one upside for him right now is that the Abbasid player is playing Cav. That's a negative against Ottomans because of the fact that they can go into the Janissaries. So that's the positive right now. Like, if you want to look over someone for the Chinese Prodigy kid, it's the fact that his opponent is playing into a comp that can get countered. Negative is pretty much everywhere else in the game right now, right? Like, actually, these Cav can play away from your main base and shut trade down. And also, at this rate, you're going to be moving out to risky resources, right? The berries, the deer. You can't stay in your base much longer as the Ottoman player. So Lancers, their timing on this is going to be pitch perfect. Raid hitting the backside, though. Baltoon on his way in now with the camels. Yeah, camels should just kind of mitigate most of the damage done here, right? Textiles would have been nice. Kind of up-teeing my nose at this. It's only coming through now. But it's still going to be a lead that escalates, right? At the end of the day, that TC never got taken down. Hello, Mr. Waffles. Is that Winston, first of his name? Lover of waffles? Maybe he's practicing from behind. Okay, no. I know I've got a few pro players watching now. That's your excuse. When you're losing a game, you just need to say that. Right? Like, when anyone criticizes you, I'm practicing losing. Right? I'm just... I let him win the first 13 minutes of gameplay. Oh, man. Louis, now into the Janissaries. And this is where I'm expecting to switch into composite bows. Looks like for now, actually, Baltoon's going crossbows. A little bit surprising by that. But I guess he's paranoid about the men-at-arms Janissary comp that's quite popular at the moment. Walls going up. The problem right now is Louis is going for very defensive walls. Trade won't be protected by this. Wallow coming in as the relics are being picked up. In fact, that's pretty brutal for Louis. Louis is kind of one of those more traditionalist players when it comes to relics. He always rushes to them as the highest priority in Castle Age. Having them taken away like this is brutal. And because it's camels in the mix of lancers, you can't contest, right? You've got that snipe on the Imam, which is big, but you shouldn't really be able to block this indefinitely. I'd be surprised if he does. That being said, not a bad start. He's like, oh my god, I get the best wall. Oh. Gulam's now being queued up. Quick, smart reactions coming out of Baltoon. He sees Sipahi, he sees Janissaries, he sees archers. All these things can get destroyed by Gulams. These guys, however, are going to have a hard time. You just need to keep cavalry away from the center of the map. The cavalry's goal should be south and north. You don't want to be anywhere near the center, right? Because that's the only way you're going to give a win. War's now going up. Military boot camp just came in as well. I'm struggling to see how Louis wins this outside of raw outplay. He has to completely destroy Baltoon in these fights. And I'm talking micro outplay. Because the comp doesn't work. Like, you see this, the moment he marches in, he knows it's a mistake. He's going to have to leave. Relics, in the meantime, are still getting guarded. And so far, this is looking very easily like it could be a 4-1 relic split. Because unless Louis comes north, he doesn't really have a way of contesting these pickups. And if he comes north, he's going to be out of position with the Janissaries. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Baltoon, like, he doesn't even need to snipe that. He could, right? Because then he gets both relics. And now he's just going to pull it back. Army is marching north. This is the fight that I was worried about. Louis is going to have to overcommit to reach the extra relic. And the moment he does, Baltoon's going to be waiting. What a clean execution out of Bal. Imam gets spotted. Louis like, yes, the relic, it's free. Nothing's free in our lands. Baltoon in with a counter-offensive. Imam immediately gets dropped down. The Gulams have sprung the trap. That's going to be it. That's the fight you needed. In the retreat, several Janissaries and archers likely to go down. Cavalry's going to be reduced to nothing, and this is most definitely looking like a 4-1 relic split in a free 2 TC game. And let's not always forget, this is Eco Wing, right? So farms are going to be on the way. The food grinder is just too big. The meat grinder has gotten too large. Almost 30 Gulam at this stage and nothing to counter them. Clean execution from the Abbasids. I mean, this is a different way of showing how dominant they can be against the Ottomans. I think there's several different approaches you can take the Abbasids to overwhelm Ottomans. Melee Wing works really well as well. But this was a brilliant execution of Eco Wing. I think this is my favorite one I've seen so far this year. Really clean, really simple. Basically, just baiting Louis into his comfort build right now on the Sultani Trade Network. Something that proved to be his undoing. Mango almost gets sniped out on 1 HP, it can't turn around. And there is no turning around from the outcome of this now. With the siege going down, with a villager line being reached, this has to be GG. And a keep drop on the way to let him know how over it is. I need more Battletune in tournaments. Every time I watch him, it's always a pleasure. This guy understands his aggro timing so well. Forced to be reckoned with. And let's remember, this is Louis MT. Like, one of the absolute top right now. I put him in easily top 8 in AoE4 at the current time, the way he's been playing. But Battletune, the surgeon, just took a scalpel to him. He took his kidney, he took his liver, he took his heart, and Louis didn't even realize it until the heartbeat monitor went beep, beep, ooh. Whew. Well played, Mr. Battletune. All right, one sec. Let me name that one quickly. Best Eco Wing ABBA game. Wait, cleanest. They should call this guy, this surgeon. He's so not clean. What's what I'm looking for? Maybe clean. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Winston. Check out Red Bull Wall Discord. I already did. We done a video on it. It needs to be uploaded. In fact, let me send a message to my thumbnail person. Actually, my thumbnail person isn't going to be out of school for like another 2 hours. Crap. What do I do with this then? It's going to be later than Drongo's and everyone else's. I know that much. In fact, oh, that reminds me. I'm going to need to delay the YouTube video that goes live today then, because this takes priority again. We're a news channel now, Poogers. Have a minor working on thumbnails. I have my nephew working on my thumbnails. Because he probably won't... I mean, we come to the realization that he probably won't be able to settle into a standard job format. And no, he's not unpaid. Honestly, dude, Philly, holy shit, dude, you must be a Trump fan with these fake newses. Anyway, he's not unpaid. He literally gets paid a share of what the channel makes every month. So my goal is to grow that channel to a point where I'm able to support him full time and able to make a living myself. Yeah, dude, we don't do unpaid internships here, Philly. There's European laws. But 1 second. I need to find... Where is the one that I scheduled today? What's the day today? 30th. So let me change that to be... maybe 3rd of May? And then... move that one up to... 9th. Sorry, 1 sec. I just need to do this now. Otherwise, the video will pop live and then I can't release a different one today. So what I'll remember to do is when we go for a little snack break in like an hour or so before the show match, I'll quickly do the encoding on the YouTube video. How long till we go? We have got 2 more hours, about 2 more hours until we have the show match. Really fun one. I'm looking forward to it. And yes, Peanut Dollars, be sure to check out those kind of lenses. Go pigeon on checkout. These are the, if you want these ones, these are in Onyx Red, Merlot Red rather, by the way. These are the Intercept frames. I really like them, actually. I keep wearing them at the moment. I feel like I've put a scarf on. It has a very artistic look almost about it. But I'm hoping, so I've got my optician's appointment on the 5th of May. And then after that, I'm going to be putting in an order for some of these in prescription. These are the Fallout ones. These, I think, are on pre-order right now. But if you click, if you want to get your hands on these, you like to look at these, make sure you use my links so they know who sent you. I really like these ones. They're cool. I wasn't sure I was going to like them originally. They've got, so I've asked them, so they actually have some Groot frames. I've asked them to send me. I've never had like wood frame glasses, but I know that they were getting very popular. Red Bull Wall Castle for background? Dude, I don't even have that. Like, you're asking for a background that don't exist, dog. Let me have a look. Maybe Wallpaper Manager has something. Or Wallpaper Engine. Let's quickly do that. Google it. Oh, I like GIFs. I don't like static's cringe, you know? It's got to be a GIF. GIF. How do you guys decide on who has to take the role of community manager? Do you just draw straws? Yeah. Well, I mean, basically, like it's whoever. Like it's kind of like who has to go outside and get beaten up by the mob, right? So they probably draw straws. Or they just send the intern because they're an American company. Hey, we got there. All right, one sec. Let me get that background change in. Oh my god, I'm a poor guy. Someone give me more Prime subs. I can't afford Spotify Premium. Oh dear. Yes, the mod I was showing. We have a variant Sith. We even have a dev sitting in chat, keeping an eye on this. When they create Persia, Hosen, make sure you demand royalties, by the way. I'm just going to say. All right. You can see YouTube chat. I haven't got it up all times. I check it on occasion. Who is Avali fan? Avali fan was Baltoon. The Swede. All right. Give me a sec. I'm quickly discovering a Red Bull Warlord background, if there is even one. I'd be surprised if there is. Nothing shows up in Wallpaper Engine. I don't think there is a Red Bull Warlord background. The castle? What's the castle called? I forget its name. I can get Red Bull backgrounds, but I'm not sponsored. Does someone remember the name of the castle? I've forgotten it. I would be surprised if that is not going to turn up. I mean, you would have had luck with Heidelberg, but you ain't going to have luck with that, I don't think. Let's have a look in Wallpaper Engine. Castillo del Almodóvar. I have Puente de Castillo. It's not quite what you wanted, but... I mean, I wanted 8 players online and 500,000 prize pool. We don't always get exactly what we want. Maybe one day. Is there any other ones here? No, that should do it. So Puente, where's Puente? Wait, guys, no. I have the castle. Here. This is the castle you want, right? Close enough. Where's Puente? I just downloaded it. Yeah, here you go. I got this. Is that good enough? Oh, that's not bad, actually. That's actually not bad. Oh, I'm impressed with that. That's prettier than I was expecting. That's pretty cool. Is that Hogwarts? No. I don't know what it is. Because I've never heard of Puente del Castillo. Yeah, it's got a Northern Lights-ish effect, right? I guess it's just someone Spanish that made it. Oh, yeah. That's a fair call. We should have like a stadium background. It's like stadium crowd, right? Now, you know what you do? You get one of those old school like football games from the 80s with the little pixelated people cheering. Oh, that's the play. That is actually the play. I don't know if I'll be able to find that, though. Alright, I give up on trying to find the stadium background, dude. Like, the search tools in Wallpaper Engine are not great. De Almond. Yeah, but it's not animated. That's what I'm saying. I want an animated background, Leaf. Animated's cooler. All right, we happy with that, or do we have to go to a static background, which is you on? Put Drongo's face back there? Oh, no. They'll bloody let anyone in Spain these days. So picky? No, I'm not picky. I know what I want. God, you're one of those people. I say what I want, you're like, oh, that's so picky. No, I just know what I want in life, okay? All right, sorry, what were we going to do? There was something we were going to do. My brain scrambled because we got sidetracked because it took way too long to get a different background because I indulged something that wasn't a Heroes of Might and Magic background. That's my own fault. Losing his British accent? Not really. I haven't really lost it any more than I ever did. I just don't have a heavy British accent. I don't sound like your typical old boy off the block, you know, what? I have quite a subtle background tone to my voice, and you wouldn't really know it. Like, most people can't discern where I'm from in the UK. Because I don't have a bias accent. You guys want Killjoy versus Don again? Have I got a treat for you guys? Oh, I spoil you all! Oh, okay. This is fresh then. All right, so we got a few minutes. HRE versus OOTD. Yeah, dude. Like, you know, Don was doing the HRE feudal build before everyone else, right? Like, Don's the originator. He's the progenitor. All you pussies are copycats. That dude was doing it before the March Drills buff. And he was making it work. Sorry, just double checking something. Avoiding the foreign accent minefield. Oh no, dude, I go there all the time. You see, I like to do the different accents. You know what the sucky part about doing Red in Spain is? You can't do this accent and everyone will like, oh, that is so good. The way that you mock us accents. It's very good. Well done, KP. Thank you. You thought that was Vortex. Please tell me you didn't think that was Vortex. Or you want a Vortex. I'm not going to try to do a Vortex. I haven't talked to Vortex in a while. You said Spanish? Did I say Spanish? No, German did. That was German, you know? You do this German accent when you're at Vollo Heidelberg, yeah? And they like that because you sound very... You know what? It kind of sounds authentic, but they also know you're doing kind of a little bit of a camp one. And it's almost like you want to go, oh, Hans! But I have not done the... no, I'm not going to do it. I need to practice. I don't remember the last time I done a Spanish accent. The closest I come these days is like, sí, señor. Like, oh, no, Consuela. No. I am no lucky. Do not have my picture on the profile. He's very nice. No. Doggy out. No, you clean. I'm not clean. The Hanse is interesting and quite simple to do. You just have to have this elegant, almost pretentious, but fanciful, because you know you got the style of the old Wiltons. I wish they were you about you. But really, it's all about slightly having a little bit of chem. The phlegm to the voice is really about how you carry yourself. You've got to believe that you are quite important. Because no one else can say the word important in such a fancy way. It's quite simple. Brazilian? I don't think I've ever tried to do Brazilian. I remember for a while I was doing Have you guys seen Sing Sing when PyCat plays with him and he does the Master Sing Sing? He's like, oh, si, Master Sing Sing. Vamos, muchachas. Right? He does this whole part. Even if you don't know Doa, you can appreciate it. Go watch it. It's like Master Sing Sing Pai Cat. You'll thank me. It is pure gold. Russian? Da, comrade. Doing Russian is quite easy. You just have to do. It's kind of like this. It's hard to describe how you do a word, but you do it good. And the other few other ones you can do, you can kind of lean into it much more aggressively. You can believe. I try to move away from the more stereotypical World War II one, which is, Davai, comrade! We must take the front line. You must believe what we do is for the best of the motherland. But usually, like, there'd be that kind of husky, bearded, fat man kind of voice that stereotypically could do. Scottish, an easy one. Really easy to do Scottish. And if you guys really like Japanese, let me just go one way with that. Only a Shimada can control the dragon. Any Overwatch fans? You are not my brother. We're not going to do Shogun, no. Dude, that... Shogun in hindsight, if someone tried to do the Shogun voices these days for their game, they probably would get cancelled. Well, that's a good idea. I used to do Overwatch was I'm not a monkey, I'm a scientist. I'm not a monkey, I'm a scientist. I need to practice that one. But then it's like, only a Shimada can control the dragon. Alright. Enough of my fun. Should we get to the game? Ashigaru? Dude, I'd have to listen to a bit like that. Like, okay, no, that wasn't even words. I was just trying to get the pitch right, but they genuinely have that insane pitch about them. I'm very good at, like, listening and mimicking, basically. I used to do this with people all the time. I listen to them for a bit, and then I just do their voice. It's quite fun. He's back! Earlier on, he had connection issues, but let's see if he uses that excuse again now. We've got Don Artie versus Killjadi. Let's get the predictions going. Let's gun, let's pay out. I'm sorry, guys. If you voted for Don last time, that's your fault. How dare you not anticipate someone's internet connection into your predictions? Try it this time as we go again, this time into Gorge. Order the Dragon up against HRE. Now, HRE, with the buffs they've been having recently, honestly, I feel like this is a Civ that could take on Order the Dragon. The marching drills by default kind of changed things a bit. Before that change, I actually think this is one of the few matchups where Order the Dragon were favored. The whole idea is early game was your Dominion, you were king. If the game went late, that's when it favored the HRE. So now we're going to really test how big the marching drills buff was. Because I just said you have to go late to win the HRE. This guy doesn't do late. If you have not watched Donite on this channel before, sin, sir. Go back through the YouTube videos, find them. There's plenty of them. This guy is balls against the walls. He does not play slow. And I'm not expecting it here. And look at the way he started as well. We could easily be looking at Burgrave spam when I see double scout like this. Double versus the one, and oh my god. What happened? Bro, do you even scout? He went double scout. He got 12 sheep. Killjadi got 13. What? He went double scout, double prelate. Guys, this is a mime work build. He's going to mime work, and he's like, maybe he Arkans, but he's definitely going Burgrave. I've seen this before from Don. When was the last time any of you saw mine work versus mine work, OOTD versus HRE? Maybe in a Dragon mirror. Possibly in an HRE mirror. I don't think I've ever watched an HRE Dragon matchup where they both go mine work. That's wild. Don following the teachings of Core? I don't think he followed the teachings of Core. I think Don... Nah, dude. Like, Don's the progenitor. He's the originator. He does all this stuff. How dare you doubt him? He's the Lord and Savior, and don't you damn well forget it. This is wild. So Don's goal is to still rush Castle Age. He's going to try to get into the Burgrave quickly. I don't think Killjadi can rush Castle. If this turns into a Castle rush on both sides, I'd actually favor the pump of Don. The only weak point is usually, can you get enough food, right? But he's built additional prelates. He's already ready to pull away from the starting resources, right? I guess that's like the weird positive about not going Arkan, is you unshackle yourself from the burden of being condensed. It's risky, and I think Killjadi could exploit that. Like, Killjadi should be looking to go racks into Men-at-Arms, maybe you consider adding in a few horsemen so you have a bit more mobility. But Gilded Archers should be good enough. And Don, I'm a bit worried if this is fast castle. Like, if this is traditional fast castle Burgrave spam, I actually think all the Dragon with Men-at-Arms and Gilded Archers could beat it back. If, however, this is Men-at-Arms plus Archers from HRE, that's where the game gets very intriguing to me. Because I actually think that Archer spam can beat back Gilded Archers and Gilded Men-at-Arms. Like, literally, the only unit you need to dismantle almost every play OOTD has right now in Feudal Age is Archers. Wait, how? Like, how? Oh, okay. I was about to say, there's no way the scout has done that much damage, just the ball. So he scouts out the ball play. 6 villagers out here is quite a lofty amount. Don, this is a very slow tech time as well. It feels it, right? We're going to be 5.5 minutes in the game when he gets his tech up. That doesn't feel ordinary. And he's gathering a lot of wood, so we are getting archer range drops. This is going to be what? Double archers? It has to be double archers. The puzzling part to me, though, is why go mine work? Looks like one of the scouts did indeed get taken down. That's why you build 2 scouts, guys, so you can kill a gilded villager. It's actually so annoying. The problem you have to respect, though, is remember, gilded villagers attack harder than standard villagers, so you need to be very careful about position here. But yeah, this is kind of wild, actually. I wasn't really expecting this. I mean, the mine work into double archer range, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, you could just drop a blacksmith to get steeled arrow. Having Ark and Chapel buff is so much better here. So I'm starting to wonder, was Don baiting or was he forced off his timing? Because I can't see a world in which this was your plan originally. He's at least going to get the Steeled Arrow plus the Undermesh. I'm not really sure about the Undermesh rush here. I guess he's expecting the Archer range follow-up, but we can see that's not the case. It's actually going to be Stables plus Raxes. That's a problem. I'm starting to wonder if maybe Spearman would have been a bit better than going for the Stables Horseman as well. Don has convinced himself this is going to be Gilded Men-at-Arms, Gilded Archers, and he couldn't be more wrong. I actually think Killjuddy's got him. Like, we're about to be full, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Because between the proxy eco plays, like, the only value you get is now if the Horsemen go for that. That's the only reason I can think that Don went Horseman, was to not take a fight, but to raid economy. Chase comes in. Just look how fast those Archers are, though. And we seem to have a little bit of lag. Hopefully that's going to clear up. Yeah, so I think Killjuddy mistimed this. He hasn't even got Golden Cuirass yet. Which is pretty standard. Usually you get Golden Cuirass when your first Men-at-Arms gets injured heavily. But the problem here is, with the extra movement speed on Archers, they can just keep chasing you down, right? So you might not even get the value out of Cuirass in time. And yes, agree, Crackety. That's why I was just saying, like, you legit just spam Archers only. It just cheeses your opponent. The Horseman is the redeeming quality for Killjuddy. But even that can be a bit tricky if the Archer mass gets too big too fast. I still feel like Arkham would have been better here. Because I don't think you need the Horseman, right? You could have just had a Blacksmith instead of a Stables and got Steeled Arrow. And you don't need Undermesh. So it's kind of wild to think just how much stronger Don's build would have been with Arkan. Being able to heal MA. I think being able to heal MA would be too good. Was it a bug that they ever fixed, or did they make it intentional that Prelates heal lower? It was a bug, right? I think you'd have to return that so that Prelates only heal at 3.5 a second, maybe. And that could be okay. Then I'd be okay with Fuel Order the Dragon Prelates. Yeah, I know it's lower, but at one point, HRE and Delhi's healing was 3.5 value, even out of combat. It was a bug. Horseman, trying to get the body blocks in. These boys are lofty, though. I actually think Dom may need to consider adding in Spears. These guys hit insanely hard, right? Like, they're hitting for 30 damage per strike on a 70 health unit. These Men-at-Arms have been sniping down so quick. They're so big and so animated that they lag my PC. Now, I said I thought he might need something other than Archers, but apparently not. Oh my god. The problem for Killjuddy is every single unit he's building is just so expensive. And with the Men-at-Arms play being the wrong call, he's lost way too much army value already. He's going to lose more. This is going to get scoured. Don goes straight for it. Golden Cuirass is on the way in, but I think he's losing another Men-at-Arms before that actually completes. Love that little micro. Killjuddy, he aggro charges across the Horseman to get away from the Archers quicker. Unfortunately, the movement speed difference is huge here. 1.12 to 1.38 is no small difference. Another Men-at-Arms goes down. He gets aggroed in range, and that means a second men-at-arms is also going to fall. Possibly before he even gets Golden Guras. That's going to force the commitment into the Horseman. These are good trades, by the way. Don is going to lose, like, what? On average, 3 archers to kill a Horseman. So 80 resources. In return, you kill a 240 resource thing. It balances out, right? This is vicious. If Killjoy could somehow keep the numbers going, it would favor him, right? Because as the archer count shrinks, the effective firepower decreases. But that's just not happening here. And it's crazy because Don, now the fact that he's just going archers means that worry we had about what he's going to do with the sheep, what he's going to do with the deer, doesn't really have to worry. He's primarily just spending wood in mass. Now it's time for a march on the flank. Outpost has gone up at least, so these guys should be protected. That's the one negative of Don's build, right? It can raid through, but it can't destroy buildings. So outposts are the premium defense here. I'm wondering, though, have we got rams ready? No. Siege engineering could come on the way, though. I wonder if the strat here for Don and why he went mine work was this. Riveted Chainmail is a pretty smart call if that's the case. The +2 armor makes you really, really tanky up against men-at-arms. Like, getting free melee armor at this stage in the game is kind of insane, right? Considering men-at-arms are 2. So if you think about it, you're basically making Horsemen as tanky as men-at-arms. Less damage output, but outside that, it's a pretty good trade. I'd love to see it used because it's probably the most under-leveraged tech that we see, right? Alongside Steel Barding. But Steel Barding sometimes comes in with the fast castle builds. Dive into the main. Gujardi needs to find a way to get on top of archers. Unfortunately, cannot. So more cav falling. If he snipes the deer, this could be big. And in fairness, Don has walked out here with 9 entities and only 1 outpost. So this could end up costing him. Garrison comes in early. Villagers are going to be hit. Mistakes made by Don. Horsemen are at least going to try to block this out. A few more villagers likely to go down. I mean, really what Don needs to do is he needs to micro the new group in and the current group out, right? So you kind of min-max. That would have saved every single villager. But credit to him, only loses 1 from the raid. Don, I think we are kind of reaching critical mass, right? 8 horsemen, 29 archers. Only about to be 8 horsemen on the other side in the gilded form. It doesn't inspire confidence. Because I think that these horsemen can now just body block you. Like, once you're 10 plus horses, I think it's worth going for the Riveted Chainmail for just basically 90 resources. This is a terrible exchange. Killjardi gets caught out with a small trickle. Horsemen are raiding around the flank again. My worry now is if I'm in Don's position, I don't come home for this. I go into your base. Because I can kill a lot more than your horsemen can. Let's see if he goes for it, Don. Marching towards the enemy base. Horsemen are going to move in. Don is going to lose the prelate. And 2 extra villagers by the looks of it. No getting away from that. I mean, it's his own fault, right? Like, he got raided here once and didn't queue up Wheelbarrow. But it's a good thing Killjardi's got it because he's going to need to run here. Villagers trying to run for safety. Gilded archers, or archers rather, enough of them to snipe down the gilded villagers straight away. Few will make it in. Horsemen are outnumbered, though, and they are hitting the wrong target right now. Villagers have to vacate the base. This is getting a little bit rough. Outpost is going to get torched down, so more villagers falling. Don needs a better exchange rate here. It's going to be a march to the west side. 5 villagers out here, but you've got, what, 5 horsemen? You could technically burn down the outpost. It's going to cost you, though. More are coming. Killjardi makes for safety. Horsemen, in the meantime, dive in. More villagers being killed. I don't know how Killjardi's doing this. 9 worker kills to 2. Don, it's crazy, right? Like, in this game, after the mistakes made on the opening by Killjardi, you expect Don to be in a dominant position, but it's so difficult to find these kills. Finally, he's going to find 5 for his trouble, though. No doubt about it. And this should put him ahead. The problem that you have with your Killjardi is you can get great raids like you did with the Horseman, but you can't fight the main fight right now. That Archer mass is getting way too bloated. Don does have some serious macro issues right now, though. Like, I don't know, build 5 more Archer Rangers or gather something else. But that's because of the idle time. Remember, he was out on the board before. He got pushed all the way home. His berries got idled. So his food income has kind of turned into a shambles. That's why right now Kiljadi's in a momentous position. But he needs to be fast about this. Don is getting the correct counter. When you fall behind like this, you have to go for spears. Horsemen stand their ground. Villagers are going to get walled down. Now, I don't like this from Don. He's sending the main army home. I think you just trickle reinforcements to shut this down, right? Like, these horsemen are taking a lot of damage with this dive. Villagers just desperate to get in. I mean, Don, just build 5 farms. 10 farms right now. Like, you've got 1,000 wood in reserve. It's a little bit tunnel vision-y for my liking. The only thing I can think here is that Don was planning a 4-ram build. But he got shut off his timing, right? Like, he has siege engineering. There's no reason to be holding on to this much wood. Jardy on the other side of this, though. By some miracle, starting to claw his way back into this, weirdly enough. You have to remember, the deeper you go into Feudal, the worse this Minework build gets compared to Archon, right? Because Archon at this stage could have been buffing your entire economy. Now Don is buffing a maximum of, I believe it's 7 per prelate, right? Because theoretically it's meant to be 8, but the animations changed that number slightly. So 14 out of 37. Meanwhile, Kiljadi's playing a Civ that has a 28% base rate increase on everyone. Economically, he's just more powerful right now. You can even see it in the numbers. Horseman Archer's rotating. Horseman is shadowing here in a dangerous way. This is not a good fight to take. He's getting baited into it. Don arrives with the archers. This is the power of marching drills here. Moving in. A few horsemen get sniped out, but a worthwhile exchange. 2 gilded horsemen for 2 normal horsemen is something every HRE player would endeavor to get. Horsemen are going to appeal to go for a raid again. The villagers are out of the base once more, so Don needs to park the spearmen here. Archers are moving in. Outpost has been vacated. It's going to be a move back to the main from Kiljadi. Farms have been set up. Something that Don is apparently still allergic to this deep into the game. It feels bad to build farms, right, when you don't have the Archon. But I feel like it was a necessity here. Raid's going to come in again. He might just have to attack. And there we go. There's the Don I know. Textiles online, baby. Kiljadi regrets his actions. He's like, sorry, any other player would have ran. I see my mistake here. 2 villagers down, but now they dive into the main. Don looking for reparations here. Villagers seeking shelter, but there's just not enough room in the inn. Great micro coming in from Don as well. A little bit of overkill. Could actually split this kill. But now with this many archers against so few men at arms, he should be able to mop this up. Needs to be quick about it in the retreat. Horsemen are now coming home, but their health bars are not looking pretty. Second wave does look gorgeous, though. And this could be enough to break Don. The eco losses are just getting too big. 29 to 33 economy. You should never be behind the dragons like this. And Burgrave now on the way from Kiljadi. Don't make walls. I mean, dude, just make farms. I really expected farms in this game. His gluttonous move onto this east side, and it's also the predictability, right? Like, he tried deer on the left side once and then immediately got blocked out, but it's always been focused on the east side. Kiljadi's read has just been on point, and now it's a tech-up advantage. Don's going to be forced to commit, and I don't like the look of that for him. Archers and very few spearmen into an HRE base. It's a recipe for disaster. Here's another thought. With the Burgrave position, you're going to dive past it. If one Lancenet comes out and swipes, goodbye archers. Not to mention the fact that Lancenet stats just don't make sense. They're too tanky. He's not going to lead with it, by the way. You can't open Lance here because you need a front line due to the archer count. So we'll likely see a few more men at arms, and then Lance going to delay. Monastery now being dropped behind this by Kiljadi. I can't believe this. The opening on this game looks so good for Don. But I agree. I think the window was missed here. He came back when he needed to go in, and then later on, he went in when he needed to come back. And I think this side of the map screwed him. His predictability around this hurt him time and time again. Now has Kiljadi firmly in the driving seat here. He does immediately queue up the Lance. Hasn't even got the men-at-arms upgraded yet, but that's going to trick in at the same time. And we should be seeing Veteran Sea Horsemen too. Don, no choice but to break the base. Mass Spearmen, mass Archers, and this is exactly what I didn't want to see. His whole army basically gets countered by men-at-arms. The horsemen just need to be held back long enough. 1 or 2 Lancenet could swipe the front line immediately. If those spearmen go down, it's GG. Horseman veterancy coming in 40 seconds. Don looking for that soft underbelly, but it's going to be hard to reach here. Gold is being gathered in mass by Giljardi. Second Lancenet queued up. Gilded Knight coming as well. Don looks for the dive in. Cuts more eco. Horseman mass is looking scary though. 15 seconds. 15 seconds and then you are gone. Don needs more. Second lance has been queued up. Farms are being burned down. A good choice by Don. A heavy investment required down the line to repair that by Giljardi. Outpost not being targeted. That's because he repairs. If he tries, he'll just die. He also doesn't know if there's a sprint coming, if there's fortification, because usually there is in this type of game. Archers at risk, though. They've overextended. The Lance is sneaking in as well. Oh, no. This is exactly what I was worried about. The micro is a bit messy. Giljardi doesn't let the single Lance through. But he'll find his way eventually. And this surely is it. Don Hardy. The mass just isn't there anymore. Down to 25 archers, only 12 spearmen. And these horsemen are so insanely tanky, 310 HP each. Not to mention the fact they hit for a pretty raw and sore 37 damage per strike. They 2-hit these archers. And they're going to one-tap them out of this game. Don Hardy, missed opportunity here. Game went a bit too deep. When you find yourself an age behind against Order the Dragon, you know it's looking rough. And against a player like Giljardi, he'll never fail to close a game in that situation. I think what we saw here from Don, maybe a little bit rusty, needs to shake it off because he definitely had Giljardi by the long and Carly's midway through that game. But the difference you saw here is the grind, right? Giljardi, the moment the opportunity presents itself for him to take control of that game, he never let go. Don, bit worried that he might calibrate to plat. With losses like this adding up against Giljardi, it's looking more and more likely. Uh-oh. Is that what we just call that video? Don Hardy is going to be plat at this rate? This guy is going to put... wait, no, that's too long. Former pro is about to calibrate as plat. Oof. All right, I need to restart my game. Was that lagging for you guys? Because it was lagging for me. That was a bit rough. Trongo just sending me pictures of his 115 footman. Jesus Christ. I think Wingard is gonna get nerfed when in reality White Tower needs to get nerfed. So just talking about Drongo about that whole the 10 feet picks. Oh god. Are you going to attend Willow? I think I'll aim to. It's a bit of a tough one now, right? Because like you're essentially, I feel like this is another thing that's kind of rough. Is like because it's one match instead of just one day, commit a day before. It might feel a little bit. If someone doesn't care about AO2 and they don't care about AO4 and they don't care about AOM, I think it's maybe going to run the risk of feeling a little bit empty for people, which is a little bit sad. One game's kind of meh. Yeah, that's what I mean. I guess I could go for the AOM and the AO2 as well. I consider like some of the people who are deep in AO2 decent friends, some of them really good friends. So, you know. Oh, I was going to restart the game. Give me a sec, guys. Okay. So let me have a look here. Friends in AO2, that's toxic. No, it's just not letting that. Wow. It was like the classic Luger's better, Dota's better thing get in the way. Like, Dave's a wonderful lad. I love Nilly. Nilly is like an age-old brother to me, man. I miss that guy. He's one of the best people I've met in the entire Age of scenes, by far. Like, dude, I don't care who. Like, it's not even a GOAT competition. I know everyone's gonna have the like person that contributed the most to Age of Empires, but like, you genuinely be very hard stuck to find someone who's committed more mind, body, and soul and like betterment to the scene than Nilly. That guy. I mean, like, even new things I learned. Like, I didn't know about the deathmatch detail where like Red Bull wanted deathmatch originally, and Nilly suggested Empire Wars, even though he basically put himself at a disadvantage by doing that because he was one of the best deathmatch players, right? That's kind of wild to think about, but that's like how much the scene and getting it right meant to him, right? That's crazy. All right, let me restart AoE4. I think we might actually have to close this background now because I think that might be causing lag. I said this before, I don't know what it is about Wallpaper Engine, but it uses a lot of resources. Yeah, I think, well, like quarterfinals or even just semifinals. Like, imagine semifinals. There you have 3 matches, so like that could be a day of the action, right? Says it uses little. That's what I mean, dude. It's weird. Hell, thank you. What's up, Boogie with a hoodie? How's it going, buddy? All right, so give me a sec, guys. Let me get the next game we're going to watch ready. Wait, AoE2's trying to get their format changed? I thought, but they, dude, no, suck it up. You guys like Empire Wars now. Look at what you've all done. You're burning down the entire tournament. This is all your fault. Oh, blimey. That's brilliant. That is actually brilliant. Like I said, I think genuinely, if there was developmental effort proven to be going towards balancing Empire Wars, the tournament format would have been fine. Because I would, like, if I knew that devs were working on it, I would even organize 1 or 2 small tournaments. But like I said in that video, the problem wasn't them seeking a new style. It's that there's no proof that that style is going to get supported by Relic and World's Edge. That's the issue. And you need that. Like, I felt so bad for Marine. Like, just imagine Marine. I know he qualifies there by default, but he wouldn't even have anyone to practice with. He would legit have to pay people to practice with him in Empire Wars. This is Louis, right? I'm pretty sure this is Louis. Let me double check. Ugh! Dude, I crashed. I restart my game for this. I'm going to have to crash it now. Jesus. What's up, Samantha Longtail? How's it going? All right, give me a sec, guys. I need to... It's actually quicker to... Okay, usually it's quicker to force crash your game than wait for a free-for-all to load. But for some reason, my task manager is really slow today. I think my PC is just dying. One sec, just need to send a message. Oh my god, dude. The game lags so bad. Alt F4? Yeah, the problem with Alt F4 over Task Manager is I find Alt F4 takes longer for Steam to identify that you've left the game. I don't know why. No one plays it, so there's no balance for it? Yeah, exactly. But like I said, I actually want them to do... Like, I would commend Wallol for doing a different form than standard 1v1. I think anyone who doesn't agree with that is like, they're being a bit short-sighted on what Red Bull aims to do with their events. That's the reality. All right, so let's get ready for another. Dude, Spotify, please. Like an ad, dude. Like they have more ads than Twitch and YouTube combined. It's actually criminal how much they try to bait you into premium. Because 8 people for AoE2 is not an issue. AoE4 is 2 people. Yeah, but like the tournament's gonna be in line. So I'm saying like they should have a different like format. I agree with that. But like yeah, I do feel like in an ideal situation it should have been the top 4 and it should have been 3 matches, to be honest. How so? Because they they really do merit nothing from just doing the same copy and paste format. They want something unique. You have to understand it from Red Bull's POV. They always do this. They have always done this. They have always aimed for a different... Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about... Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Sorry. Do you guys want... Wait, who's Voldemar against? Oh, look. My boy. Rank 362 from Hong Kong. Alright, we'll quickly glance at the live ladder. If not, we'll go with this. We don't need to see Don get plat. Does ML deserve invite? The other is, does anyone? Yeah, like, so the problem with the ML thing is, like, that's the format they go with, but it looks weird because it's 2 people on LAN instead of, like, 4 or 8. Like, they literally, what they do in that, like, that element of their format is no different than what they normally do. Because they, like, last time they invited the former champ, right? Like, this time they've invited Tato. The difference is because it's only 2 people, it looks like a show match type thing, as opposed to, like, actually, this is the format we always use. What I will say, I used the comparison WSOE, which was a bunch of events ran out of Vegas, where they invited the former winner, because basically that's what, like, chess does, that's what, like, boxing does, that's what a lot of traditional sports do, right? And the lucky thing is because Marine Lord is an active player, you don't have the cringe factor that WSOE was. Because what WSOE had, I still remember there's a team called Team Serenity at a Dota event. That they won the previous one, they then disbanded. They hadn't been together for almost 2 years. 3 of the players weren't even playing competitive Dota anymore. They got back together to fly out to Vegas. It was the most one-sided grand final I've ever been a part of in my history in Dota 2. And it was on a LAN. Right? That's at least the good news, is if, like, you know, let's say, like, so for perfect example, let's say Sorov had won AoE4 and he wasn't, like, Sorov doesn't play anymore, right? That would have been rough. Stay, Hart, right, who retired. Those would have been rough situations. Like, in fairness, of all the players in Age of Empires 4, the one that would have made the most sense to get invited to a grand final by default has been invited. That's what I'll say in his defense. Should we do Vortex and Don? I said I didn't want to watch Don get plat, but now I do. Because Killjoy versus Don or Don versus, like, Vortex, it's so aggressive, right? You know it's going to be good. I mean, you can't get them to increase. Sadly, you won't get them to increase it. Like, what you need to realize, the budgeting, the planning done around those type of things is done so far in advance. Changing a format is much easier. Finding additional budgeting to house 2, 4, 6 extra players, right? And then the scheduling, right? These are the things that are difficult. Still 50k. Dude, Crackety, why do you want War with AoE 2? Jesus Christ. You know that whole, like, kill the other game thing was always bad. Like, the League used to have this, right? Their marketing was trying to kill Dota, and it was a negative spiral for both games. Chill. Embolden your own game. We're going to start a campaign to... For God's sake, guys. AoE 2's gatekeeping other AoE games? I mean, it's more that, like, Red Bull knows AoE 2 works for them, and they don't really have much cognizant proof that AoE 4 works. Because the marketing around AoE 4 has been tragic. And the game, like, hasn't, to an outsized POV, been growing. Right? Yeah, but, like, Sassy, so the thing I keep emphasizing is AoE 4, like, is good now, and it should work for us, all that kind of stuff. That's not on Red Bull. That's on Microsoft. Take it to Microsoft. Complain at Microsoft. Like, that's where people should be pouring their outroar. And I know there's devs that want to be enabled to make AoE 4 as great as it can be from a marketing POV. The problem is getting the message loud enough for Microsoft people, for all the bigwigs to hear it. That's the challenge. I think you overestimate the power certain AoE people have, is what I'll say. The thing you've got to realize is the people that are really, like, making the big budget decisions don't even know what Age of Empires is truly. They've heard the name, they don't know more than that. That's your bigger challenge. Those people don't have finger on the pulse. So like the issue is actually more empowering the people that do know the state of the games. That's the big issue. This is what happens when you get ginormous publishers, by the way. Change is slow. And like, it's very hard to get any message through right now because you just had the giant Activision Blizzard acquisition. You just had huge layoffs. You've had the second down spiral year in tech in a row. So like, any movement is insanely slow is the sad reality. I wish it wasn't. Because it's depressing that like we're in the best state we've ever been at like this kind of point. You know what I mean? Like, it's a rough way that it played out. Also, I'm going to say something that might be polarizing. And this comes from someone that wants AoE4 to succeed. But like, if we're being totally real, Red Bull Warlord was always an AoE 2 event. You know what I mean? So we do have to be proof of pudding from Red Bull's perspective. That's something that people don't want to wake up and like understand. But it's true, right? Like, that's where they're seeing their success. It's Microsoft that's, once again, like, it comes down to Microsoft. Like, I keep imploring people. Praise Red Bull for actually trying to do something with Age of Empires 4. Legit. I'm not just saying this because I like working their events and I want to get hired for them. I actually think, like, you know, they're doing something they didn't have to. I know some people like Pity Pie or whatever, like, oh, it's doing Showmatch. But it's like, yeah, but this is Microsoft. It's on Microsoft. It's Microsoft marketing. That, like, Microsoft hasn't, like, Microsoft hasn't done a good enough job of bragging about how they just had the most successful expansion ever, right? So, of course, Red Bull's not going to see that. And even if they did, like, the other thing is, like, that expansion came in at a point where I guarantee you most of Red Bull Warlord's planning was already in place. Because most of the core elements you build around, like, this type of shows is planned out over a year in advance. It has to be, right? Do you think you can phone up your local stadium and request a stadium booking for, like, a month from now? Same with a castle, right? Who's the players for Showmatch? We're going to have Gully Deckle and Dragavan. They're going to be trying out a new Civ and a new map. BC thinking the only reason Red Bull added on AoE4 was from Microsoft pressure. So, handicap, I've been doing this crap for quite a few years, and I'm going to tell you something quite flat out. You cannot run an event if a publisher doesn't want you to. In fact, a lot of scenes have very restrictive enforcements. We're talking stuff like you can't actually run an event that has a combined cost, not just the prize pool, combined cost of more than 15k, which for most scenes, that's impossible without having a license from the devs. So blunt reality, if Microsoft really wanted AoE4 there as a pivotal part, if they looked at their marketing campaign and went, look, AoE4 needs to succeed, we need that to be like the big one, the big push, they could have, they bluntly, like, I don't think they should because it's like a negative to just kick someone out of the scene entirely, but they could have bluntly went, yo, like, we legit want AoE4 to be the mainstay. So if you want this event, it needs to be the mainstay. And Red Bull would have either had to have been okay or leave. Now, I'm not saying they should do that, but because, like, I think that's just a lose-lose reality. But my point is that's the level of power that a publisher and developer has over the rest of the game. You guys remember how, like, there was that whole controversy where Smash tournaments were getting pulled down left, right, and center? Remember that stuff? You've heard about that stuff, right? Like, Smash was full-on pulling down tournaments. That's what a publisher can do. People have just been spoiled with it not happening because, like, I come from Dota 2. It's a Valve game. Valve just let you do whatever, right? Valve is like fairness, and that's all they care about. So they won't get involved. Microsoft is also towards a Valve end style where they'll provide prize pool funding for tournaments, but then they'll, like, do what you want. But the reality is, if they really wanted to push it, that's what they could do. I could, like, you know, I even know a way that they could actually get a big competitor energy drink to be involved in the scene if they really wanted to. Not saying I'm gonna, like, no, not saying it's definitely gonna happen, but, like, I know what it would take, and it would take something from Microsoft again. Valve kind of is enforcing rules on scouts right now. Much more, like, what was the big change? I think the rules are quite limited, though, compared to other scenes still, right? There's still a lot of freedom there, from what I've been seeing. But usually, Valve's enforcement around that, I think, is something to do with, like, there was gambling companies for a bit, right? Like, that was something they enforced in Dota 2, where you couldn't have title sponsors that were gambling companies. Which is kind of dumb because esports is mainly made up of it, but it's actually not a bad idea to try and diversify esports away from gambling companies, to be honest with you. Like, if we can't attract something other than just gambling, we have a bigger problem. All right, we can talk about this more afterwards, though. Let's hop into the game. We've got Don Artie going up against Vortex. I honestly feel like they're on the notorious pub sieves as well. Vortex on the Rus and Don Artie on the English. Question 1, Don. We're 4.5 minutes in the game, and you haven't pulled villagers to the enemy side of the map yet. What give? Don's like, no. I've been losing my placement games. We've been casting a few of Don's placement games. He's only played about 5 games this season. And unfortunately for him, 2 of the 5 games were Kill Charlie. Now the sickness Vortex. Oh, no. He is legitimately going to come out plat. I'm calling it. I'm so sorry, Don. This is old school as well. You guys seeing this? Council Hall build. Oh my god, but look at why. What? This is wild. Eddie Smurfy, aka Vortex, has gone for the loose ball play. An immediate Wooden Fortress is going up. This is tough though. Wooden Fortress won't protect you from Lombos. Right? Like, Lombos can still idle and snipe you. So this is rough. Now, I'm wondering, Don, does he go for like an early Blacksmith play to dent this? I don't think you can, right? You're going to need to add in racks first because your opponent's reaction should be a stables play. Instead, Vortex is going for Fast Castle. What? Now, that is intriguing. This is a reaction to what he expects the English opening to be, right? Because you'd expect the English to go for a double TC Fast Castle. So he's trying to get Fast Castle first to then pick up the relics because that's an advantage for Rus, right? They move very quick. And also, Warrior Monks aren't terrible at defending themselves against Kings, or more importantly, just ignoring them. But this, I mean, I think this somewhat caught Vortex off. He would have scouted the Council Hall, but this is a very different style, right? Like, to what we've been seeing anyway. Everyone is doing Abbey of Kings. This is old school English. The one that basically had the worst win rate in tournament play from doing this. I'm not kidding, guys. The Elite Classic 2, EGC's recent S-tier tournament, English had about a 30 or 33% win rate because they just kept doing these Lombo builds. So we'll see how well it works because Vortex is not far away from Castle. And the reality is, because of that Wooden Fortress, he can't go there anymore. Don. He's looking a little bit lost right now. Don't call it the Longbow build. I was about to say this has that classic feeling of like, I've built Lombos. And now, we'll do a thing. Yeah, but what is that thing, Don? We'll do a thing. Yeah, but Don, I need to know what that... Things are happening, guys. Oh, man. It breaks my heart because I can't help but feel looking at this build right now, Don would have had a better chance of success if he went for the full villager pool at the start of the game. High trade house now on the way. Vortex. Guy's just seeing ELO numbers in his head going up in green right now. I mean, he's trying to get right to the tippity top, right? Eddie Smurfy, this account is sitting in 6th place on the leaderboard right now after 85 games. 2.2k ELO. Don is about to be probably 1,200 ELO at this rate. Let's have a look. How's poor Don Artie doing? Because he genuinely... Like, this is the thing. If you look for Don Artie, he doesn't have a rank yet. Oh, sorry. No, he does. He's ranked 455th. 7 games in. But he's still in calibration phase, right? I want you guys to remember that last season, this is a guy that finished 77th in the world. With, I'd say, a limited count of games compared to most players in the top 100. My trade house about to complete. And it looks like we are going to be staring down some men-at-arms spam. Makes sense, right? Like, if you go knights, your opponent can counter your innate behind. If you just go men-at-arms, oh my god. So what is Don's out here? I think it's going to be a bit of a survival game for a bit. Could you maybe go 2 TC and just try to hunk it down? Because, like, 1 TC here, and you're an age behind, right? And the relics are going to put Vortex further ahead. My worry is the moment that Undermesh level 2 comes in, unless you've got a dozen men-at-arms here, you're screwed. You're more screwed than corkscrew, right? It's looking pretty bleak from that perspective. And also, keep in mind, Vortex has insulated himself in a way that he has a lot of eco down the line, right? He's got the deer next to the boar. He's got backspawn deer. He's not going to run out of food for the pump here. It's just going to escalate. 3 racks is now online. Holy crap. High trade house generating 143 gold already, not to mention the extra gear with the food to get additional bounty levels. If Don can get to 4 farm clusters, the first men at arms start to arrive and he just immediately nopes out. Oh man, this is brutal to witness. I think for Don's dignity, we won't upload that one. Cool thing is, judging from channels like Gotaga and Lyric and other external channels, the view count for these is decent. Yeah, I said, like, basically we have to build into it. So, like, my goal is legit to keep building the channel to 300, 400 CCV, right? I know it's bold. I know I said 300 before, but that was like if you want to see me start playing. But I want to start hosting tournaments. So that means, you know, pitching to sponsors and getting some money in and then doing it. I've got people's rates for show matches. I might lean to the idea of just doing weekly, like, little tournament events on, like, a Friday night or something. Friday or Wednesday, I don't know what. Like, I'm thinking Friday works better because, like, people finish work, right? It's hard to do it in the week. But what I'll probably do, maybe we do, like, instead of it being a long-winded tournament where it's, like, play down to the final 2, I might split it up into 4 different groups so you get a more compact experience so that people feel it's more worth their time. It gives me content. It gives you guys stuff to view. Also then gives me content for extra days throughout the week. And maybe we could even, like, maybe we can even split that up where, like, basically people will allocate a day. Okay, I'm going to have to get an admin involved. I need some volunteers because I'm poor. But, like, you could have 4 different groups and you could basically have a tournament on each day of the week and people could nominate which day they're available for. And then you categorize them as best you can based on the info they give you, right? And the whole idea is, like, you know, let's say you have 64 entries, but you're having 16 players play on a day, so you have a more compact tournament experience where people like, I can tune in, I can play that. The prize pool isn't crazy big, but it's not like I'm spending all of Saturday and Sunday, right? I don't upload all these games now, Philly. I've got a big backlog right now, because my nephew is still learning and whatever. Like, you know, basically, like, so full disclosure, I've got videos scheduled up until May the 8th right now. I go on holiday on May the 8th. My goal is to have him grind time and get, in the next week, double that done, because I want to go up to 2 uploads a day, is my preference. But yeah. We need some XQC getting coached live in A4. Actually, we need show matches, and we need tournaments that are influencer-based. I think someone said that earlier. Like, this is something I've been begging for a long time. I actually pitched this to Microsoft before. What I wanted was to do, like, I want funding and I wanted support on marketing to do a 2v2 tournament where you would invite top-level influencers and partner them with top-level pro players. And the whole idea is you intertwine the communities. It's like, imagine XQC and Marine Lord and Lyric and Beastie, right? And you know, you could have Buddha and Crackety, right? You do all these sort of things. So yeah, so exactly this, because what happens there is people witness the game and they witness it for a balanced experience of the community they're used to and the new community you're trying to introduce them to. And you get cross-pollination there where people are like, hey, I really like that Beastie guy. Check out his stream. Oh, I really like that Crackety. Oh, I really like that Puppy Paw guy. Like, you go on. And you ooze the community in. It's a very, very proven and successful way to integrate people into new environments. Because instead of just, like, basically having a, I've been paid a sponsor amount to stream this game for 4 hours, it's, hey, look at this guy. He's being part of the scene. Ta-da! Very different, right? How my nephew cost? No. Jesus, no. Bless him. I mean, I'm weighing up whether I do, like, maybe I choose a day while I'm away to, like, do an IRL stream. But I just don't think people will care. This is, like, I'm actually crapping it because, like, this is going to be my first holiday. I've been doing freelance since 2018. This is going to be my first holiday since 2020. I think I took a small holiday away for a few days during COVID. Right? It's so hard to take holiday as a freelancer because you never know when you're working. But, yeah. We'll see how that goes. I think I said the other day, like, I've been full disclosure, I am a little bit paranoid. I'm like, I'm going to come back and everyone's going to have forgotten about me. Maybe that's, like, I hope that's, I don't know, maybe that's just imposter syndrome or whatever, but I don't know. Sometimes, like, I get it from a content creator perspective. This is why content creators don't want to take breaks, because they're worried all the time. Need to meet them, nephew? You won't. He's behind the scenes. My goal is to get him soon to a point where... Because right now, he usually comes to me and asks for feedback on the thumbnails, and I'll suggest some things. But I just want to... I'm trying to get him, you know... It's tough with a kid, but I'm trying to get him to the point where he has the confidence to just run with it. That's what I want for him. Because, like, when you think about it, like, the cool thing that I like about this is the idea that I'm kind of teaching him marketing in a way, if you think about it. Like, being good at YouTube is kind of just being good at marketing, right? There are a lot of people who are good content creators, like, they're great on camera, but they're not good marketers, and that's why they fail. Marketing is everything, man. That's something I've learned in the last year or so. It's like, marketing, like, most people just envision marketing to be mood boards and PowerPoint presentations, but it's really not. Wait, why am I clicking on Don again? Dude, let's give Don a break. It's a rank 61, dude. Like, let's give him a break. This is painful. Actually, don't. You know what the better one would be? XQC and Core. Because Core, like, remember Core coach? Like, no, actually, no, it was Puppy Paw, wasn't it? Puppy Paw was getting Core's coach. Puppy Paw was coaching Core, and I still remember he paid him to get coached. And there was a part in the coaching session where Puppy Paw just said, be better. Oh, man. That was so good. That was so good. The look on Core's face was priceless. It was so good. Oh, my God. That's what we need more of. Wait, did we check who Voldemar's against? Quote that on a weekly basis. It was so dumb. It was so good. Yo, we haven't seen Vertex in a while. Do you guys want to see some Vertex? I don't know. Like, this is pretty dominant for Joan. Yes, we talked about the Red Bull change. I'm going to have a video up about it later today is the goal. So I usually upload a video on YouTube about an hour and a half from now. It'll probably be slightly delayed until a bit later tonight, but that will be coming. We'll probably do this one, then I'll have a snack quickly and eat before the show match, because the show match is going to be in about an hour, guys. So we're going to have a show match showing off a new map and a new civ. You missed that? You can catch it later on YouTube. It's all good. I got you covered, bro. I got you, boo. But yeah, I just realized I got some games that I need to sort as well, because I need to smush together some of the show matches we've cast in the past. I'll figure that out, though. Just so many videos worth uploading, I feel like. Can't wait that long? I mean, you check the VOD. Chill, brother. Show match Humst. Dragavan versus Gully Deckle. I've got the kids, dude. This is my channel now. I hire my nephew. I hire an underage kid to do my thumbnails, and then I hire underage kids or barely like 16-year-olds to play my show matches. This is my identity. I'm the kindergarten channel now. Yep, that's how it works. Show matches involving kids. Casts on the pub ladder involving the kid. I mean, with the kiddie camp here. I'm trying to get that Fortnite audience in the Age of Empires 4. We've got Vertex. Bless him. It's been a while since we actually watched Vertex. I thought we'd check in on him. Playing as a Deli up against Voldemar. No, guys, why did you say this was okay? I just realized it's on high view. Go next. Oh, this is either going to be really good or really cringe. All right, let's find out. It's high view time, guys. Little teaser. I've got something coming. Someone's cooking. You guys are going to see a better high view very soon. We're working on it. But yes, in fairness, these are two aggro civs. Zhone versus Deli is definitely two civs that shouldn't be playing full camp. Zhone might go 2TC and chill, but there's no reason to. Like, this matchup is heavily biased towards Zhone. The reason is that he just farms so much XP off the Deli. It's such a powerful matchup. We actually watched it in a tournament the other day between... Ooh, that was actually Voldemar and Vortex, right? Oh, sorry, was it Puppy Paw? And the Deli were able to win there. But I think Zhone right now, with this kind of aggro play, where you just basically snipe out a lot of the Ghazi and keep the pressure up, you can stomp Deli pretty hard. Maybe times are changing, because Crackety is trying to convince me elsewhere. People just got to learn how to play free... Okay, there it is. So, Deli... We're just going to ignore what Crackety says for the rest of this game. He's in that mood. Actually, it's funny he mentions free TC, because that's memes, but 2TC was something that I know Puppy Paw and Wham were really good at. You guys remember that? Because I actually remember he used to do it a lot on this map in particular. Highview, back when Highview was in rotation, Wham and Puppy Paw had decent success with Deli 2TC. Yeah, but Sassy's still trying to believe that Ottomans are okay. Anyway, we can have a look at the sheep pool. Looks like Voldemort has got a slight lead there. That's always a good sign. This is really a tempo-driven matchup where both of you are going to have to flood out into the field, right? So whoever has to come out first is going to be a lot more vulnerable. Just don't die. Thank you for the poppy ball levels of coaching there. And what's up, Thirsty Sips? Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to the Prime. School of Cavalry on the way. The thing you always have to remember with School of Cavalry, by the way, is when you add in Joan d'Arc, you're actually not building at the speed of 2. You're building at the speed of... What is it? It was 2... It was 4. No, sorry, 3.5. Because Joan is basically like 33% faster. Every villager past adds 25%, right? So you've got a base rate, then she's adding another 25%. That's an extra villager, and then half a villager. Maths is weird. So this is not that bad of a tech timing. Tower Victory coming the other side from Vertex. I'm wondering if there's really ever going to be a viable situation for Dome of Faith in Joan. Maybe that 2TC/3TC build, it can make sense, but I feel like you're still going to want archers, right? Like, Tower of Victory just feels too good. The crazy part is, like, the tooltip is a lie, right? It's not 20%, it's 15%. Yet still, this landmark is so insanely dominant. I'm wondering if you have to reduce it to a 10 attack speed or a... I think what the way to do this might be is 10% in age 2, 15% in age 3. That might make it a bit more reasonable. Don't forget to give points. Oh, thank you very much. I forgot about that. Yeah. None of you have faith in Don. Thanks for that. All right, who will win? Let's do it here. Vertex or Voldemort? Nothing's been given away yet. I'm going to have to make it 30 seconds, though, to be fair. So go. Live games, baby. This is why we do them. This is why you watch live. So, win conditions. Delhi need castle. They need to find a way of bait and switching and getting to castle. Highview's not a bad map because of the usually more defendable sacred site in the corner. It's close to your base. Unfortunately, there's no tree lines around this, so it's going to take a bit of walling. For Voldemort, a long feudal plays pretty damn well here. The whole idea is you gradually scale knights and then eventually you just convert into Royal Institute play with level 3 Joan and GG the game. So for me, it's all about Delhi finding that fine line between sticking feudal and finding a way out. You just can't rush it, though. If you blind try to tech, you'd think that Joan would be weak against that, but you have to remember, like, Delhi, if they don't have any sacred sites trickling in, they don't really have a big advantageous play there. And also, because you have no scholars, you can't get tech unlocks on spearman upgrades quickly. Like, if you rush castle here, you have nothing. Because even if you go into, say, lancers and men-at-arms, you're going to be up against mass French knights. Those are units that can actually contest you from an age behind due to the damage buff. You almost... Dude, that's always my favorite thing. Did anyone else have this when they were learning, like, the players in Age of Empires 4 at release? Because, you know, I knew a bit of Warcraft. I didn't know it deeply. StarCraft, casually, but not deeply. So, like, Vortex, obviously a pedigree player, but I wasn't totally familiar with him. So I remember it was very confusing at first when I was like, Vertex, Vortex, which one of these was the good one? I think Vertex would accept that Vortex is the better player. But he's been grinding pretty hard. How's Verti doing right now? I call him Verti and Vorti. That makes it even more confusing for you guys. Vertex, okay, ranked 377th right now. So, slip and slide. I think every time I've looked at Vertex, he's been somewhere between, I want to say, like, rank 200, rank 300, 400-ish. Anytime I've glimpsed anyway. So he's pretty stable in that ranking. I'm wondering, like, actually, you know, this is a fun time where when you've got players like Crackety in chat, Philly as well, they've been up against Vertex a decent amount over the years. What would you guys say, and this, like, we're always trying to be, like, this is from a constructive standpoint, like, analytical feedback here. What would you say is, like, Vertex's big area for improvement to kind of get up to that higher echelon consistently? Can't say. Okay. Because there's always, like, something that's made me... I think Vertex, he's definitely a very passionate player. I've noticed that. So I'm wondering if there's maybe some burnout or frustration when he plays games. Because I can get that. Like, I'm a perfectionist myself. It really sucks when you know you should be doing something a certain way and then it doesn't play out that way, right? So maybe that's the issue. Because I find the best players in the game are very good at adaptation. They see something, they change something. They do boom, gone, boom, gone, boom, gone. So we'll find out if Vertex is capable of doing that. Because right now, just going Ghazi, that's not showing any transitional play. You really need archers on defense. I don't like that he's gone Spearman. If you're going to go Spearman in this matchup, you have to open racks. You can't secondary it. If you go Ghazi first, you're going archers. and then you're trying to blob, right? Because archers is your big advantage. You'd think a spearmen are good here, but in low quantities, Zhone dominates them in women arms form, and then the archers just guarantees they die. So this is now a pretty rough matchup for Vertex. His only option is to go flank raiding. The problem right now is Voldemar hasn't exited his base yet. He's still got, what, 6 sheep remaining? He's even keeping a few knights at home because he knows this strike is coming. This is brutal. How's Zhone ahead in workers? It'll be, yeah, textiles. There's also something else going on here, though. That's 2 villagers. Zhone, like, you lose a villager when you're playing as Zhone, right? Because when you convert Zhone, you're 1 villager down. Something else happened here. I think for... Oh, no. Okay, so we were wondering, like, areas for improvement. I think we found one. That is rough. Yeah, we're gonna go puppy paw. You just need to play better, guys. I freaking love that kid. Oh my god, he still hasn't noticed. This is no small difference, by the way. This is huge. He's 1 blacksmiths. This many villagers, like that allows Voldemar to get all his blacksmith techs. No disadvantage given, right? This game might already just be over. He finally noticed. He queued up more. All right. Vertex, Spearman, Ghazi, 5 villages behind. I mean, textiles means you shouldn't be easily snipeable, but the negative here is now all of a sudden dropping a blacksmith's getting into the steel arrow, undermesh. These type of things aren't going to be difficult. Undermesh is important here because you're at a stage now where you're going to get ready to dive the enemy base. Voldemar, like, actually, I wouldn't even be surprised if he just rushes a ram. Rushing a ram is insane value here. Flank attack coming in, but it's not going to work out. Well, we'll see this through to our conclusion. The upside for Vertex, at least, is he's moving away from Ghazi now, which is what I wanted. Your advantage lies in infantry. Zhone's lies in the cavalry. So the more you play into cavalry, the more you play into her advantage, right? So you need to play away from it. In fact, Zhone's weaker in infantry ever since the nerf. Remember, she doesn't get Bloomery for free, so just going 1-1-1 doesn't feel good anymore. Most Zhone players are playing like old school French, which is knights archers only. Raid's forcing quite a bit of idle time here, and it looks like Vertex is going to go on the offensive. Voldemar is backtracking right now, though. This is dangerous. When you do it with Ghazi, you can get away. But what Vertex is doing now has a significantly higher risk attached to it. If he gets red and Voldemar mirrors, he's going to have to abandon the spears. And that's basically a third of your army gone. Radiant doesn't find the villagers, only finds the archers. Knights now coming in. He's going to start to corral him, and you notice straight away Vertex has to go for the wide arc. What worries me, guys, is not only are we 10 minutes into the game and Vertex is now 9 villages behind, on top of that, he has no Sacred Site caps at all. One day French and Zhone will have their own playstyle, not today. That's not true. French have their own playstyle. They build spearmen. Like, I actually think it's easier for French players to go spearmen now than it is Zhone. Because they still get Bloomery by default, right? And like you might go, oh yeah, but KP consecration and you get 20 food off and like that saves you 80 food a minute. Yeah, but over time as French, I get extra villagers. So that equates to more. I think Vertex just has to wall these one by one and go. If he doesn't start getting gold in the next minute, this is over. He's lost even... Alright, yeah, this is looking pretty rough. Vertex has idled the TC again. This is wild, actually. It's kind of crazy, right? Because, like, I don't want to be hard on Vertex, but, like, he's a top 400 player. And I think the thing that I want to highlight from this is people put players in, like, top 400 on a pedestal. But this is proof that they're human, right? Like, this is, like, in hindsight, for us watching, just chilling here, this is, like, a very big mistake. But it's such an easy one to make. Especially when you're in a pressure-oriented matchup, which is what Zhone and Deli is. Zhone and Deli is don't make a mistake, right? Make the right move. Always just make the right move. Play better, lol. And the problem with that is, like, you get distracted so easily. Like, it's happening again. TC has not queued anyone. He's got no food left in reserve because he's building spearmen and archers. And Voldemar, he may be outnumbered right now, But that's not going to last. With a 16 eco lead, this is going to get out of control. Jones also farming up. Divine Restoration is going to come through. Love that he leaves there behind at the end of the pack, because if you keep turning around, go for quick cleaves, you can still get away. Archers are being sacrificed. With Voldemort, second wave coming in. Vertex, I mean, what he needs to do now is double down. If he backs away, this is over. This is the thing, like, in a game where you're eco even, that's a big win for the Delhi. We can't be delusional here. It's 23 to 41 economy. But hey, those villagers don't die easily. They've got textiles. So guys, you know how I said textiles is OP for the Delhi? This is what I was asking for. You know, textiles take 25 seconds. Instead, it should take 2 minutes. There we go. On the positive side, Vertex is almost at the stage where he can safely protect all of his remaining villages. He's got garrison spots of 15. I mean, let's take a Donati approach to this. Villages are fighting tools. Vertex has got 25 more health, so ergo, because Voldemort doesn't have textiles, Vertex technically, for fighting force, has 50% more on his economy, right? So he's actually sitting at 35, which isn't too bad, right? If he uses them to fight. I've been watching too many Donati games today. Ghazi, raid comes through. Wait, did he really not get a single kill? This is brutal to watch right now. Villagers now moving out to danger territory as well. There's just so many knights here. Vertex. Slow reactions coming in. I wonder, is he even going to notice? No. No, no, don't go under 20 villages. Don't do it. Oh my god. Vertex now going in for the trade. I mean, if he can find 20 kills, big. Like, you guys think that Voldemar's won this, but think about this right now. Voldemar, I was about to say, only has garrison for half his economy. Finally, GG gets called. This was clearly Empire Wars start versus normal 1v1 start. OP for Voldemar. All right, who banked the easy points? 1% voted for Vertex. Dude, that person is on those statistical gamblers. You know, the ones that's like, that's too good of odds to give up, man. I've got to stop giving you guys such easy point exchanges. Oh, man. Poor guy. I felt bad about that. Ooh. Crackety. You've got a game for us. Sup, Truffledore. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get Richard Hammond, I get Iron Man, and more recently, I get Colin Farrell. We were going over this yesterday. I literally had, in the middle of an esports production with WePlay, the production pulled up a picture of Richard Hammond, and then a picture of me, and put Richard Hammond's son under it. Someone in Ukraine was watching the broadcast, and they just rushed to get it together. Oh, man. So, Crackety, I don't know if we'll have time for that before the show match. Iron Man's the stretch. I think it's mainly because of this and usually the glasses. Because I usually wear, like... Well, usually... I haven't been wearing as much recently. But usually I'll wear these, which I guess are more Tony Stark-esque. Right? Cool, it feels different with the tint. So Crackety, I don't think we'll have time to do that game today, mate. But remind me tomorrow, and we'll... Not tomorrow, sorry. Your grinder will probably be gone, but maybe if it's there on Thursday. Guys, what I want to do now, because I need to get a video encoded, because we just had our talk. I'm going to put a video up for you guys to watch, and I'm quickly going to take a short break to have a snack, because in 45 minutes, we are going to have a show match featuring a brand new Civ and a brand new map. Well, the map will be familiar, but it will be a grand improvement on what exists in the game right now. So that's going to be a fun one to check out on. Let me get a video ready for you guys. I need to also prep Premiere so that I can stitch together this video real quick. So let me have a look. Let me drag this in now. I need to close Red Bull. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this show match. It's a really cool one. We're going to have a play all 5. It's going to feature a new variant Civ, which one of our modders created for the Delhi. So it should be pretty entertaining to see. What are we talking about? We're talking about a new Civ. Persia is being added to the game in 45 minutes here on this channel, courtesy of our modding community. And I think we even have 1 or 2 devs watching, actually, because they're curious to see how this is going to function. There's some interesting ideas in there. There were other ideas they wanted to do, but they were a little bit handcuffed with the modding tools. For example, there was one idea that they were flaunting, because I asked them about it, and they were like, I want to do that as well. It was a sick idea to basically allow you to convert villagers into military units. Now, Donati would call that just picking the English and getting textiles, but like really doing it is what I'm talking about. So, 1 second, because I need to get this video ready to export. Let me get you guys a game to watch while I'm gone for a little bit. It shouldn't be too long. Let's do... Ooh. Wait. So there was the Uruk versus Dragavan game. That was kind of comedial. Was this... We'll talk about Age of Empires Mobile shortly. I think this was Louis... Was one Louis before? I think it was. I think this was Louis versus Myriad. So this was a pretty cool game. Let me pull this one up. In fact, let me just get the chat up as well. So up next will be the show match. So Donati variant Civ. I mean, sort of. The spearmen are actually weak in the standard spearmen, so it's a bit weird. I can guarantee it's not going to be well balanced because it's the first take. We also have a map, which I've had the map creator working tirelessly to try and get right. So I'm also really excited for that. So give me a second. And let me get that one ready to go. I just want to set this to export. 1 second. So then I basically can get the video uploaded onto YouTube so that it's more or less on time, sort of. Yeah, so let me go ahead that. Boom. All right, fantastic. So I'll let that export. I'll let this video play. I'll be back live in about 25 minutes-ish. 30 minutes, actually, I think it is. And when I'm back, we'll be prepping ourselves for the amazing show match we've got coming. And thank you very much, King Smurf. There you go. Back subbed.
Let's go, Kappa.
Whoop, whoop. Wait, Empire Wars is gone, buddy. Oh, no. King Smurf. He was happy. No one tell him, dude. Let him, like, it's like Santa. Let him believe. All right, guys. Enjoy this game, though. Really fun one, and I will be back. But for now, shortly. I need to see some mobilization out of these boys. We have got Louis MT going up against Myriad in the good old HRE English matchup. One that is heavily HRE biased these days. Maybe Myriad can show us something different, though. I think, actually, a lot of players are already showing us something a bit different. The Abbey of Kings build is finding a decent amount of success against HRE by blunting their initial advance. What I have yet to see, though, is a game where an English player and an HRE player both commit to feudal with the Abbey of Kings. I don't think we're going to get that here. I wouldn't be surprised if Myriad's going to do the atypical fast castle build with the English after 2TC. The question mark then is what Louis does on the other side, because if you invite the late game to this guy, he will take it. He will bite your hand off and run away with your limb. Like Louis MT, every time he sees a player go late game, I think I made a video the other day that's already up on YouTube, which is, it calls him the Chinese Beastie Cutie. And that's really accurate, because Beastie Cutie, he may find himself in the late game a lot, but he regularly says he doesn't want that. It's just that if you give it to him, he'll take it. Louis is 100% that type of player. He will happily engage with in the early game. We've seen plenty of replays where he does, where he annihilates people in 20 minutes. But if you invite this idea of an hour-long game, he's going to be dancing on your corpse by that hour mark. So, with that in mind, does Myriad maybe lean into the idea of that feudal I talked about? Does he maybe look towards castle instead? One thing I have noticed that actually Louis does quite cool with the English that no one else is doing at the moment, and I'm actually kind of being sold on it, is the 2TC Fast Castle double monastery opening. Do you guys remember those games from Louis? It's actually insane how impactful it is for the English, because you start with a king and you get a few knights, and you quite easily can get map control off of pretty much any civ in the game. Like, the reason why I'm hoping Louis is going to try to be a bit more aggressive here, by the way, is if this is a fast castle rush, say on both sides, the problem is that you can't protect your prelates on the opening due to the king. And that's another reason why English feels really good. It's not just the ability to force reactions in the early phase of the game. It's also the ability to, quite bluntly, block greedy plays, right? I think the exception to the rule might be Ibids because the camels are incredible at reducing the king's damage. But most other civs with this knight opening can easily get denied. Because when they go for Castle Rush and they run out with prelates, they're not going to have anything to protect. So, bare minimum, I want to see a Rax commitment out of Louis before he just rushes into Castle. But I genuinely would prefer to see him just trying to play a prolonged feudal. I think it's quite scary at the moment for a lot of players because up against the Abbey of Kings, that king is going to be a healing aura. They're going to have a heal at home as well. But there's a lot of damage you actually can do, especially if your opponent is thinking of being greedy. So far, though, it looks like Myriad might be the one leaning towards feudal. No, I don't think so. He's grabbing straggler trees already. He just hasn't moved to the stone, so this is something we've seen a few players do at the moment, which is if you start with the wood instead of going stone, then you know what your opponent's agenda is. And if you know their agenda, you can pivot your strategy. For example, if the HRE player wants to go for an all-in feudal, you probably want to build an archery range and defend yourself before just going TC blind, right? However, if your opponent is going fast castle, maybe going to TC like the obvious choice, and then you just come out to stone on delay, right? So it allows you to kind of weigh up your options. I would always recommend this to people, unless you're against a civ that you know has only one option. For example, if you're against a Chinese player, it's very rare they're going to do anything with TC Boom, in which case you go stone first, right? But in most other situations, you want this layer of flexibility. And that's what he gets by doing this. And Myriad looks like he's not going to wait to find out what his opponent's doing. He is indeed just going to go for the 1 TC all-inner. I need Dragavan round right now to rate his archery range placement. Cannot believe this is not closer to the enemy base. I'm wondering, guys, who do you think this is going to favor? Because we are actually going to see Archer and Archer. Do you think that the English are better, or do you think the HRE are better for this? Because both of them are playing Feudal Archer Mass now. My answer might surprise you. I'll let people get their guesses in first before I spoil it for you. There's no wrong answer. Actually, there is, but there's a reason why you might assume one over the other. A lot of people think that the king will make the biggest difference. You can be correct with that to a certain extent. But actually, the bigger difference that people leaned on, even before the king came in the picture, is the English longbows won because longbows are better than normal archers. That's not true against the HRE, though. The HRE with marching drills especially gap close way too quickly. And also, the better economy allows them to scale more archers. So the king does make this a bit better initially for the English, but the HRE outscale way too quickly. That's why I'm a little bit scared about Myriad's choice to go in here. Because what makes it even more grim is you're now trying to rush longbows across the map. If you want to make this play, you should have built a proxy Rax. Proxy archer ranges right next to the enemy base makes sense. This doesn't, because now you're going to trickle into archers waiting. Oh, knocking up quite in time here. So nice little opening kept by Myriad, but not one he can camp on here. And here's the other thing. You might think, oh yeah, but I've got the king. I can just back away and heal. You can't because of the movement speed. You will never get out of range unless you're dead, right? Like, what will happen is that Louis will rush after you. He'll kill 3 or 4 of the archers. He'll back away. And maybe you'll have one Lombo that was injured that you'll get to heal, but the rest are just permanently gone. So yeah, don't think too much about the king as a healing aura. His only value here is going to be as an attacking unit. The problem with that is he's a worse knight for that role. And archers, by default, have over half their damage go through on him. And Myriad is indeed going castle. I'm glad as well. I don't think you can play a prolonged feudal here. Prolonged feudal will kill your game. The question mark now is whether your opponent knows, because here's the thing. Louis was fully aware, guys. Louis literally sat scout here and counted the archers like he was counting sheep. So Myriad is not going to beat him into castle unless Louis chooses to invest in feudal. Weirdly enough, he is. That's a little bit surprising. because realistically, Louis could just go fast castle now, and he could contest your archers with his archers, and use a knight to kill your king, right? This is a peculiar choice, though. He's adding in farms as well. He's getting the blacksmiths. Jesus, Lou's going to send it. Okay, that's actually quite smart when you think about it, because Myriad's only option with a fast castle build now is to go King's Palace, which means he doesn't have any real protection against archer dives, right? He has the TCs, but they're not great. And you can now just constrict the map. You sly son of a gun. I love this. This is such a cool reaction by Louis. Most players would have seen that Myriad was bluffing about his all-in and just chosen to go for castle. But at that point, Louis is like, well, I built double archer range. I've got several archers. Like, why slow down now? Because that's the crazy thing about the HRE. They don't slow. They move way too fast. 1.38 movement speed allows you to quickly close on the enemy base. I love the timing on this as well, right? Waited for enough archers that the king really shouldn't be able to contest. Like, if he dives into the archer mass, it's not instantly going to die, but he won't get very good trades. The interesting part to me right now is that Louis backing up. I don't like this. I actually think purple should be sending it. He had the scout giving info, but because he backed up the scout entirely, he doesn't know anymore. Now, someone might look at this and go, why is purple not scouting? That seems like a noob mistake. No, it makes a lot of sense. Because he built archers, he needs the scout with them. You can't run archers out blind because you never know what you're going to run into, right? Here we go, guys. King's Pass on the way. And it looks like purple is starting to save up a bit. Still adding additional units in. But you can see that the economy of the HRE is way too good for them not to be able to do both. The difference now is this many archers means the king won't be able to fight, and you won't just be able to rush monasteries. So Louis is very clearly fixated around the relic idea, just in a delayed way. It's weird to see an HRE play do this, I know, but it makes a lot of sense when you consider the alternative is running out blind against this king. A king that will get upgraded, remember. So he'll be able to kill prelates in, I think it's 4 hits, right? Because these stats are going to go up, and a prelate has 90 health. So your melee damage on the greatsword is 20. I think lance damage goes up to 28. So you'll be able to 4-tap. Yeah, it's 26 and 20. The other interesting thing is I'm pretty sure they changed it so you can't convert the king anymore, right? So actually the king is a really good counter against fast castle relic gathering. The one exception being dervishes because of the Camelonese. But any other civ, very impactful. Archer's now marching around the back. Unfortunately, the wall is already up. Regnitz is now coming on the other side, though. And he's looking to handcuff now to keep his opponent in his base. We do not have siege engineering, though. A little bit surprised by that. I think it could have been worth it for a single ram here. Your opponent doesn't have a great defense, right? He's got an archery range. He has not got Council Hall. He's got an Abbey of Kings. Therefore, he does not have a production building built in his keep. So he has to slowly build into something. There was definitely an opportunity here, but I guess the bigger issue is if he went for it, then you'd have this issue where the knight would probably get more value. Speaking of which, knight is now moving across the map. King is going to go in for a dive, but villagers are going to be able to protect themselves inside the outpost. That idle time is going to be very annoying, considering you want to start queuing up a lot of prelates and preferably getting knights out. So just a little bit of idle time here should slow you down. That's an advantage Myriad can now manipulate. He's going to be 2 knights ahead with the king. It means it's going to be very difficult for Louis to split the map. He's going to have to try and find enemy knights away from the king and pick them off. Archer veterancy also being queued up. I think from this position, Myriad should easily be able to start yoinking relics away, which is why I love that he's going for it. He's got enough knights and the king to now patrol between these. But as I mentioned, like the weakness of this build is now, if purple does just commit 2 knights, he can snipe you 1 by 1. Also, the veterancy read was actually really smart. Myriad should be pouncing on this right now before the upgrades come in. Unfortunately, he's a little bit too late there, so can't contest it anymore. That's really important as well, because if you look at it, you're actually seeing the hardest relics being taken, or rather mid-relics being taken away. Not the hardest, but the ones that are going to be contested, right? So the ones that Myriad should have been targeting out have now been removed from the equation. This is looking like a free relic game for Louis, which is, to be totally honest with you, really all he needs. He doesn't need to go crazy here. So what's the win condition now for these two players? For Myriad, I think his win condition now does actually lie in Imperial after collecting the majority of relics. That should be his real goal here. English actually spam Wingard like crazy these days. It brings them such a powerful tool in their arsenal to the point that Footmen is so damn good, they can even contest Men-at-Arms spam from the HRE. That's how good the initial stats are, right? For Louis, I think he just wants this game done early Imperial for him because he knows he can get Imperial quicker. This Archer Mass is already paying off. Look at this. The snipe down's coming out. 8 damage, and you've only got 4 armor. Jesus. I mean, Myriad, big mistake here. He never got his hands on a Blacksmith, despite the fact he built Lombos and Knights. Makes a lot of sense, right? Get Steeled Arrow, get Undermesh, win. Instead, HRE just flexing that extra eco to get into the Blacksmith text now means that Myriad's in trouble. Another relic trying to be pulled away, but guys, this actually could be a 5 relic game. Oh, wow. I can't believe I just said that. That's insane. From this position, with the fast castle build that Myriad came out with, you'd expect him to be able to block 1, usually 2 relics here. You would never expect to say from this position that Louis is going to get 5 relics. But his timing on that rotation, the fact that Myriad wasn't able to find a fight to slow down this Archer massing, to shrink it slightly before the veterancy came through, is why now he's heavily handcuffed. He lost a lot of Lombos there. The Knight's count needs to go up to basically about half the Archer count to get a clean fight. Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot on the entry. I mean, you're already seeing the pain here, man. He finally realizes the mistake, goes in for Undermesh, but it's coming in so late that Louis now has cruise mode on this game, right? 1 relic at least to get yoinked back in time, but this should now be a 4-to-1 relic game. Remember what I said about Louis and how he'll take that late game if it comes, but if he sees an opportunity to punish you now, he'll take it as well? This is Exhibit A. What an incredible timing out of the Chinese prodigy. Looks like Myriad is at least going to move out to try and guard this relic on the side. A little bit surprised that Louis didn't leave something there to protect. Instead, he's going to look to find value in a different way. Dives into the enemy base. And unfortunately, the Blacksmith tech differences means this attack speed aura doesn't even feel that good for Myriad. Also, the reinforcing Lombos just getting sniped out as they spawn. Knights are going down. I mean, this is looking about as bad as it can get for Myriad. Olo is going to come out on the flank. Myriad is not going to be able to get it in time. Just about gets out of range before the conversion comes through. However, archers are now in his economy, and all of a sudden, Myriad, any eco lead he's started to build is disappearing. In fact, with no textiles and nowhere to run, these archers are going to murder. Wow. Oh my god. 12 eco kills from this dive and climbing. All of a sudden, only a 5 villager difference between the two. And Louis now looking like he's in full control of the game. What an insane game. The small details as well in every area. Like the knight over here, it's the melee tech difference that means that Louis will always win this fight. It means he can come back for the relic on a delay. The archer mass genuinely shouldn't have been able to do the damage they've done, but because Myriad went for a raw castle build, you saw how powerful Blacksmith is. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Like, we just watched a game on Highview where someone made Blacksmiths look worthless. For 40 minutes, it didn't matter that he didn't have Blacksmith techs because he was still winning. And I remember after that game, I think it was Recon, immediately went, maybe Blacksmiths are overrated. Well, how about now? Because Blacksmiths won this game. The fact that Louis had it and Myriad didn't is why Myriad's lost complete control of this game. Like, he has no recourse now. At this point, he's playing a recovery game. Sick game. Louis, the only reason he didn't commit to more is because he's going for the classic. Pass the Swabi now on the way. Love the fact he played Deer as well. Loads of players wouldn't do this, but you stripped all map control from your opponent, right? So he can't punish you on flanks. He even built the outpost in case it came to that. And the reason that's important is it allowed him to put more resources into teching instead of putting more resources into farms now. And now, with the Pass of Swabi coming, all of a sudden, you're going to have that extra resource boon to go into farms, right? It's not going to be spent on villages because how cheap they're going to be. I would love to see him utilize this small wood line, though, right? Like, set up a lumber camp here and get all these trees for farms. Sounds perfect to me. Plasma techs on range mats like 4 times more. Agreed. It's also, I think it's quite often slept on how big of a deal going from feudal to veterancy on archers is. Like, it's interesting, right? Because people tend to move away from archers because you want to get men-at-arms, heavily armored units. But those blacksmith techs with the veterancy, the difference it can make. I think I've said this before, that like certain civs just seem absurd because of that detail, such as Byzantines and Chinese. Because they can supervise to get them super fast. So it gives them a huge edge in initial fights, even when you're mirroring their builds. Because if you're both going Castle Age, but one side can get blacksmith techs 2 to 3 times faster, the fight isn't even going to be close. So Myriad, we talked before about his way out of this. I said Imperial. I don't think Imperial is the way anymore. He's making the right choice here to try and go in. Because if he leaves it 2 or 3 minutes, Louis is going to have a 20+ eco lead with 3 relic regnants. You're not going to be able to beat that then. And that's crazy. Louis immediately goes into hand cannoneers. What? That is actually wild. I wouldn't have expected that. Especially against Lombos and Knights. But he's got the men-at-arms frontline coming out. Like, the first hand cannoneers are not going to survive this. But the second wave is what worries me. So you might be wondering, like, why would Louis do hand cannoneers straight away? That seems kind of dumb. It's because he doesn't have great food right now. Now, that sounds contradictory due to the cost of hand cannoneers, but if you compare it to men-at-arms, how many men-at-arms are going to die compared to hand cannoneers, right? It's much easier to trade out with this unit than this unit. In terms of the likelihood they're going to die, a lot more men-at-arms should be dying than hand cannoneers. Steeled arrow coming in as well, so Mira can need to... Now that's interesting. You think veteran archers and ranged blacksmith techs are underwhelming in Archer Wars? What, because of Mango play, I'm guessing? Because your opponent will switch? Oh, you mean just like raw archer count numbers? That's an interesting take. I don't know if I entirely agree with that. I mean, it's all about the correct mass to get value out of the tech, right? I think in Archer Wars, the ranged armor is more important than ranged damage. Because it can change the threshold so you're not one-hit killing the archers you're attacking, right? I kind of get where you're coming from, though. Like, to kind of break down Recon's point, what he's trying to highlight there is when you get the archers too big, the mass gets too large, they're going to be insta-killing anyway, right? So, like, well, +1 here or -1 here isn't going to save a unit. They're still going to die. I'm wondering, is there a more pleasing sound than the men-at-arms walloping with maces? For me, probably Onabagisha. Lance necks sound pretty sick as well, but like there is something very crunchy and perfect about the men-at-arms maces. And no, these men-at-arms are not Imperial yet. Because Louis doesn't have enough gold for that, right? He's still struggling in the economy. He's in early days. This is why Myriad hasn't GG'd yet, by the way, is because his opponent went for a fast imp. He doesn't really have much behind it. So Myriad's banking on the idea that he can break his opponent before full imp is unlocked. Unfortunately, this pushback now is going to unlock it. Louis is able to move out to the map. He's going to deal locations, bury locations. Outposts are going to be there to defend. And Myriad has a long way to go now. He's got 2 knights out to try and flank and raid, but this is quite minor in the grand schemes of things, right? Like, you need to get the men-at-arms out here. The problem now is, because you're being forced to go men-at-arms, even without the elite status, this favors HRE. A Bastard village is dying. I knew someone was going to go for that. What about the noise when you pull resources out of a guild hall? Oh. Especially when you know it's a big number. Common placement's also now coming in. This is such a funky style of HRE as well. If you're wondering why is Louis not just massing farms, why is he playing pocket resources? It's because he wants to attack. By doing this, he's able to come out and fight. If he went mass farms, he wouldn't be able to station an army like this. He'd just rely on outposts. And that's pretty dangerous when you're up against an opponent all-inning you with English. Like, you already saw the trebs coming, right? Myriad had a clear timing in mind, but this build by Louis stopped that timing from hitting. King dying noise is nice. That's pretty good. Oh, no, dude, I've got it. You know what the new noise is that is actually just complete pog? It's the inspiration buff that Zhone gives in Age 4. You know the attack speed one? Where it's like ding, ding, ding sort of thing? Well, it's not a ding, but it's more like a flourishing noise over and over again. Oh, that one feels good. Mira, for the time being, is trading well. Louis is throwing quite a lot into keeping this outpost alive. I mean, it's double cannon now. This is the point where I think Mira's going to have to back up. It's so annoying as well. Like, these cannon placements are incredibly tilting because even if your Treb hits, wood to repair, right? Like, it's not going to cost you anything. Fortification's about to come in, and I freaking hate trebuchets so much. You had one job. I don't know, pot closer. Whatever it takes to actually hit your target. I love the fact that I was like, yeah, the reason why Louis is building out on the flanks and he's moving for resources so that he doesn't have to do this cannon camping. How did this end up? Cannon camping. Like, this sim is so dumb. Oh. I actually think with Marching Drills being what it is now, and some people are going to hate me saying this, but I genuinely don't think you should get discounts on cannons anymore. I think it's too good. Either that or you do something drastic like saying fortification makes it cost stone to repair, but I think that's too far. That's punishing other civs for HRE being a problem. But that was absurd, dude. Like, double cannon just comes in, and Myriad's made great effort, and it just doesn't matter anymore. All because of those cannon emplacements. Myriad is going to now try to commit to this. The problem now is because it's fortified, 2 trebs doesn't work. 2 trebs was perfect before, by the way. 2 trebs would have gotten you on the precipice of just insta-killing an outpost. But now, although you're idling 8 villages out, think about this a different way. Louis is idling out 8 of his pop to idle out 6 of yours. It's actually not that bad of a trade. Especially when you've got Palace Swabi behind this, so you can afford the extra villagers doing this. I just... Even when it looks like it hits, it doesn't hit. No, wait, no, Myriad, calm down. No. Someone earlier said they wanted a new Star Wars RTS game. In a way, with this type of accuracy, we are Star Wars, because we are full Stormtroopering it right now. Have they calibrated their shots? So this is like something kind of dumb with Trebs, by the way, is I truly think that Trebs should get more accurate the more they fire. And it would actually offset the stupidity of what's happening here. Like, there's actually no reason to not make Trebs more accurate the more they fire, actually. It makes sense, right? And it wouldn't change much outside of outpost sniping. And maybe unit sniping. But, like, honestly, if someone's able to snipe your army out by using Trebs, you've got bigger problems. And yes, the tech you're talking about for the siege, you have to wait until deeper in the game. You're talking about shattering projectiles. That is an imp tech, and also it doesn't even feel that great. Flash coming in. The attack speed aura is there, so actually Myriad could hold this. I say that though, the hand cannon account up at 12 has me a little bit doubtful here. And the tech up coming in behind. Wait, what? Oh no. He's trying to starve the gold, but the problem is I don't think Louis cares. He's got center gold, he's got 3 relics, he's got flank gold. He's already got 20 hand cannoneers. This Berkshire does nothing. If you can survive like 40 minutes, yes. How do you survive 3? I actually think this game might just be over. Hand cannoneer count is actually big enough. Like, every time before this, Myriad was holding on because Lombos were outranging the hand cannoneers and sniping them. You don't have that advantage anymore. You've got 2 Lombos, 5 crossbows. And you've got 14 hand cannoneers coming towards your base. Yeah, this is kind of over. I don't think I've ever waited for a Berkshire to start being built this long. Oh my god, no. No! Come on! Alright, dude, just go now. I can't believe this! Louis like, what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing's happening. Were you about to Nope. What's a Berkshire? Wouldn't do that. You were about to landmark, my God. Nope, 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 nope. We're just out for a stroll. Fitness is very important in England. We've got an increasing epidemic of diabetes as well as overweightness within the child population. We're just trying to make sure that they get the 5 miles a day, okay? Jog for a fit England. Hashtag jog for a fit England. There we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Obesity was the word I was looking for. Thank you. My brain was just so scrambled by that play. What? These villagers have been through some things, okay? And by some things, I mean they've been through a whole lot of... Oh my God. Like, just Myriad. I want to apologize in advance because this game is getting uploaded. Out of all the moves I've seen English make right now, like I want to give Myriad a little bit of space here, safe space, because guys, we're in the middle of a discovery point with English. The Abbey of Kings and all these new builds, so many things to be discovered. That ain't it. Whatever that was is definitely not it. He has at least reached Imperial Age. He has now done so with the correct landmark. Unfortunately, it took an extra 2 minutes to get there. And now he has bigger problems. Because he has absolutely no defensive landmarks, no keeps. It means that actually it's going to be very difficult to get an army together here. Also, we're deep enough now in the game that the Archon's fully online. So your food advantage kind of doesn't exist anymore. Interesting choice on the Raiders, by the way. That's not the worst of ideas, but it's very expensive on gold. So when I say it's not the worst of ideas, I mean Footman could have been worse because he has no gold, right? Like the problem that you have in this game right now is your army needs to be upgraded. The reason why he's going Raiders is Raiders saves you on veterancy into elite status, right? They're just already an elite unit. That's why he's doing this. The negative of doing this is you don't have a backbone to scale. He's fixing that now by going to men-at-arms. So the problem is you're relying on men-at-arms against elite HRE men-at-arms. There are not many quicker ways to die against the HRE than this. You have +2 armor clad, but they have +8 damage. He must have heard me because he wants no other part of it. GG gets called. Big shout out to Myriad for trying to raise awareness around obesity with the English villagers. Unfortunately, no one can get quite as fat and plump as the HRE economy.
All right, really cool game there. Big props to Myriad for hanging in there. Like a kitten dangling over a lava pit. That was pretty brutal to watch. But quite comedial, if for nothing else, the fact that he tried to shortbow villager attack hand cannoneers. That was pure gold. So guys, it's almost time for our show match. Let me update the title, because we've got a cool one coming. I've got my thumbnail guy working on the thumbnail now. So hopefully they'll get that sorted and we prep ready to go. Just getting confirmation. Oh, like, okay, bless him. Hostin actually made an entire Discord. Oh, wait, no, sorry, Discord group. Okay, nice. Hello. So we're getting prepped now. We're going to have a show match between Gully Deckle and Dragavan on new maps. Well, new map and a new civ. This is going to be a fun one. It's going to be a play all 5. We're going to do 3 games with standard maps, and then 2 games at the end showing off the new map. I am beyond excited at this, by the way. Like, this map, it's probably going to take 1 or 2 more passes, but I think it's going to be very refreshing. It's going to be familiar, but it's going to fix key issues that have stopped a certain map from being viable and competitive for a very long time. My glass is a bit blurry, so let me quickly get this sorted. Let's slap on some music. Wait. We've got, I reckon, just under 10 minutes. So if you guys want to get some food, get prepped or whatever, go ahead, be my guest. I've got a Discord group, so I'll be informed of the faction of the civ choices each game. The format is going to be as follows. So game 1, A player is going to pick the Persian civ. Game 2, B player will. Oh, sorry, no. Game 1, sorry, it's because I'm doing my glasses. Game 1 is a mirror. We're going to have Persian versus Persian to see how the new civ functions. And then game 2 and 3, each player will take a turn using the Persian civ. There will be 4 bans, and the other player picks one of the remaining civs in the roster. So it should be quite interesting to see. Unfortunately, the one thing they won't get a chance to test is Delhi versus Persian, because the way we've done this mod, because the tools are quite limited, really big shout out actually to Hosen, who developed this. We're going to have it set up so that basically the Delhi can't be picked. The Delhi are being replaced by this new variant Civ. But it's pretty cool because it lets us kind of like maybe throw ideas at devs. And also, I think it's a good show and tell of what the modders can do if they're enabled. Like, he done this handcuffed, because for anyone who's tried to use the mod tools, I don't care what a dev tries to tell you, they're very limited. They're very limited in terms of permission and what you can implement. But Hosen, who has done a few mods for us, went above and beyond to put something together. I don't think he's under any disillusion that it's going to be balanced straight away. It's most definitely not going to be balanced straight away. But it has some interesting game mechanics in there that caught my attention. Yeah, exactly. So he done something impressive. Play AOT music? No. You got enough of that on the LAN. Alright, so let me just double check the deets. Because I'm getting them now. Have I updated everything? Are we good to go? I think we should be. Just double checking something. Sorry, just sending you a message quick. Alright, so I'm just trying to get that new Rebel War LoL news video ready to go. So, I'm getting my boys prepped now. I'm just confirming them now. But let me quickly show you what we're going to be having a look at. Do a little preview. So you guys actually will be able to test this yourself if you want to. This has been made public. Host in the chat right now is the guy that made it. So this is in mod. A few things you've got here. 2 out of 3 difficulty. So you actually start with 5 villagers and 1 spearman, but spearman actually can build for the Persians. So it's a very interesting kind of different approach already. I know someone's already thinking outpost rushes. Trust me, they've tried it. On top of that, you have some very kind of cool elements here. There's a whole taxation system where you can design your villages to, correct me if I'm wrong, Hosen, their gathering rates go down, but they will generate passive gold. On top of that, you have got some pretty cool things in here like the swordsman. The swordsmen have a charge attack, which does notably more damage. I think it's their base damage is like a third of what their charge attack is. They have heavy cav, which is basically heavy Ghazi raiders. They are Ghazi raiders in the form of lancers. They also happen to have, my favorite one, is they have a camel, which is basically an Ozutsu mounted on a camel. They also happen to have something between normal archers and lombos. They have 7 tower range, but they have lower damage than lombos. They are a little bit more expensive. And then you've got, I think the other thing was, yeah, the Jazayeki, they are basically... They are Streltsy with the damage buffed up, but the attack speed decreased. In Imp, there's the tech for tax. Yeah, but you can get it earlier, right, Hosen? I think the taxation thing can come earlier, am I wrong? Seems OP. Only one way to find out, Toaster. This is not going to be perfect. I don't expect it to be perfect. I don't want perfect. It's going to take time to tweak and balance. Only Imp. Okay. Wait, I thought the tier 1, though, was earlier. Field Cannon. Yeah, the Field Cannon's quite interesting, actually, because it takes a long time to set up. I tested it. It takes a very long time to set up. It does look like a Culverin, though, I'll warn you. One thing I will look to do, actually, when we're in game, is I usually have a UI up I'm going to disable chat for this one and use a different UI overlay. The reason is quite simply that because there's going to be new units, I want to show the full UI to you guys. Makes sense, right? So we use the trimline one. We use this one so that it won't get in the way. That does mean I'm going to have to remember to disable chat when we get in. Yeah. But this is hype, man. This is cool. Glad we're starting to do show matches, actually. Yo, what is up, King Smurf? Thank you very much. The 10 gifted subs. You're an absolute legend. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I'm just sending a message quickly.
TMI.twitch.tv #USERNOTICE #killerpigeon.
You're stressed to have bugs? I mean, I don't think anyone's expecting this to go perfect. This is going to be the first show-off of this new Civ. The fact you were willing to pay the players to test it out is pretty cool. You know, we could have just subtly tested it in a free-for-all, but I think it's kind of cool that we got a 1v1 to test it in. Yes, that is going to keep playing. I don't know. Should I leave it so, like, when you, like, bomb a bunch of gifted, like, I don't know, mate. I don't know. There will be a time, I hope there will be a time where we scale to a point where I might have to, like, change that sub event, but I kind of like it. You know, you guys know that this, like, that is actually a voice, that's a voice line in Dota 2, by the way. That right there. Is it full water with no fishing? No, it's a land map. We are going to be starting in a few minutes, guys. We are prepping the guys now. They're getting in lobby. Let me double check, because I've got a Discord chat with them. Oh, let me check with Kaivayu quickly as well. I knew there's someone I forgot to do. I can figure it out if not. I have to send that across to him. Hosen, you knew Bimes reasonably well, right? Can you discern, like, it's your, like, you're paying for Showmatch. I want you to have an input on this. I've sent you, like, a bunch of pictures. There's a few different biomes. I'm not sure exactly what the biomes were that you selected for those. But the biome will affect the way that the map spawns a bit. See if you notice one there and what you like. The kill off again. There you go. I think that's more or less correct. I may have just driven away like 20 viewers with that. But yes, we are just waiting for them now. So I think they just got in... They were setting up the lobby. But we will be testing the Civ primarily in the first 3 games. There's going to be a mirror of Persia. It's a new Civ. I think we can forgive a mirror. Then one player will pick a different Civ in each of the following up 2 games. And then we're going to do Persia again, game 4 and 5, but on a new map. I don't want to spoil the new map. Let me just say, you guys will like it. It's an improvement on a trash map. Bait me with new Civ. I mean, it is a new Civ, to be honest. Like, this isn't a bait. This guy literally made a new Civ. I don't actually see how this is bait. It's a variant Civ, but that's still a new Civ. It'll be an official Civ. I mean, time will tell, right? I know that there's a developer somewhere in chat who he's either watching it right now or he's going to watch this back later because he was intrigued by this. He noticed it straight away when it went up on the mod store. So, if this has some interesting ideas that people like, it could end up developing eventually into a real Civ. Yeah, I never said official. I'm not Relic. There's some things I'd love to do if I was. Give us Lithuanians? Damn. You don't want Polish? I would have thought most people want Polish for the winged hussars. You want Vikings? But you kind of got Vikings already, dude. Just pick Byzantines. You get Varangian. Boom. Devs are known to take certain things from the community. I mean, it's smart, right? The crazy thing, by the way, is what you're going to see is something that Hostin's done with an extremely limited set of tools, right? There's only certain things you can do. So I'll give you a little bit of insight. I don't think you'll mind me saying. He was trying to figure a way. He was testing with the idea of you being able to convert villages into military units. So a permanent conversion, a bit like Rus, right? So you could turn a villager into a spearman. But he ran into an engine limitation because it was impossible to like change their weapon properly or something. So they ended up getting disarmed when he done that. So that's an engine limitation, right? So what you're going to see here is just a glimpse of what he fully wants to do. But he still has some cool things. We tested it a little bit early on stream. There's some fun things in here. I hope the next European civ is from Eastern Europe. Yeah, so like would be Feodorans, right? I mean, well, actually no, I guess they're Asia Minor. Do the Swedes. Technically, they're in Eastern Europe. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Hosen gave some insight, rather. Love Italia. By the way, Hosen is a guy who you may have already seen on this channel's work. He also made something called New Ways, which is really, really fun. New Ways adds several units to each civ. He basically added petards to the game, which is so cool. Some civs have petards. Some have giant machine guns, which are like Robotiquins that are long-ranged. He has giant-ass knights, I think, for one civ, if I remember correctly. Like, there's a Knight Hospitalier. You can get your hands on these fat-ass, kind of like sumo wrestlery type Japanese fighters, as well as Archer Shinobi. Like, he actually has a lot with this. It's kind of crazy. He even added rocket men for the French. Which is basically just imagine a very long-ranged hand cannoneer that shoots the rocket from the Japanese shogunate castle. The ways the Mongols, yeah. So the Mongols, they get these raiders, and the raiders are pretty intriguing because the raiders, basically, it's very interesting. They don't cost much, but they lose health while they're alive. So that they start full health and it starts to decrease. But the whole idea is it's almost like just a kind of Kremlin-y effect in a way. By the way, Gremlins would be balanced a lot more if they worked that way. Can we just agree on that? That would have given them a bit more agency on the way that they balanced. All right, I think we're about ready, though. Big Prugers. All right, let me double check. How far are we? Oh, okay, they're going to do the full 4 minutes. Damn, they're sweat lord on this. I mean, I don't know if it's essential, but sure. It's fine. Like, after the first match, this should, like... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, game 1 is mirrors. Yeah. This is serious gaming. The nice thing is after the first game, it'll balance out, right? We'll be quite quick flow. Yeah, so we're doing... I remember now. Mirror, then one player playing Persians, the other not. Then the other way around for the third game. And then we'll repeat that on a brand new map. So should feel like something different every single game. Didn't expect 5-minute delay. Dude, they're tournament players. You have to tell them if you don't want the delay. All right. Waiting for Marathas, Mughals, or Rajputs. I would expect Mughals. Mughals would make the most sense. They're the most known by far. If you want to do a completely new civ, you could do the... Oh, what are they called? I always forget their name. I'm trying to remember now. Vijayanagar. Vijayanagar, I think they were. They were a Hindu nation. They were quite a big empire. I'm definitely pronouncing that wrong. Yes, but that's a whole word. Exrinium. Okay. Sorry, just send the message out. So, how far are we? Okay, we've got 2 minutes to go. And they're going to have 4 bans, by the way. So they'll have 4 bans, so that should cull a lot of the OP picks, right? Like Ibids, Byzantines, Rus, those type of things will be removed. And yes, state tree is the limiting factor on modding. If state tree access was open, you could do things like adding entirely new units to the game. You could build from scratch. You can't right now. So Hosen's made some really cool units in the past and added them in the game by taking existing assets. But without the extra state tree access, you can't do that. It's impossible. State tree is something to do with the game engine. It's how you add and implement new things and make direct deep changes. So like for example, Hosen also made us a simulation speed increase. So he done a 1.25 and a 1.5x speed multiplier. The problem though is he was hard capped on certain things. So I don't know if you were able to get past the speed cap. I don't think you were, right? Something he couldn't get past though is he couldn't get past projectile speed. He couldn't change the projectile speed. So he changed a lot of things like production rates, gathering rates, whatever to increase, but he couldn't modify certain combat elements. He increased the attack speed of like melee units and the attack speed of ranged units, but the travel time is something you couldn't change. Oh, you did pass speed cap. Okay, dude, you done better than like 90% of the people in the community. Like, actually, no, more than that. Practically everyone in the community, because no one could figure that out. So I think most people are going via game mode, and it doesn't work via game mode, right? The Vijaya Nagara, yes. Yes, it wasn't just a city, it was an empire. That's what I'm talking about. And they had a big rival with a Muslim-led nation just in the north. I've forgotten the name of. All right, you guys ready? Hype it up. Oh, wait. Did we not just change? I could have sworn we just changed the thingy. 1 second. Boom. I'm going to change it to this one because you guys, I don't think you want to miss any of this. It's not a Delhi Mirror. This is brand new. Showmatch, showing off. Wait, do it again. It's like words. New Civ incoming. That's right. Modders have gone the extra mile. This is not a Delhi Mirror. You do not need to click off this recording. Don't freak out. This is Persia. Welcome to our Dragavan Gully Deckle show match to show off not only a new Civ, but also a new map. That new map is to come later in the series. So now we open up on Dry Arabia, Dragavan in the north and the green, Gully Deckle playing as the purple in the south. And this may look like Delhi. It may say it on the UI, but this is a very different Civ. I've turned off my usual chat capture part for this reason, so you guys can see everything. You already see differences. What is the Safavid Dynasty? These are tech unlocks that come later in the game. Emergency tax, which comes in Imperial Age. Yes, you're reading that correctly. You can have your villages function a little bit like the monks, the Buddhists, from the Japanese to generate gold. But there's a lot more going on than that. Early on, we already have a big difference here. The spearmen. These spearmen, this is a Zamindar. They're weaker than standard spearmen, but notice something different about their UI. They build. They can build anything. This is kind of wild. So weaker spearman that actually has building capabilities. I was wondering if someone's going to try to outpost rush, but it hasn't begun like that. This is a play or 5 show match we've arranged between these two talented players. You've probably seen them around the channel. Dragavan, Gully Deckle, both easily top 200 players, and both very young. I believe they're both now 16 years of age. They've got a promising future ahead of them. And shout out to them for being willing to just dive into a new Civ. They even actually went ahead and done some practice games against each other ahead of time. But you're going to see some unique things coming out as this game goes on, like unit conscription buildings. There's a lot of unique choices that this Civ has. They have men-at-arms, which have an attack speed charge, a little bit like what you'd see out of Lancers, right? So they have high damage on their charging ability. They have got access to what is essentially a Zutsu on Camelback. They have long-deploying siege weapons, which pack quite the wallop when they come out. And they also have custom landmarks, and you're about to see one of them. The Rudkan Castle's coming in. What is this, you might ask? Oh, dude, I love it. They're doing different builds. So the Rudkan Castle is a feudal-age TC landmark. You heard that correctly, but calm down. Check that detail. A TC landmark sounds OP in feudal age, but this one's interestingly balanced. Villages cost 3 times more to produce out of this. That's quite expensive. You might be wondering, what's a TC, KP? Why would anyone go for the other? The Gunduz Hapur has some interesting text in this, right, for the Persians. Did I say it was Persian at the start? I probably should. I've been saying Persian all day. This is Persian. This is a variant Civ of the Delhi, the Persians. But this is really cool. Gundispur, the way this works is you can basically choose an eco path or a military path, and you get unique techs. And some of them are really powerful. So remember the old Fresh Few stuff, like a 50% discount? You can get that in here. You can also decrease the cost of farms. Or you can go the military route, where you can make archers 20 wood cheaper, as a perfect example. There's free tech choices in each wing. We'll be seeing them shortly. But I love the fact that we're just already getting a very different approach. And I expect this. This Civ, this is pretty much the first exposure it's getting to like high-level pro players, right? So it's going to take some tweaking, it's going to take some practice. But I'm hoping what we can do with this is we can broadcast this to the devs and say, look, I don't know what you're looking at next. Variant civs seem to be pretty popular. Have you considered moi? I love the dish oven as well. Gully went for it. Interestingly enough, Dragavan didn't. But notice what he's doing instead. Like, I think this is a bit of a mistake by Gully. He invested 4 villages to build up, right? He did not use the spearmen. If he used the spearmen, he could have had extra gathering. So Dragavan's economy is going to be a bit better, but he needs that due to the fact that he's going to be spending 150 food per villager. Yeah, don't get this confused, guys. This is a TC. It's basically the King's Power stats. It looks like a feudal Berkshire, I agree. It looks like a very small Berkshire, actually. It's so tiny. But yes, look, it doesn't even have any arrow fire by default. You have to garrison people. So here you go. Villagers cost 150 food. It can get cannons down the line, which is kind of crazy. Other side, check these texts. New diet immediately coming in. The new diet is you don't get to eat. So this is fresh food stuffs, old fresh food stuffs. Villagers are about to cost 25 food. On top of that, you can also get your hands on this, the ability to sell food for gold on your farms. You can also decrease the cost of farms. The alternative route is if he went the military, he could have done this. New bow making would have decreased the cost of your archers by 20 wood. That's important for archer spam because these archers are more expensive. They are longbow range archers with standard archer damage. On top of that, I especially love this. The Dalim Force, I'm gutted we're not going to get to see them. The Dalims are really cool. They are men-at-arms that have a charge attack. So the charge attack is about 3 times higher than the standard melee attack. It's pretty cool. And then finally, you could have got the Shark Shamshir, which basically leans into the idea of playing men-at-arms. It's basically Oda tactics for Persian men-at-arms. So, opening-wise, Dragavan has opted for the Persian horse archers. Already getting interesting, right? Look at the different units we have. In Castle Age, you get access to the Kizilbash, which I love the name, Kizilbash. It's basically your gunpowder unit. It's pretty much a Danny. But the Persian horse archers are an interesting one, actually, guys. They have an ability called Arrow Volley. You have to buy it. But if you buy it, you decrease your attack speed from 3 seconds for attack, rather, down to 1.5 seconds. It's a pretty cool unit. 1.69 movement speed. This is basically what Magadai could have looked like if they were good. Other side, this second TC coming in. I expected this out of Gully. I was saying, actually, if you want to go 2 TC, I kind of rate the Gundispar higher than going for the Rudkan. The Rudkan Castle, I think, is just like not worth it in the grand scheme of things. But as long as you can get away with the opening, the Gundispur just feels a lot better, right? Especially with the follow-up plays and the cheaper farms. Movement in from the Persian Horse Archer. Gully! Oh no, he didn't get Wheelbarrow. This TC may have been a bit loose. Well, you've got to commit now. The problem is the more villages you pull away, the worse this gets. The second is going to show up. And we have a problem here. Because now Gully has to go for an incredibly defensive TC. The upside, at least, once he gets his hands on Agriculture Academy, farms will be fairly cheap. The downside is, well, basically everything else because you're in a mirror. Oh, this is brutal. If you're thinking that these archers look a bit OP, They might need a little bit of tweaking. They are 80 food and 60 wood. I think that might be slightly too good, but to get it to be decent, you have to spend an extra 30 gold, right? So the real cost of this unit to make it decent ends up being 170 resources. So it's kind of in line with a Camel Archer, but it's not really that impressive compared to a Camel Archer. It's 65 health with 12 damage. So it may seem a little bit busted at first, but I don't think it's too bad. It kind of feels like close to where Magadai could have been. And yes, they do move and shoot. That's the tricky part that I think might lead to them having a nerf to their movement speed here. Golly, getting the bad news. And look at this. After being blocked on your TC, he has to go for the archers anyway. So I think he's starting to wish he'd gone for new bow-making method, because these guys are expensive. Kamandars cost 100 resources. This is their archer. But they cost 100 resources for a good reason. They have 5 more health than standard archers, but look at the range. They have 7 tower range. So this is a longbow with lower base damage. I think this might need a slight buff. I think it already, like, it had to be nerfed because originally this bow-making tech took 40 off. It might have to be 30 wood off. We'll see if he's able to defend this. Dive comes in. An ambitious one, Dragavan. That's an expensive loss. And he upgraded, right? Yeah, he's been taking the attack speed techs. So this is insanely expensive. Wow. And just like that, so he upgraded all of them. So that ends up being 170 resources times 3. That's a ludicrous loss. And although Dragavan is ahead, remember, he's spending a lot to get ahead with the Rodkin Castle. It's hard to sustain this. He's already going into farms. Gully could theoretically go free TC and feel a lot better off because he basically has better fresh food stuffs. He's paying 25 food here. On the other side in this mirror, Dragavan is spending 125 out of one of these. Sorry, that's not right. 150. You know how it works, guys. If you don't switch to the other person, it inherits the UI elements. That's a lofty difference, right? Like every 20 seconds, you're spending 200 food here. Every 20 seconds, you're spending 50 food here. What are the stats of the castle? They're pretty reasonable, actually. 2.5k HP. It's pretty much a King's Palace. And it doesn't have auto arrow fire. You have to garrison villages inside. You can only get 8. The villages are so expensive because this is a feudal age landmark. It is a TC, it's balanced that way. The other upside you get from this landmark, by the way, is it reduces the cost of outposts down to 50 from 100. Golly's looking pretty good in this game. I mean, Dragavan, he's trying to get out of this by going castle, right? This is going to be tricky. I mean, you can't really play Kizzlebash here. The range difference will get you killed. Outpost coming up. And we're seeing the Zamnadar at work. This is what I was talking about. This is really cool. So the spearmen are weaker than standard spears, but this is their upside. They can build like this. And they cost less, by the way. So it's kind of reasonable. The negative of like the starting point of the Persians here is you start with 5 villages and one of these Amnidars. So if you want to do something other than build, if you want to gather, you are a little bit weaker for that. But I love the interesting mechanic. And a 65 resource spearman is kind of intriguing, right? I wonder if you can make the production time lower, because most civs have 15 seconds, right? So considering it's a weaker, it reminds you like Yuumi, because Yuumi have a lower production speed as well as cost. So interesting that someone's bringing up the idea of Spim Tower Rush. Hosen tested this in diamond level lobbies, and Tower Rushes didn't actually work as well as you'd think. And on top of that, neither player even tried a Tower Rush in this one. I got a feeling they tried it in their practice games and it didn't work as well as you'd think. Remember, you've got a 5 eco start. You don't actually have that much eco to flaunt at Tower Rushes. What's going up? Gully just going into the mass archers. I missed the right call here. And a new landmark on the way. It's going to be the Natchia Castle, which may look a lot like a Seagate Castle. We have to recycle assets, right? Like, sorry, guys, but there are limitations to what mods can do. But this is interesting. The Natchia Castle, this is the trade landmark. So here's the options you have. The Natchia Castle, oh, sorry, defensive one, isn't it? Yes. So I was thinking the Ali Kapu. We'll talk about that in a sec. The Natchia Castle is a keep. But it has some interesting details here. It has some unique techs, and it can act as blacksmiths. But here's the other part. By constructing it, you lose the ability to get tier 3 eco landmarks. Eco upgrades, rather. So you're actually sacrificing a pretty big scaling point in the game to do this. The alternative is the trade landmark, the Ali Kapu, which has some interesting techs in there. It actually has the trade bags tech from the Ottomans, as well as the trickling gold that the French can get with the guilds. Gully, in the meantime, is going to be a little bit slower. I wonder, will he try to trade? I mean, this is a really good map for it, right? The trade post right off into the corner. He has great map control. Dragavan, you are seeing that correctly. We are getting what look to be Feudal Age Knights. These are intriguing. So you have the Dailami Mace Horseman. We need to talk about... We're going to have to go through this and get your spelling right, Hosen. So the Horsemen, in this case, are pretty much Ghazi. But these are heavily armored Ghazi. Look at their stats. 16 on the Mace, and then 8 on the Heavy. And they'll be upgraded. I think these units are going to be the most busted. Fast castle builds into Mass Dailami Savar are going to be strong. That comes in. That should be a clean up the archers. Might cost them on the knights. Another interesting detail. So these guys actually, like the 230 resources, they're a tiny bit cheaper. But you guys may have noticed something. Look at this UI. There's no veterancies. There's no elite attacks. That's because you do it here. You have to use your TC to get these techs. So if you get the Safavid Dynasty, all your units that are Feudal Age go up to veterancy. And then there's another Dynasty tech afterwards that will get all the remaining techs. So remember, although this is a Delhi variant, you don't get the passive techs. You have to pay for everything you get. Golly, going pretty hard in the archers. Giving him a taste of his own medicine. That's really cool. Persian horse archers, pretty cool idea up against the knights that are coming out from Dragavan. Just kind of a shutout, right? Because this is where I was highlighting I think these are going to get nerfed on the movement speed. That's the same reason Magadai did. If you guys remember, a long time ago, French versus Mongols, French lost really easily against Mongols because all Mongol players had to do is if you scaled into knights, they would scale into Magadai. And the Magadai moved at the same speed as knights, so you could never gap close. So I have a feeling that that might be the thing that gets tweaked about Persian horse archers because I think the cost and stats aren't too bad. The movement speed is a little bit spooky. Natchia Castle coming on the other side as well. Let's check out the Natchia because we haven't even looked in it yet. There's some interesting text in here. So remember, acts as a blacksmith with a discount. A very big discount, actually. Look at that. So that's basically mine work levels. But look at these. Extra training, increased cavalry and men-at-arms attack speed. You can get steel armor. That's going to be insane. Increase the ranged armor of Kamandar and horse archers. Remember, the horse archers, we've seen them in action, the Persian ones. The Kamandars are... Are they not the Cav ones? I'm getting used to... Yeah, sorry, the normal archers. So this is basically the dragon scale armor. And then outside that, you can actually get your Safavid Dynasty from here instead in half the time. Armor clad... Okay, that's a bit insane. Powerful horses as well. Some of this is going to get dialed back. Rest assured. Hosen, this is like his first take on the balance. We needed some pros to play it out. This is already looking pretty fun. Archers are going to get chased away by the Zavars. Pocket Eco is being played. Gully Deckle is basically going to eclipse the economy at this rate. Dragavan, notice that he stopped producing villages. This was my worry. The Rudkin Castle is a bit of a bait because once you start having to invest in military, it's way, 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 way too expensive to keep investing in villages consistently. He has got reserves of food now, though, so we'll see him double down there. And it looks like we are about to witness another new unit. Kizzlebashers getting added in. I'm excited for this unit, because I checked a lot of them. I think this might have been the one that I didn't. Because I think there's a different, unique unit in the conscription camp. That's something that comes in Age 4. Golly. Okay, apparently, like, wait, did he just... Okay, Gully didn't realize. Oh, that's unfortunate. So he's missing out on villager production. He's missing out on 6 villagers here because he accidentally decided to use the TC. This is pretty cool, though. Like, I haven't seen any other Civ having this. Kind of like an Age of Empires 2 Age Up attachment to the TC. Changes the dynamics quite a bit. Oh, that's unfortunate, though. Like, the Natchia Castle, a big value point in getting it is the fact that you don't have to idle the TC. I'm wondering, is Dragavan going to do the same? Because he hasn't even queued it up yet. This is going to be a big advantage. You may notice, like, you know, unless you go for the cast stage units, you're out-teched. Gully's going to get a lot more initial value out of this, but when Dragavan starts adding in things like spears, for example, that's where he could fall flat. Extra eco-tech's coming through, so we're getting ready for a farm transition here. Dragavan, I believe you have got some Ducker boys to show me. Let's check out the gunners. Where are they? All right, we'll check them out in a sec. There's a little raid coming in. Gully, oh no, the overchop. He didn't realize. Gully will be able to pull away, though. I mean, who cares? These guys cost 25 food each, am I right? I think the guy who's idling his TC for 2 minutes cares. Big raid. Wow, Gully was completely out of position, was not ready for this whatsoever. So sexy raid coming in from Dragavan. And look at the ranged armor. This is that scale armor we talked about, right? He's got +3 ranged armor right now. That's insane. Wait, no, it's not even from that. Hosen, quick, give me explanation. Am I missing something here with the +3 tech? I must have missed a tech coming in. That's huge. Wow. Great raid coming in. Gully has been reduced down to 69. Nice, but not in a game where you're getting screwed this hard. And here we go. This is the Kizzle Bash. So the Kizzle Bash, yes, these are the ones I was thinking of. These are Streltsy with a different stat approach. So when you get these guys to Imperial Age, they have 50 base damage, but their attack speed is 3 seconds. So before you think it's OP, remember that detail. What is crazy is they get, I can't remember if it's 72 or 84 melee damage when they go to Age 4. So they're basically like Streltsy from a different approach. MMA, oh, the MA, okay, thank you for the clarity. So the MAA tech, the Men at Arms tech will affect the Knights, you're correct. Pass in the center though. Gully has a lot of archers which are just tickling right now. They'll at least be good against the Kizzle Bash. Kizzle Bash that have 5.5 range. Wait, no. Yeah, 4-tile range. These guys are 7-tile range. So great micro. Gully is just going to snipe them out. That's an expensive loss. Those guys are 300 resources each. Wow. I mean, eco lead aside, that doesn't feel great. And also, keep in mind, Gully Deckel's finally playing for relics. Unfortunately, Dragavan yoinked away 1 or 2 close to home, right? Actually, no, these are spawn points. So Gully pretty much getting everything he needs off the map, and now Sacred Sites are attainable. Because this is a funky spawn. Like, I'm double checking this is definitely Dry Arabia. Oh, sorry, no. Mirror random. I'm an idiot. Mirror random what? All right, we won't talk about mirror random's issues here. In fairness, this map is balanced. I wouldn't call it a mirror random per se, because it doesn't perfectly flip. So it's a little bit weird. But I would say, actually, in fairness to it, the spawns are pretty balanced. I don't feel like anyone got an easy one here. Which is very important, considering we're opening this series with a mirror. Crossbows now getting added in by Dragavan. Nothing special about those. They're just standard comp units. But I think you saw the Men at Arms coming. This is cool. The Safavid Swordsman. I was talking about these guys before. Check what they do. So they do 10 damage, but then look at the bottom damage. Their charge is over 3 times higher. Now, I do think their attack speed is a little too low. They're probably going to have to get tweaked, especially considering this unit costs 120 resources. But the charge-in is a very unique mechanic for them to have. Well, ambitious. And look, guys, Berkshire got nerfed. Hey, Berkshire start of 2024 Berkshire now. The Rodkin only has 7 damage output per garrison unit. It's not going to hit hard here. Dive's going to hit hard in return, though. Gully Deckel going under. Looking for targets. Dragavan has played out of his base and away from the threat for now, but he needs to get more army together. This is a lot of archers with a lot of range. He needs to dive through and find more targets, though. This is the big problem. He's reached the Nachia Castle, and this is indeed basically a white tower level defense. 8-tower range, 13 damage times 3. This is the thing that's going to get mopped up, and the surround comes in. Dragavan waits, he bides his time, and strikes when it matters most. The Savar will mop this up like it's nothing. 8 ranged armor, 7 melee armor. I warned it. I said this is going to be the busted unit. Everyone's like, oh, but what about the camels? What about like the cannons? What about the archers? Safavid Savars, man. This is the first thing that's getting nerfed. Watch this space. Mark my words. It's only 230 resources. Gully now has to reboom with spears and crossbows behind this. We're still missing the farm tax, so he doesn't care about getting gold from having food. Has he got the other tax? Okay, so interesting. He's queued up extra training. That's going to give him the attack speed increase on the Men at Arms. They're still going to be insanely slow, though. And speaking of that tech, I think it's more effective with Cav, guys. So I guess like to kind of highlight a balance point for everyone's like, these Lancers look OP. Remember, they have the Ghazi attack speed. They take 2 seconds to attack. That's their balance point. That's what stops them being ludicrous in this. What I've noticed looking at the stats of these civs, by the way, the Persians are very much fixated on a lot of charge mechanics. So like the Men at Arms with the extra damage and the short attack speed. Same with the Lancers here, right? Like the Lance hits pretty hard, low attack speed, follow up with a Mace Wallop.
So there's a lot of focus around charge mechanics here, which is pretty cool, because I don't think there's not many examples of that actually in the game if you think about it, right? We recently got a new one with the camel lancers from Ibids, but the other one was the French at release. Outside that, there aren't that many unique charge mechanics for Melee. I guess there's fire lancers, but we always forget about that because no one cares. We don't build fire lancers to charge. We build fire lancers to burn. That is a lot of villages. So rush into the gold. Dragavan. He's going pricey here, right? Adding in more Kizzle Bashes. The night count in this game. Reminder to people, this is not Delhi. These are both Persian, right? I almost want to create a very scuffed-looking little text thing saying, that's Persia. Maybe I'll have to if people want to see more of this in the future. The outpost rush up. Remember, these are only 50 wood each. So if this looks expensive, it's actually not. He's only spending 200 wood on this. Well, 300 if you include the mining camps. Flash in the center, though. Crossbows trying to hold it back. Spearman, men-at-arms going in. Line spreading out a bit. But it's looking like Dragavan's losing a lot more for this. He has to move away. Good hold by Gully. And a worrisome position to find yourself in if you're Dragavan right now. You've got the eco lead, but you need this gold. You need it bad. This continues. Look at the range on these glorious mother duckers. The Kamandars from downtown to push the crossbow back. Pretty effective against the Kizzle Bashes as well. They have to stand still for a long time to get that dark speed increase. Last of the melee is going to start disappearing, but I think this is where the archers should win out for Gully Deckle. Has to move the Kizzles in. This is so expensive. Kizzle Bashes are 300 resources each. So if you don't kill 3 archers in return, it's a bad trade. This is a really rough trade for Dragavan. If it wasn't for the state of his eco, I'd say we're getting close to a conclusion. But that's the thing that should keep him alive here. Mango's now being prepped. Remember, though, these are Lombos with the movement speed of normal archers and the damage of normal archers. So they're a little bit better at dodging and weaving Mango shots, especially when you consider they've got 7 tower range. Dive coming in the meantime. Villagers with the shifts out. Oh, no. Dragavan, not like this. You're not Donati. Don't try to be. No one should try to be that. He's a unique beast. Dragavan, what are we talking about? Like a third of his economy on the screen right now. Gully behind this. I feel like his economy is getting to a better state, right? Like the food is still ahead for Dragavan. I'm not expecting that to last much longer, though. There is an eco-tech issue coming in, right? Gully's only got level 1. And it looks like he is going for the gold. This is sick, actually, because right now, Dragavan has a very big issue. He needs to get onto gold, so he needs to plant to map. But between the relic split and the fact that Gully Deckle now has the eco-tech coming in from his tier 2 landmark, he has a big edge here. Goodness Pur with farm tax allows you to just buy gold at a very desirable rate. Paying 200 food to get 150 gold is a damn good exchange. Keep drop now coming in from Gully. And yes, guys, those are villagers and spears. This is what I tested. This is so funny to watch. You can build a castle up with spearmen. You don't even need villagers here, but they're definitely going to help. Dragavan, all of a sudden that eco lead he had is gone. Gold is at risk getting outed out. Mango is going to have to move up, but that means it's going to die to just a handful of spears here. Repair comes in clutch. Castle most definitely going up, though, and the archers are going to dive past. Gully Deckle on the verge of victory here. And Dragavan, not much to cry home about. You can see he was trying to get to Imperial. It seems Gully Deckle's comp of archers worked a lot better. Is going to get punished now by the single mangonel. With the castle up, Dragavan is going to have significant gold issues in the coming minutes. He has still got some other golds to play for, but he hasn't set up defenses here. And I think he's exhausting this quickly, right? Yeah, 3.3k left over. The fat gold was of high priority for him. Not going to be able to secure it anymore. And Spearmen are the ones that can build. Spearmen are cheaper for the Persians, but they have worse stats. So these Spearmen at this stage, like you guys probably know your vet stats, right? Look at these guys. They're Veteran Spears with 8 damage base and 95 health. Veteran Spears are usually, if I remember correctly, 110 health. And, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, it's even 9 or 10 damage. Actually, it might have been 11, right? It's quite different. I like the idea, though. It's really cool. They still have decent bonus damage, though, right? You can see they do 21. Getting towards that late game. I'm wondering, will they both just decide to go Imp? Because Imp's quite interesting here, guys. Check these landmarks. The Maragare Observatory. Look at that.
You can train units by only gold. You basically can build conscription camps and turn into the Furumba garrison. And also, the vision on it, this is not an understatement. It's basically Imperial Palace. I think it was bigger than Imperial Palace when I tested it. Other side is the Siege. Both choices revolve around the conscription camps where you just spend gold, but this one's siege focused and this one's military focused. I haven't had a chance to test the English mercenary ship, but I'm definitely intrigued by this. What a cool game. And this is only game 1, by the way. We're going to be doing 4 more games after this. The rest will not be mirror. Because I know you guys are fascinated at first, but you're quickly going to be like, oh god, not another mirror game. So we got you covered on that. Dragan. Food levels should be stable. I feel like his food income has gone down there, right? He's playing pocket resources for a while. Long wall's going up. Golly, does he maybe consider trade? I mean, he's not going to run out of gold. Yeah, this... Actually, I said that this was balanced. That's maybe the broken part of the mirror random balance here. The fat gold vein in Golly's base, and then the one in front for Dragavan is a bit rough. Whose build do I like more at this stage? Because Dragavan's just replicating now, right? It's interesting as Gully on a very big delay is going into these gunners. I think this is smart. Kizzlebash will lose to these archers, right? The Kamandars are basically like the Lombo versus Streltsy effect. But there are no Lombos coming from Dragavan. So I think Gully Deckel's timing is a lot stronger now. He's already got more men at arms, and this Kizzlebash will clear the front line. Crossbows aren't going to feel that good against the Kizzlebash. Because once you get in range, these things should trade a lot better, right? It's 25 base damage compared to a mere 15. Military Academy also being queued up. Have we got any unique techs extra coming in? No powerful horses. I don't expect that to come through anymore. Pretty much everything is there, bar steel armor. I think steel armor could have been good in return for Dragavan earlier, but it doesn't really matter now, right? Like, he didn't want to lean into archers. He chose to go full crossbow comp. Dragavan had safe gold. Oh, wait, was it an 8k, though? I thought it was a 4k up here. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, you're right. It might have been an 8k. Good eyes. Okay, it's just that's a weird spawn, then. 3 fat gold veins. But... Okay, golf clappers, actually. The mirror random is a bit weird for the wood lines, but you're right. I think everything else was mirrored. So good seed selection from Hosen. Gully. Diving in. Gun line doesn't look good for Dragavan. It looks a lot better here for Gully. Just needs to be careful about the position in the fight. Second wave is marching in. Mangoes are being queued up. The problem I'm seeing here is like one side's front line should be cleared a lot quicker. It's kind of deceptively close, right? Like you do 24 damage every 2.12 seconds, but these gunners do less damage comparatively, right? Like 3 seconds, 25 damage. So really, Gully Deckel, to out-micro here, what he needs to be doing is sniping the backline. Instead, though, he just hard plows it in. The spearmen are proving to be quite damage absorbent here, right? Like, this is kind of smart. Remember, it's mass crossbows. Crossbows don't get bonus damage against spears, and although these spears are less tanky than the normal counterparts, they also cost notably less. Only 65 resources instead of 80. Mango's now arriving. I think Dragavan's lost this now. Like, the siege is the issue. He's got way too much in ranged and not enough in flank. And no anti-siege whatsoever. And behind that, Gully now getting ready for Imperial Age. And it is going to be what I was expecting. The Madagascar Observatory in the way. Do you guys want to see how busted this is? I'm hoping Dragavan won't tech out before it. It's broken. The vision on it is broken. You will see. Dragavan trying to hold his own. Please don't GG. They need to see how stupidly huge the range is on this. It's hilarious. Palm's getting out on the front side. Dragavan has to migrate the area. He's building up a second wave behind this defend. Gully just needs to not rush in. If he doesn't rush in, we will get to see the tech up. Imperial Pass 2.0, pretty much. Because you can scout. Look, you can spy. You can see the workers. This is Imperial Palace with an added flavor. Because you get a Furumba level of effect out of it. You're going to start building units by only paying gold. And remember, because he went for the eco-wing choice, he can basically buy food for gold. 200 food for 150 gold with a fixed rate. I think that might get tweaked, by the way. Here we go, guys. Eyes on this. Watch the vision on the minimap. Ready? Steady. Ooh!
And yes, that is a ginormous stone wall tower. Dragovan in quite the pickle now. A whole age behind. I think we are close to the conclusion of our opening game in this show match to show off not only a new Civ, but in game 4 of 5, we'll be showing off a new map. Turn and burn from Dragovan, but he might take a hit on the retreat, and that's going to be a big one. He's queued the Dynasty. Remember, this is how you get your elite techs. You pay 2,000 resources. It's more expensive than elite tech, but it's all the elite techs. That means that, for example, over here, Men-at-Arms, as well as the Spearmen, going to get upgraded. The Crossbowmen, Archers, the Kizzlebash, the Horse Archers, all of them are going to go to elite tech. That's why you pay so much. And I believe he did it correctly this time. Okay, he remembered. He used his TC last time, but if you build the Natchez Castle, you can do Dynasties in the castle instead. I think that's what's giving Dragovan hope, is that his opponent can't get the tech quick enough. Even if he couldn't, I don't think it matters right now. The military mass lead is just too big. The tough part is Dragon's now had to resort to Men-at-Arms in a situation where these archers are about to get juiced up. They already hit for 10 damage. You have got 7 armor, so it's not too bad. But once you get that extra upgrade, I believe they're going up to 12 damage total. That's when I'm expecting a pretty swift GG. There is nothing that Dragovan can do that isn't seen, by the way. Pretty much all the critical resources are in range of the observatory, bar the 2 golds on his side of the map. So any attempt to sneak play here, right, it just isn't going to work. Even if he didn't have the keep in the area. This thing's crazy. Dude, this is Age of Empires 4's, what was it, the Xiao Needle, I think it's called? Yeah, just go to the top and see everything. This isn't a UAV, this is a Blackbird, all right? Gully Deco ain't got the free kill streak. He's up to like, what was that? Is that the, I'm trying to remember, was that the 10? I think it was the 10 kill streak. Upgrade just came in. And yes, they do turn into Vikings. Look at those stats! They've got 11 melee armor. Oh my god, he's hitting for 1 damage with his melee units. No way. It's cursed. Throw in the towel. No one will blame you right now. This is brutal. It takes so long to get this upgrade, but the moment it comes in, the unit diversity tick up is insane. As long as you have 2 unit types, you're not paying more than you would for elite statuses usually. And you bought Dragovan, you can see he was trying to get to Castle Imp here, but I just don't see it happening. It's going to be GG. Game number 1 of this show match goes to the German. Gully Deckel able to beat the Scandinavians in our nice little kindergarten show match. But more to come, guys. Stay tuned. Let me know what you think about this. It's not Delhi. This has been Persia. Shout out to Hosen who actually made this Civ with very limited tools to create a tuning pack. We're going to have more coming on the channel, though. 2 more games on standard maps. And then 2 games. One side each using Persia on a brand new map. Kindergarten? Dude, yeah, you're both like, you're both kids. That's what we joked about earlier, right? Oh, I just realized we can use the UI here. So let me go ahead and do that. Because we can, give me a sec, guys. So let's go for cam draft. And let's switch this over to Dragovan versus Gully Decor. Oh, I'll thank whoever that was in a sec. Just bear with me. And then we need to toggle score on. There we go. Yo, what is up, Marv? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. You absolute legend. I'm sure everyone appreciates getting their hands on those. You guys are incredible. Thank you. All right, so they should be prepping for game number 2. And this is going to be the more telling test. Oh, wait, I just realized that broke the UI the way I just done that. There we go. So this is going to be more telling of the balance of the Civ, because that was you know, the Civ facing itself. We're now going to have players draft. There's going to be 4 bands targeted, and then 1 player will pick from the remainder of available Civs. So there's 5 Civs off limit, because you can't pick the Persians, and that means the Delhi are gone. So
a lot of the powerful picks, the OP obvious picks are going to be gone. So I thought this was a nice way to do it because then we can see, like, you know, if this is just going to be a ridiculously overtuned Civ, as opposed to, for example, pitting it against the Byzantines and just seeing them GG straight away. Is this a DLC Civ? No, because if you have the base game and have Delhi, you can play it. Yo, what is up, Sickle Cell? Thank you very much for the gift of sub, man. Go get Gully those sub emotes. Boom, boom. All right, so I think they're getting in lobby now. They're getting ready, so we'll be ready to go soon. What do you guys think of that, though? What do you think? Oh, yeah, we should have done points to the first one, shouldn't we? You guys are gambling addicts. So we'll do Gully Deckle, and then there'll be Dragavan. They reworked Delhi? No, Hostum reworked Delhi. This is a modder's creation here. If you guys want to try this, by the way, go to the mod section, type in Persia, and you can see it right here. Be sure to give it the rating it deserves. It's going to need some tweaks still, but I love that Hostum's put in this work. You guys like that, by the way? Was that fun? Let me know. I'm kind of curious what people's thoughts are. Obviously, it's only one game. We haven't seen enough of the Civ yet. But there's some interesting ideas in there, right? I especially love this kind of interesting focus on charge-based mechanics to get more damage, right? That's uniquely different for sure. So that's really cool to see. Right, 1 second. I quickly need to send out a message, and then we'll be ready. You never practiced anything after feudal? Oh, no. Keck W. I guess you want to be not Persians first. You guys, if you haven't already, by the way, and you're part of some AV4 communities and want to check out some new stuff, drop this in any Discords, Reddits, whatever. It helps the channel immensely. I want to get eyes on this because I want to get community feedback as much as possible because I think we have some really cool stuff here. Let me go ahead and I'm going to link it into a few. Did I have the Griot Bara here? I think I did. Yeah, let me see about the external content thing. Alright, there we go. A few people in there. Just checking their chat because I think they're now drafting it. Okay, so the Golden Heights. That's going to be cool, actually. I like that. What is the fuel age? Okay, so the fuel age... So basically, there's a TC, which sounds broken, but the TC landmark lets you build villages for 150 food each. This is very expensive. The alternative landmark lets you get things like old fresh foodstuffs with a 50% discount on food costs for villages, cheaper farms, or you can go the military route where you can discount your archers by 20 wood each. And you can also increase the attack speed of men at arms. So there's interesting choices in there. But you start off with, I'd say, a weaker economy than probably any other civ in the game because you start with 5 villages. Because one of your villages is a spearman instead. So your feudal timing should actually realistically be a little bit slower than most civs in the game, I'd say. Ganders. Oopsie. Alright, looks like they're getting in game. Big poogers. So, of course, a Bastards from Dragavan. That's fantastic. I should have known. I should have known. This is the lad's bread and butter. It's what he's basically known for. If I do a 5-minute prediction, we should be good, right? Oh, okay, they decreased the prediction. Whatever, I'll do... Should I do 5 minutes? Nah, 2 minutes should be good enough. You guys will get a glimpse of the map for like a minute when I start the predictions. So that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Give us a wink. Did I do it right? I'm always good at winking. Oh, there we go. Predictions go up, guys. Yeah, like I said, share it around. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I can ever make a Reddit thread because I think that's self-advertising. But dude, if someone wants to throw up a Reddit thread and let them know. Oh, dude, I think Hosen did. Legend. What a legend, man. Go upvote that. Boom, boom, boom. There you go, guys. Share it around. Let people know the details. He's called me Killer Pigeon, but sure. So we're doing Scotland next, right, Hosen? Oh, this is cool, though. Oh, I have enough time to quickly name the video, don't I? That's good. I should probably just put a little label that it's a Showmatch 1 so I can find it later. My stupid English. Don't worry, buddy. I mean, like, people will give you feedback on fixing those. I think we highlighted one as well already. You can't call them hosemen. You can't call them hose. That's unreasonable. All right, you guys ready? Whew. It's time for game 2 of our Persia special. Wait, I just realized the Showmatch thing. The chat was up. Let's try that again. It's time for game number 2 of our showcase of a new Civ. That's right, it's the return of Persia in the south side. Playing Persia for the second time in this series, we've got Gully Deckle here on Golden Heights going up against Dragavan's cozy comfort Civ. It is, of course, the one and only Abbasid dynasty. There's going to be a lot of dynasties in this game, though, considering that this Civ has some dynasties of their own. Remember, this is a variant Civ that has been added to the game by the hard sweat and toil of one of the modders in the community. Shout out to Hosen who created this. Let me update the best of. That is not a best of 3. We are doing a best of 5 show match. If you did not catch game 1, that was a mirror match between Persia. Really cool one. This Civ adds a lot of different things. It has a weaker starting economy because it has only 5 villages and 1 spearman to start. But the spearman adds something else in. The spearman can build. And look at what he's doing already. I knew this is why Gully wanted Golden Heights. He was the one who recommended Golden Heights, and this is why. This is sick. He runs the spearman out, and this means that, for example, if a villager comes out to mirror you, you can kill the villager, right? Because you have 6 damage and a decent attack speed, 1.75. That's a smart read, actually, by Gully. I didn't even think about that detail. A lot of people saw this spearman thing and thought this was going to be cheesy outpost rushing. I don't think outpost rushing is as feasible as you think with this Civ. But this is cool. Straight away in the fishing boats. Now, another interesting thought. Dragavan can't play fishing at all, because if he comes out now, these should be Delhi fishing boats, if I'm not mistaken. Hosen will correct me if I'm wrong. Which means that you can shoot the villagers when they show up. And yes, let me correct it. It's a play all 5. Because we're basically going to be showing off the new Civ throughout this, but we're also going to be showing off a new map in game 4 and 5. Here you go, guys. You don't see it often, but on a map like this, actually, I can't believe I'm saying this. Delhi have found a way to look good on Golden Heights. You just have to pick the variant Civ. If you want to try this out yourself, by the way, as we're getting ready for the tech up, the way you do it is you go download the mod. It's literally called Persia, and all you have to do is select that as a tuning pack, and then whenever you pick Delhi, you'll get Persia instead. It's not the ideal way. I'd love to have Persia and Delhi in the game as well, but given the limitations on modding, I think we should be giving a lot of praise to the incredible work the modders have been putting together here. Military wing coming in from Dragavan, pretty standard. Oh, for God's sake, I already know what he's going to do. Guys, he's going to clown cutter. So if you remember in game 1, Gully Deckle leaned very hard on archers to try and win the game. I think Dragavan's making a bit of a gamble that the same is going to happen here. Because if it does, then actually, theoretically, a clown car with either a Siege Tower or Ram could GG Gully. I've got a feeling Gully's going to be aware of this, though. I mean, we might be looking at a game where he plays pretty hard into men-at-arms, which with the right choice in landmark and tech can be a very powerful element in the Persian Empire. Click on the dock. Oh, we got unique techs. What are we looking for here? Oh, you can actually decrease the cost of naval arrow slits. That's kind of intriguing. I can see that being really good on 4 legs.
So it's a 250 resource tech, but you discount 125. So you break even if you have 2 docks that need emplacements. That's pretty powerful, actually. That's kind of wild. And then outside that, I think there wasn't anything else. Some of the tooltips are going to just be dated, like it has the influence stuff about Moss. This Civ doesn't get their techs for free. They have to pay for them. So although it's a tele variant, that's one very big difference they have, is they have to pay for these things. Tech up complete. Dragavan down his way. I mean, the military wing's pretty effective on a map this short, especially in a game where you consider Gully went for fishing, which means his tech timing is going to be notably later. So this is a very punish-oriented approach. I think Gully may have made a whoopsie here. He should have been using the Spearman back home to build an outpost right here. That would have been huge for his wood lines. Now he's at risk. And oh my god, he's going to clown car him. One and all, if you haven't witnessed it before, this is a Dragavan special. It's the Siege Tower Archer build. Oh, I love it. Gully, in the meantime, is going to be going for the Gunderspur. I went very... Every time I see this, I sound German. The Gunderspur. This is a landmark that has unique eco or military text, but you have to choose one. And I already see Hosen in chat being like, what the hell? He's like, I came for a serious show match. Well, you shouldn't have invited Dragavan. So if you haven't seen this before, it's quite simple. You've probably seen the clown carring from Rams. This is a better clown car. It has more health, more movement speed, and costs 125 wood compared to 200. This is going to allow him to move around the base very quickly, shooting at villages. This is disgusting. This is like, Dragavan is on a sole singularity mission to get this nerfed. I love the spears as well. So he's control grouped the archers and spears to different numbers so he can pull them out independently without exposing everything at once. Gully's like, crap, not this again. Villagers on the way. It's only 3 archers right now, so it shouldn't be too impactful. And here's the text we were talking about. You have to choose eco or melee. I think this is a melee win game. You have to go melee. Melee and then mass melee. Instead, he's going for an archer range. No, 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 not like this. Dragavan, we are a serious show match, showing off serious new things. Villagers being pulled. He doesn't have wheelbarrow either. Oh my god, this hurts. He did at least get the archer range up. So you could go Persian horse archers here, but that's kind of a death, right? Like, you're going to have to get too close, you're not getting anything. He's going to play Kamandars, because Kamandars have 7 tower range, which means they can just shoot when the archers come out. The problem with this strategy is it doesn't work, because the arrows are going to take too long to arrive on their target, so Dragavan will just re-garrison before they hit. Villagers are at least getting decent damage in. It's only 2 archers. Guys, this is only wave 1, though. Dragavan is ready to bring the new troopers in. He's built double archer range proxy here. I actually think this might be over. This strat is so hard to counter, man. It's so absurd on maps like this. Mark my words, Dragavan is going to make a grand final this year. It's going to be because of this. Immediately builds another siege tower. The #1 reason everyone bans the bastards against him. There's always a chance he'll do something like this. They build so fast as well. Like, look at the difference in build time between these 2 options. A ram takes 1 minute and 10 seconds. A siege tower takes 30 seconds. That's another element of insanity to this. It just allows you to be more active. Gully finally queuing up his first archer, but I've got to ask the question. Why? What does this do? Why didn't Gully ban Abba? Because he's a competitive player. He's like, oh, you got to ban HRE. Let's ban Byzantines. Oh, Roof needs to go as well. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can't let China through. And then this. Like, who gets into Golden Heights and expects Abbasids? Let's be real here. Archer count still not that high for Dragavan. He needs to go for the villages. Here we go. Trying to snipe them down. No textiles. Gully, I mean, he needs to gather gold. He actually needs textiles to survive this. But it might be too late at this pacing. Siege tower goes down. Archers are going to fight, though. A lot of economy lost. Right now, Dragavan ahead by 8 eco. Jesus. Make that 9. I can't believe this. Oh, well, we were worried that Persia was going to be OP, but we forgot that Dragavan Clown Car is more OP. This is the guy that proxy TCs the enemy base and builds a full range underneath
the nose. This is the guy that clown cars into the enemy base and takes out half their economy. Why did we think some twincy-wincy, incy-wincy, strong lancers in Castle Age would matter when Delhi can't, or rather Persians can't even get there? He's got another one. So remember, the first two weren't full power. This is 10 archers now, with Steel Arrow on the way. That's brutal. That almost one hits these archers. Oh my god, he's just so dead. He's just sick. He's like, well, this is idle time, man. It's going to take you 480 shots to kill it, so I might as well just sit here. Remember when we were like, siege towers suck? Well, what now? I can't believe he just done that. I can't believe it. I can't. Like, okay, Persia's getting buffed. So game 2 goes to Dragavan. We now sit at 1-1 apiece. Oh, this is playing out fantastically. What a fantastic one this is turning into. Oh, I can't believe he done that. I was like, oh yeah, Gully's really big brain. I love this spearman into dock play. How is that illegal? You're right, it should always be legal. Showmatch to show off Persians, but Drag's eco can't seem to not play WAAC. Wait, what? Gully, you got it next game. If you ban Abbasids. No, it's fine. Remember, next game, Dragavan now has to play the Persians. So, what you now do is Gully now picks Abbasids and does the same thing back, right? No, it's fine, Dragavan. That made it quite comical. I mean, it gave it a twist, that's for sure. If it's good, pros will do it. Yeah, but until pros do it, it won't get banned. He can ban it? Yeah, but like, you're not an Abbasid main, so does he really want to ban it? And if he does, do you not just do it with the HRE? So like, you're either going to do it with the Abbasids or the HRE. What's he going to do? Ban China? Oh, good. Shoot your new siege tower. Even better, right? So what's he got left? Rus? Oh my god, more wood. I can afford additional siege towers. It's easy. Oh wait, I don't know, Gully, do you play that many civs? I only ever catch you playing HRE and Malians at the moment. And weirdly enough, you roll Iabids a lot in our free rolls, right? Oh no, dude. We're getting under the skin. What, dude? I'm just saying that's what we've seen recently. I'm not saying that's all you do. I mean, everyone knows how to play Byzantines. Look at your profile. Are you sure you want me to look at your profile? Because under most recent game, I see a win for Dragavan, and I see siege towers. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, like you played some. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at Dragavans. I was like, wow, China. Oh, look at this, guys. He played English. That's very innovative of you. I haven't seen a pro player do that recently. You did play Abbasids against Don, but that doesn't count because he's ping, right? Like, basically. Oh wait, no, you donated to Don. Oh Jesus, my condolences. You know he has lag, right? There's the Byzantines. I knew it. What else we got? Mongols. Oh no. Not anymore. We chatted. Ah, so being you rejuvenated his connection. Very big. All right. So guys, we are just waiting on them to get into lobby for the next game. So probably about 2 to 3 minutes away from being live with game number 3. Game number 3, where we will have Dragavan playing as the Nusi of the Persians, and then Gully Dekel will be playing as. I mean, does HRE get let through? I'm going to predict it's either going to be HRE Malians, English, Chinese, or Byzantines. Maybe Abbasids. Because now he might be like, oh, that was dirty. I need to basically give him a taste of his own medicine. I could see that. That's feasible, right? Oh, man. This is going to be a fun one, though. You can see Persia only here. So, correct me if I'm wrong, the way we've drafted this, right, Gully, is the person who has Persia gets to pick the map, right? For example, in that one, Gully picked Golden Heights and immediately regretted it. If you guys are liking Hostin's work, by the way, really please do check out all of the other mods he's made. You know, he actually hopped into modding quite recently, right? Like, you know, he heard some of our ideas and got to work. He made an amazing mod where he's added new units to every civ in the game. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Hostin, there's 4 or 5 units per civ now. I think, actually, no, Malians and Mongols might have the lowest here. I think they have 2 new units, but some of these have insane amounts of new units. On top of that, he has done an interesting siege rework. I haven't had a chance to test that one. He has got the Make It Quick, which increases as many details about AO4 as possible to like 1.25 or 1.5 times speed. He also done the 12 Villager Nomad pack. You guys will find this tuning pack useful for your different custom game needs. And he also created Puny Villages, which is a mod where you have villages that take 0.1 population and are incredibly tiny. And then finally, what we're testing here is his latest creme de la creme. It is, of course, the variant civ Persia. Whoa, that was laggy. Just had a little bit of frame drop there. Yeah, I'm not even in game. I'm quickly going to restart my game because I'm not even in game and I was getting heavy frame drops. I think we hit a memory leak there. It might have been from being on the mod page. Yeah. Loved all the subs I just saw coming through earlier. What was it? We had King Smurf with the 10, we had Marv with 5, and then everyone else has been subbing here, there, and in between. Love to see the community support. I don't know if I said it at the start of the stream. Mex's, when I was offline, done a 3-month subscription. Thank you to that as well. I don't know if you're here now. Legends. Let me just quickly check in on YouTube because I want to see how they're feeling about this. Oh, Drongo's whole new civs leaked? That was a bug. That was literally just flags from the campaign. This is actually a real new civ. Not dev released, but... Well, it's released by a developer, just not an official developer. Oh no, you got... Wait, you want me to put a necktie on this? Is a boy not allowed to show chests? What do you put on? Oh, have I got a tie out that works? This is so hot. I can't believe you've done this to me. This is cursed. So, let's maybe... I think we need a different color one. Sorry to break the illusion. That works. That might be a bit too weirdly formal. Maybe this? I don't think that works. Red would work. Red would be pure sex. No, that's terrible. My apologies. I guess that, like, red kind of works. There's probably better reds. Ugh. That's too thin. Alright, I know what to do. I got the perfect one. I think they're literally in-game. Well, no, they'll have a 2-minute delay, right? Because I had it last time. So we'll be ready in a sec. Nice sweatpants. Stop checking out my ass, bro. Pay for my OnlyFans if you want that. God. You don't tell me what to do? I do. I've got a lot of muscle density. You have to remember, I do a lot of push-ups here. All right. I think this is popping. Whoop. Did I get the color right, chat? Can we bring it back to full cam for a sec? It's a little bit overly dark. It's very serious, like I'm going to murder someone. You know, I kind of now feel like that guy from, you know, from Westworld? The guy who dresses in full black? Kind of getting that vibe. I don't usually go this dark on colors. I like to have something a little bit poppy. Do we look very serious now? It's not funerally, though, which is good. Points? Never. All right, Dragavan. Boom. Let's get the new prediction up. 2 minutes. Boom. It's random 30 seconds. I don't think I watched the last season because it fell off the side of a cliff. What was it I was watching recently? Shogun, dude. Like, Shogun is that good, by the way. I've only watched one episode. I need to watch more. My brain was like, wow. Dude, I actually don't feel like I've ever seen, like, the Shogun period done so well. Because it's playing this very interesting angle where both the Westerners and the Easterners see each other as absolute savages, which is actually more accurate, right? They both viewed each other as savages. They didn't understand each other's cultures. It's so well crafted. But I think Fallout, you know what, actually, Fallout Season 1 has that Westworld Season 1 vibe to it in a really good way. All right, should we get ready? I keep forgetting I need to remove the chat. It's time for Game 3 of our Persia and new map showcase show match between Dragavan and Gully Deckle. After Game 2 and the shenanigans that Dragavan got up to on his Abbasids, it looks like Gully Deckle is looking to return fire with a Malian build here up against not the Delhi, but Persia. This name, think of it different in your brain. This is the variant Civ of the Delhi that was created by Hosen. Love to see it back in action, and already you see something a little bit different here. Spearman, this is what we talked about, right? The ability to build up these structures, you have to do this as well. Because otherwise, you're just one villager down. Like, the only thing the Spearman can do is A, attack, or B, build. You could maybe go for a deer shaft, that's another option, but if the Malian player comes in a bit too early, a bit too fast, you're not even going to get a chance to do that. Gully, can you please find sheep? Holy crap. So they both went down the center, and they kind of locked out. I believe we are playing on... Is this the... This is definitely Dry Arabia. Yeah, this is Dry Arabia. So interesting. Dragavan went a bit normie. If you remember last game, we had it on Golden Heights. Gully Deckle was getting a bit creative. Dragavan's like, I just want to see how good these guys are on a normal map, please. Those spears feel like a waste. What do? They have some uses. It's a different kind of build, right? I think there's like some interesting proxy plays. Like, not going to lie, guys, we're looking at the proxy master right now. I don't think anyone in Age of Empires 4 proxy bases more often than Dragavan. You don't think you give him a spearman that can build bases is going to use it? I mean, he's moving. I don't want to jinx it, but this is looking, funnily enough, quite a bit like a guy who's going to go for a proxy base. Other side, Gully Deckle playing as Malians. Is he just going to fast castle? I guess that's kind of crafty, right? Because with the way that the Persians work, they have to spend a long time getting the full tech upgrades on all their units to veterancy. So they're pretty limited in their comp, unless they've got a lot of eco to go Safavid Dynasty with. So the idea of just fast castling is pretty creative by Gully. The funny thing is, after Game 1, a lot of people are like, oh my god, Persia's going to be OP. These unit numbers. What the hell were you thinking, host? And KP, this won't work. But after clown carring in Game 2, I'm curious now to see, with no clown carring, whether actually maybe the Persians are underpowered compared to a lot of other civs. Because the funny thing is, Malians right now, I'd say they're like a bottom 5 civ. They're actually not very good. A big part of their value previously was that English was very heavily meta, and they countered it hard, but now they don't even counter the English with this new king build. There you go. We had people asking, what's the value of having a spearman early? We found it. Remember, these spearmen are weaker than standard spears, by the way. They only cost 65 resources each, but their stats are lower. The upside is, of course, that building element. I'm a little bit surprised by Dragavan, right? Like, just trying to deny a house over here instead of just going and building up the Rudkin quicker. But in fairness, the Spearman can harass the initial villagers coming out to repair a bit better. So Gully might end up in a situation where he has to sacrifice a house. So for those that have not seen the Rudkin Castle is a town center feudal landmark. You want to scream OP, but calm down. It costs 3 times as much as a town center to produce out of. So you pay 50 food here, you have to pay 150 food to build them out of this. Outside that, it does have one little eco benefit, and that's that it makes outposts only 50 wood each. I still prefer the alternative choice. The alternative one that you could have went with would have been the Gunda Shapur. I think the meta will be this. These eco upgrades, even the melee wing upgrades, feel very strong. I'm just not entirely convinced that this is better than going Eco Wing and getting a second TC. Because if you go Eco Wing with the Eco Landmark, you can get villages for 25 food each. Yes, it's a 3-min delay villager, right? Because like the average villager is going to gather 45 resources a minute. I'd say not even a 3-min delay, it's more of a 2-min delay, right? Like you're 2 minutes more to get value out of a villager because a villager by default, 50 resources, gathering rate is between 40 to 50 in most cases for starting resources. So paying 3 times adds 2 minutes of gathering in. This landmark unlocks the feudal Savar. Oh, that's the cavalry, right? Thank you for pointing that out, Hosen. Hosen who created the mod. So the Savar come from here. So the Savar, for those who don't know, the stables produces Savars. These are going to be feudal knights that are more like Ghazi. Sorry, that does it a bit weird on the UI. Basically, the way that works is that they have the Ghazi bonus damage against heavy, but they're a heavy knight themselves. I still think that's going to be the broken unit. And Dragavan up to shenanigans here. It's going to be the outpost. Now, funny thing, a few players tested this, and apparently the outpost rush isn't as strong as you'd think. Oh, wow, Dragavan cancelled it. I guess he can force idle time, but now there's an archer here, this is worthless. You haven't really... I don't feel like you've got enough value out of this play. It probably would have been better just to have built up quicker at home, but I guess you could argue he delayed any aggro coming out, because I think Dragavan's big focus is greeding a bit. And if he can bait Gully Deco into reacting to Dark and Feudal Age, then he can build a lead there, because it means that the Malians aren't going for their real win condition, which is Fast Castle. And Jav's now getting added in by Gully. Interesting. So he's expecting the archers. By the way, I actually think that the Persian archers might counter javelin throws. Remember the Persian archers, they come with 7 tile range. They have lower base damage than longbows, but they have the same movement speed as javs. So you can kite a bit better, right? You can stay on the edge of range. So when you're defending against javs, it's a little bit stronger. Why so early farm? I think it's probably just the reliability of long-term food sources, right? Because he's got, what, 12 sheep? Berry-wise, he might just get blocked off that by the archer javelin play. It seems like more of a safe choice by Dragavan. This also leans into the idea of going for the eco wing landmark instead, because if he'd gone for that one, he could have got 25 wood discount on each farm placed. Which, if I remember correctly, is like 150 or 200 resource tech. So by the time you pay, by the time you place 8 farms, you would have paid it back. Golly has now got the cows coming in, so we are definitely looking at fast castle win condition. I'm still scratching my brain as to what Dragavan's win condition is. It kind of feels like he's going fast castle too. It's very expensive, though, along the way, scaling this eco. It will pay off down the line, but my question mark is, does it pay off quicker than a cow boom from the Malians? Because right now, Gully should just be prioritizing mills, and he is doing it indeed. Second mill coming in. So this should be, what, castle age by 11 minutes-ish, I think? Works. And yes, the tiny Berkshire is adorable. This is a baby Berkshire. Everyone wanted Berkshire nerfed. Berkshire nerfed. Okay, so Dragavan isn't building any production whatsoever. He's legit just going for an eco boom. I don't know what else I expected here. This guy is an Abbasid main. This is bread and butter Abbasid brain right now. I like villagers, give me villagers. It's a little bit in reverse though, right? Because the Rudkin Castle makes you pay 3 times as much each villager out of it. So compared to Abbasids where they get the 35% discount, it's kind of the polar opposite. Ranch is coming in, Gully. He could even potentially go up to 3 mills. That might strain him a bit. And it looks like Dragavan is actually building military. Wait. It's a proxy base! Why are we surprised? Actually, I'm a little bit shocked. I think Dragavan done himself a disservice here. He sent villagers out. He could have used that spearman. That's what I was anticipating. When the spearman died, I lost all faith. But look at this. Immediately queues up the Dailami Mace Hoseman. That's meant to be horsemen. These are basically Ghazi Raiders with lower base damage. But look at the heavy damage. Right? So like, it's a bit of an interesting unit. It's a little bit like a horseman and a Ghazi Met. You pay the extra, but you get some value out of that. You get the extra health. I actually think these are quite nicely balanced. The extra heavy damage is kind of intriguing. It makes it a bit more situational. So Ghazi now on the march. They're going to hit hard against the ranged units. I think the extra health kind of just makes it worth the extra cost anyway still. Right? It's like, in some ways it's a weaker Ghazi, but in other ways it's actually a lot stronger. I do think it's kind of weak against Marlians, because unless they go Sofas, you don't really do anything, right? Like, the heavy damage is where the most value is. Because usually the heavy is +2, but you're getting +6. Burn here. Gully Decker. We didn't even talk about his spawn, actually. Like, what the f... I'm sorry, do you even spawn balanced? He got 3 gold veins right next to each other. But don't worry, folks. Dragavan is here to deny him. The house right next to the Malian base. Force marching in. Good grabs. Villagers actually getting idled out. They can't even get the outpost up quick enough here. Donzos are flooding out, but they need to come a lot quicker than this. You can see Dragavan is scaling a lot of cav. Blacksmith's also dropped here, but he hasn't actually used it at all yet. So I guess he wanted a reason to. Get quite a lot of value out of the melee tech, actually, considering you're only a 9 damage unit. Dragavan with a lot of food behind this. I think he needs more production. Villagers still getting idled out. So Outpost will complete for Dragavan successfully. Outpost is going to go up for Gully as well, but I mean, the question is who gets more value out of this? Because surely Dragavan can now just camp here, kill the Spearman with the Outpost, and then take out the Pit Mine. And there's nothing you can do with this Outpost placement. This is pretty good, actually, from Dragavan. And very unexpected, but it really shouldn't have been. We mentioned this guy does proxy bases more than any other player I've seen in the top 500 on AoE4. And remember, Dragavan is like top 200. He's a very talented player. There's a reason he got invited by default to King of the North, and it's not because there's a lack of Norwegians. Okay, maybe that's part of it. But still, he's a very talented player. Archery range is built here as well. This is just madness. I can't believe he's building the base right next to Gullies. Has to cancel though, unfortunately. Oh boy. Oh, we have a problem. That's a lot of Donzos. And he's only got Cav. Dragavan, buddy, in the kindest way possible, you know you can build other units, right? I don't think he cares, because look at the economy. I mean, Gully pretty much has all the cows in place. And yes, the eco lead's quite big for Dragavan, but what I'm seeing is a lack of way out now. You're about to be an age behind. The cows are offsetting quite a lot of the food value you're getting, the power value you're getting out of your eco lead, right? Like the 6 of these, they're each worth about 2 villages roughly, so that's 12 villages extra. So he's at 52 versus 57. Add in the Farimba, and Gully's going to be a mile ahead. Sorry, Fulani. My brain's Farimba because of the imp Farimba choice that the Persians have. Gully now ready for the tech up. House is being burnt down, and all of a sudden Dragavan has got to play for a much later phase in the game. I do not favor the Persians from this position in Castle. I think it's going to be a bit of a slippery slope, a hard battle. Awesome Radiance at least coming in. That's the downside, remember, with these Ghazi clones. The Dailami Mace Horsemen do not have... I keep wanting to say Horsemen. They don't have as much damage as the Ghazi. They have as much health. So hitting villages is a lot slower of a process, and I love this from Gully. He got textiles. What's going up means Dragavan now has very limited options. He's saving up for his own tech up. In the meantime, there's going to be a dive in from the Donzos. Oh my god! Marlins are OP! How can he dive a Berkshire? It's not a Berkshire. It looks like a Berkshire, but remember, this is just a poor man's King's Palace. Dive will at least get cleared up, but the next wave is what worries me now. Gully Deckle, he could easily just start spamming sofas, and I think that's what's on the agenda. Extra racks is also being dropped. Tech up should be coming through soon for Dragavan. He's going to have to go for the defensive landmark. He has to be paranoid about what comes next. So we're going to be looking at, I would assume here, it has to be the Nachir Castle. No one's going to go Ali Kapu in this series. The issue with Ali Kapu is like the trade sounds really good if you get it online, but it's still you getting trade online in Castle Age. It sounds OP in theory, but it needs such a big lead. So interesting. Hosen, the creator of this mod, is saying the thing that's paining him is the lack of Zamnadar usage because they're the eco bonus. I'm inclined to agree. It's a 55 resource spearman. So if you build something with that instead of a villager, and across a minute you build stuff, right? You've saved yourself enough gathering in that village to basically pay for the spearmen in 1 minute. And then it's still an aggressive unit afterwards. I think the spearmen are kind of interesting. The issue with Persians is by having that spearman at the start and only 5 villages, you are notably weaker in economy, though. That is undeniable. Right? Your feudal timing will be later than other civs. Check out complete. Gully Deck, in the meantime, is ramping up into the sofa. We also have Musafadi in the way. Smart choice, because I think Dragavan's going to try to go for Cav. It's probably the one player that can get him back in this game, right? He's already got the stables over here. The funny thing for Gully right now is he's looking at the base like, wait, where are the stables? Because they were built on the other side of the map. Dragavan won't insta-die to this. He has at least got the keep to protect him, right? This is basically a white tower level of power. Gully, quite gluttonous with this dive. I don't like this at all. That's a lot of Donzos to be losing, and you're not really killing much eco for it. It's actually giving a way in which Dragavan might be able to snake his way back in this game. Are we going fast imp, or are we going to spend? All right, he's made up his mind. Rax now being dropped. Wait, is he making his choice based on the fact he doesn't see Musafadi? Because if so, I've got bad news. They're here too. Because when you build a Rax like this, most of the options you're looking at, like, it's basically going to be the men-at-arms, right? That's what I'm expecting. Defensive landmarks. I mean, at least it's... Guys, before anyone flames and says defensive landmarks OP, at least it's being used for defensive purposes for once. I want you guys to realize that if Dragavan wanted, there are going to be games with the Persians where you could mass Spearmen and then build the Natchir castle in the enemy base with Spearmen. Gully now with the proxy siege workshop. As a taste of his own medicine, Dragavan immediately queuing up the knights on the other side of the map, so he's made his choice. We are getting the Safavid Savars. These are heavily armored Ghazi. They have the stats of a knight, but they also get bonus damage versus heavy. So this is actually a very smart reaction to Mass Sofa. The problem I have is whether you have the scale. Right, that's a lot of idle time at home. I feel like you're going to keep getting limited over here. And at the same time, you're still up against the full power Fulani. And yes, this is a Seagate castle that has been modified. He's tweaked it to look slightly different. Slightly. Natchir castle. Remember, this is a variant civ made through modding support, which means it had to use existing mods. And actually, I want to give a really big shout out to Hosin. There are a few units that might need tweaking because they aren't easily identified. But I think he's done a good job with the limitations put on him. Somehow those limitations don't feel as hard as the ones put on Dragavan here. This is brutal. Safavid Swordsman coming out, but these units are tanky. They're good at the initial strike, but they're terrible at prolonged engagements. They're basically a worse men-at-arms the longer the fight goes. I see these Swordsmen as more of like a raidy type unit, an initiation unit. They aren't a great front line. That's what he needs right now. The dive is coming in. Dragavan is just losing economy. He's at least mirroring a dive on the other side, but with a few sofas coming out, I feel like the damage output is negligible from these raids from Dragavan. He has bigger problems at home. Rams now coming out from Gully. Walls are also going up. So this night raid, not bad, but I don't see him getting this again. Second wave's coming in before the walls go up, though. This could be big if he snipes these villages. Remember, Gully is 1 TC, as is always the case for Malians. In the meantime, continue to idle out the secondary TC, the expensive one. Interestingly enough, Dragavan, he went with these mass farms, I think, so he could actually afford the Rudkin Castle long-term. Now, with the Ram arriving, remember, this is only a 2.5k HP landmark. It does not last long. Raids are going to get mirrored out, so Sofa's able to block this one off. And remember, Sofas, they're quicker than these Knights. They will always chase them down. And you see the power. Like, look at the HP bars. Just a few of these Knights and the damage they can do. That's because they do 10 plus heavy damage and 21 base mace. But it's still not going to be enough. Sofa's also raiding the other side of the map. And this game is looking close to over. I think this is a tough one for Dragavan. He went for this cute proxy base, but I don't think he was efficient about it. If he used the Spearman, he could have had a cleaner timing. Instead, Persia not looking as OP as maybe we first thought. That is the second loss for Persia in a row. We've still got 2 more games to come with each player getting 1 more taste of Persia. But now we're going to do it on a brand new map. Woohoo! All right, let me get the details across, by the way, to you guys, to the players. It's very important they have this info, actually. So, I'm going to now reveal a little bit about the new map. Because we've got a new map. Let me get the score update as well, because Gully Deco is now 2 on the board. So this is pretty cool. Do you want to know the map we fixed? Of course you guys do. I'm going to reveal it. Big shout to Kaivayu for working with us on this. This is big. What is the map that I've been saying is ruining ranked right now? Meet a new improved high view. Pigeon's View. I didn't ask for this name, by the way, Kaivayu. Like, he said, I'm not good at naming maps, so he just went with it. I was like, we'll figure it out later, darling. This is a new map. Created by Kayu, aka Kaivayu. See him in the chat now. So, changes that have been made. The sacred sites, there's only 2 of them on this map, and they are centralized. And the trade posts are also centralized. These are the 2 most notable issues with Highview that lead to terrible games. Is back spawn trades and impossible win conditions on sacred sites. This should fix that issue. So we're going to be testing this for 2 games now. What's the new Civ? The new Civ are the Persians. It is a Delhi variant Civ, and it's actually a pretty cool one. So let's get the info ready. Let me have a look here. So I think they've got the info from me because I just sent across the biomes for them to use. Basically, they're going to want to use Japanese Spring, European Temperate, or Chalk Downs. As Kaivayu says, those are the best ones. And yes, this is Persia modded. This should be pretty cool. We will probably be waiting about 2 minutes for them to get in. So the idea now, score-wise, Gully Deco is up by 1. This is a play of 5. We've got 2 more games to go. Gully Deco, I believe, is going to be Persia first, if I'm not mistaken. And that means that Dragavan has to pick another Civ. They've already agreed he can not play a Bastards again. No surprise there. And then game number 5, Gully Deco will play Persia again. So we're hopping it back and forth. If you guys haven't yet, like I said, drop this in all your Discord communities. Let everyone know this is going on. There's still 2 games to go. And that gets more spicy because it's not just a new Civ. It's a new map as well. Thank you, A4 Enjoyer. Didn't plan to put a tie on, but I got forced to. People just don't like me without a tie, I guess. Whoop. Double your points? Ah, yes. So, Gully with the win. Jesus. I see the numbers it pays out. I'm like, that sounds like a lot. Why are you getting paid so much? Hold on a sec. Alright, so guys, I think we are getting ready to get in game now. And both of these games are going to be in Pigeon's View. If you guys want to generate this map yourself and you're in game, grab it here. You can search Caillou or Pigeon's View, it will come up. But yeah, I'm hyped for this, man. My goal is if this plays reasonably well, I'm going to run 1 or 2 other show matches on it. And then, if I like where it's at, I'm going to bring it to Pesty's attention and get it added into EGC tournaments. I think Highview is a fun map with a lot of potential. The problem is, more than anything else, the trade post locations and the sacred sites let it down. Do I have background banking? No. I had a background software dev. I just like suits and shirts. I think the ties, shirts, blazers, waistcoats, like, it's a very creative way of expressing yourself from a stylistic standpoint. It's just a lot of people see it as boxy suitism, and that's only because that's the way they view it. You know, you're as comfortable as you feel in your clothes, right? And I feel very comfortable in these type of clothes. I use it to... it's like a canvas I'm painting, right? Because you can do all kinds of cool things. The way that you look, the way that you dress. Okay, we're taking very long to set these up, by the way. I might ask them for Game 5 to just have no delay. But I think we're ready to go. Melon with Skittles was an interesting taste today. You guys liking the Civ so far, by the way? I'm curious, like, the ones in chat, if you want to actually give this Civ a test yourself. It's got some fun ideas in there. It definitely needs some polish, but I personally, like, I think there's some cool concepts. Let me check that our YouTube video's gone up. All right. Nice. And after this show match, by the way, guys, my take on the recent update on Rebel Wallow should be live. That isn't on the RB reaction. That's the original one. But I think a video should be getting posted today on the changes and update. So there is a new video up. Don't check that out yet. Stay here. Support the show match. But that's definitely something to look at afterwards. So we've got 2 more games to go. Dude, what biome is this? Steps. Don't see steps very often. All right, you hype it up. You ready? You guys happy? Look at this. I'm so excited for this. This is what I've been hiding. This is what we've been smuggling. This is what I've been working with one of the map creators in the community. It is a new, improved high view. Look at it. Sacred sites in the center. A win condition you can aim for. Trade posts in the center of the map. No more booming in a corner and basically playing more corner camping than a Call of Duty 4 player. This is it. This is what we're working towards. A new map that would work in a competitive sphere. And we're here with 2 competitive players. We've got Dragavan versus Gully Deckle in game number 4 of this show match to show off the new variant civ that Amodo has created called Persia, which is a Delhi variant civ, and a new map to go alongside it. Dragavan on the other side, he was strictly told he could not pick Abbassids again. If you've not seen what he done in game number 2, be sure to have shots on hand is my advice. So what does he do? He says, oh, what, you won't let me pick Abbassids? I'm going to pick Ibids instead. Because what you've done is you've put me on a map with Stealth Forest on a civ that can get 300 wood for free at the start of an Asia. Guys, I'm warning you. He's going to do it again. Everyone right now who's looking at this game going, ooh, man, the Ibids are going to be like, they're definitely going to fast castle hit. No, trust me. Dragavan is going to use that wood. Oh, my God. No, it's not even the wood. It's the advancement wing. What? What is this build? I guess he wants archers sooner. And oh, my God, Gully! He went with the proxy racks! Guys, it's happening. It took 4 games of Persia, but we are getting an outpost rush. An outpost rush like no other. That spearman, remember, the way Persia works is they start with 5 villages instead of 6, but they get a spearman. The spearmen are weaker than the standard ones, but look at what they can do. They can build. He built the racks out here, and now I think he's getting ready to grief the deer and drop outposts on the gold. The problem with this play, guys, any normal IBID player, this would work. This is not a normal IBID player. This is a clown-carring Abbasid player pretending to be an IBID player. There's only one thing Dragavan cares about. I guarantee you this. He's doing the exact... Like, they're actually proxying each other. Guys, I said no more mirrors for the series. They are mirroring each other's... Like, this might be the first time I have ever cast both players proxying each other. I have cast well over 1,000 games of AE4, I think, at this stage. It must be. Like, I hope not. I don't know. Like, I am well over 2,000 hours into AE4 in-game and God knows how many outside a game. And I don't think in all that time I have ever seen a game where both players mirror proxy. Here we go. Dragavan. A little bit surprised he didn't actually go for the industry wing choice because that's what he usually likes to go for because he gets the wood immediately to build archery ranges. But this could work too. And Gully Deckle right now is like, haha, I've got you now. You activated my trap card. Outpost Rush OP. Better than Mongols. Swag glasses. New civ incoming. Meanwhile, in Dragavan land, in an area of the map where Gully Deckle hasn't even looked yet. And here's the problem. I don't think he scouted him moving out, because if he did, Gully Deckle would be building anything right now to defend. I can't believe Gully Deckle's probably going to lose a game in 15 minutes again on Persia. And it is going to be the Gunda Shapur. So this is the landmark that gives you eco or military upgrades, but you can only choose one path. Those can get you things like a better fresh foodstuffs, cheaper farms, the ability to sell food for gold. That can also, on the military wing side, get you cheaper archers, though, and get you better attacking men-at-arms. So very critical choice to make here. And it's beginning. He's going to build a siege tower in the forest. Do it.
do it. I know he wants to do it. This is Dragavan literally doing the same thing as game number 2. He's moving in, though, without Siege Tower. Instead, he's going to jump him. Gully Deckle trying to move out in the berries, and he's like, oh no, not again. Where did they come from? How did they get here? Dragavan, he's going to build a Siege Tower now with 4. Actually, I think he's doing a different build. Last time, Dragavan built Siege Tower with 2 or 3, and it didn't feel like it had enough firepower. I think he's going to wait for 10 archers and then build the Siege Tower. Because then you have maximum damage output, right? And that means you're doing 50 damage. These villagers only have 50 health, so it's an insta-kill. Oh, did I accidentally give Gully a second point? Wait, no, Gully is 2 points up. Yeah. So remember, Gully won the mirror. Gully just won the Marlene game. I've got a feeling that even without this being a playoff 5, we're going to get a game 5 if it was a BO5. Because the broken Siege Tower's on the way. I can't believe I just called it broken. Wow. What a crazy game. Gully, what's the reaction going to be here? His tech up's about to complete. You could probably go stables. I think you have to go stables. And yes, Kaivayu loves doing this with his maps. He likes to use the sun setting quite a lot. This is the step biome. I like how I'm like, yeah, let's test this map out and see if it's good. I'm going to have to run more show matches, aren't I? Because of these two. We are not getting to test the map as much as we are getting to test the memes. Oh my god, Dragon. Dragavan. Wait, Gully's doing the same thing again. He tried this before with the 7-tower range archers. It just didn't work. I don't think it'll work this time. He actually needs stables. Stables is the only way he can win this. He's trying to outpost rush with the spears, but if he's not quick about this, he's just going to get beaten to the punchline. Right now, 15 idle villages in the base of Gully Deckle. Dragavan on a solo mission to get Siege Towers nerfed. And everyone will ask how it ever came to this. GG called already. Dragavan with the double cheese. My show match. Fucking hate you so much. Gully. Why didn't you ban Ibits? Oh my god. And yeah, so interesting feedback coming in from Dragavan. He just thinks Persia's too slow. I think he might be onto something. Some of the units sound like they could be OP, but they definitely have a speed issue. Because I mentioned this, right? Like 5 villages versus 6 in the early game. That's an insane disadvantage if you think about it. Because your opponent has a 20% increase in your economy from minute 0. Yeah, units are fine. Units are interesting. But I think their economy is a little bit weird. It's sad as well, because I know what Hosim originally wanted to do. Hosim wanted to have it so that you started with all villages, but you could convert as many villages as you wanted into spears. But the problem is there's not... Like, the system's a bit buggy. He couldn't do that cleanly with a tuning pack. Alright. Guys, get ready for game number 5. We're going back to that map. Gully Deckle doesn't play Clown Carring, so we might get a final game. Another show of our new map, which I was hoping we were going to flaunt a bit more without it being a 10-minute game. Maybe I'll have to ask them if they want to do a normal match afterwards. I am an honest man. Kaji doesn't scam, is all I heard there. Oh, this is going to be brilliant. There's a game 4? Yeah, dude, it was in there somewhere. It's going to be wincy small. What is a normal map? Longer than the crowd. Okay, dude, you can tell the difference here, by the way. So check this. Game 1 was 35 minutes. That was the mirror. Game 2, that was where Dragavan didn't have to play Persia. It was 9 minutes. Game 3 was 18 minutes. That was where we had the Malians. And then game 4, another one where Dragavan plays against Persia, was 6.5 minutes long. The matchup in game 4 was Ayabiz versus the Persians. And Dragavan went advancement wing and built 2 archery ranges in the stealth forest. And then built a siege tower. Okay, so
Gully cannot play English, HRE, Byzantines, or Abbasids. That's not me insulting his skills as a player. I'm saying that's what he can't play in this this game number 5. I mean, if Persia's too slow, then this is going to just be an easy win for Gully, right? Start with a free villager queued up. Maybe? Is clown carring OP? I think it is. I actually think the siege tower clown carring is surprisingly more effective than people give it credit for. Like, here's the thing. If we get high micro players starting doing it, I think it's going to be broken. Like, if you're talking like StarCraft 2 APM levels, I think a player can micro 2 siege towers. And if he can do that, he will destroy people. It's a subtly OP element of AoE 4 that's still left in. More start res? That could work. Gives you a bit more flexibility and options. The thing you have to be careful of when giving those reses or whatever is to not let them get to a point where they just do outpost rushes. We've got Gully currently choosing a Civ, by the way. Is Clown Carring pretty good? Damn right it is. Wagamama switching games? Dude, like, I don't know how he's done this. He always shows up in the game, even though he's not. Alright. So, Mongols. Dude, I love the response from Gully. Mongols, make it close, XD. God's sake. Oh my god. One sec, just checking something. Yeah, we're good. Alright. I think they're getting ready to launch the game. Can you make villagers generate passive resources? Ooh, I think the number would have to be low. They actually can already do that, Philly, in the late game. When you go Imperial Age, you can get the tax. So they basically do what Buddhist monks do. Like, they legit, like, when you go late game, you'll be able to get your villagers to generate 25 gold a minute. Yeah, I think, you know, there's going to be some areas that are OP about the Persians later in the game, but definitely the issue is the early game. Their first 5-10 minutes is really, really weak. That's the challenge. Okay, I think should be ready to go in a sec. Ooh, I'm trying to think when I can organize another show match. I might try to scrape together a show match for maybe Monday and Tuesday before I go on holiday. Because I'm going on so I'm prepping and going on holiday on Wednesday. Actually, I need to double check. I think I travel on Wednesday, so we might not be able to do a stream on Tuesday. But we'll figure it out. Where are you going? Emma, where were we going? I can't remember the place. It's like one of the islands. Was it Menorca? No, it's not Menorca. I can't remember the name of the place. Is Emma here? Of course she isn't. Going to Red Light District? That's true. You know, like, I can't help myself, Philly. I really want to finally meet your mum. Whoa! Oh, she's a traffic lady. Green light, red light. What were you guys thinking? Villagers can't mine food, but rather auto-gather food. I think I've seen that in a few before. Sad there's no way like doing this interesting mechanic I've seen in some games, which is like passive building generation. Anyone play Dawn of War 1? The Dark Eldar had this thing where they legit, like, the builder would touch a building and then it would start building. They could just move on and do something else. It's a very, quite like, unique build mechanic. The idea was that it was slower, right? So that was the trade-off. Hope game goes longer than 15 minutes. Fingers crossed. Never bloody know with these guys. What do you think, guys? Do I upload the whole series as one, or do I upload the first one separately and then the rest as a second upload? That's what I'm weighing up. I think maybe 2 separate videos, right? Game 1 and then game 2 through 5. Isn't that just Protoss? Yeah. Although, Dark Elder didn't have as easy of a game as Protoss. Oh no, I'm making enemies. I said it. What are you going to do? Fight me. Do I even put predictions up? Oh, certainly. Alright, here we go. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Go. I had to make predictions short because I don't really know how long this one's going to be. It's time for the final game of our show match, showing off the brand spanking new variant Civ, Persia itself, a Delhi variant Civ. In this game, Gully Deckel's statement behind the scenes was, "Let's make it close. I pick Mongols." So they're kind of teasing about Persia at the moment, because one thing we've been noticing from testing this Civ, its mid and late game seems kind of cool, and there's some interesting mechanics, but its early game is really slow, and the players are struggling to find a way around that. So at least by Gully Deckel picking Mongols, if Dragavan can survive the opening minutes with Persia here, he's in for a good shot. And I'm hoping this game goes longer than 10 minutes, because I was really hoping we'd be able to show off how the new improved high view, called Pigeon's View, that we created, stops these stupidly late games that feel redundant. Because trade isn't easy, Sacred Site win conditions are feasible. So if we get into that mid-game, we might just be able to prove that this truly is a 10 times better version of high view. So Mongols are going to go for the Rax opening, so we are going to get a Spearman Rush. Dragavan, build something. Build it fast, my friend. You may need an outpost. Actually, ooh. If Gully gets a double outpost drop, this is problematic. That's an insane amount of resource value. Then again, Dragavan has shown that he likes going for this second TC farm approach. So if he leans into that again with the Persians, he might not care about the deer. Then again, if you do choose that approach, I could easily see the Mongol player here just going for trade. Remember, although the trade posts are mid-map, they are still maximum distance. So you can get good bang for buck out of Silvertree. It's just you need to be present and able. You can't camp in a corner with this. And he is doing it again. Rudkin Castle now on the way. I love how he just surfed in there. Remember, the Zamnidar are weaker spearmen, but they build structures. So this is really smart. He's getting some assistance. That's why it shows us 5 working on this. Oh, unfortunately from Dragavan not to cancel the mining camp, though. I think that was a bit of a mistake. Like, with this build that Dragavan does, he doesn't really care about gold, right? So I'm not expecting him to go back out into it. I guess you could argue that the tech up should happen first, and I'm pretty sure the Rudkin Castle is in range of the gold. So remember, this is a King's Palace in age earlier, but the catch is that you pay 3 times more to get villages out of it. It's 150 food per. Or if you put that TC on deer, he'd die. You can't TC the deer, you die. You're playing against Mongols. If you walk out of your base to drop a landmark, you're dead. So he's got the correct call. This is unfortunate, though. The outpost is coming up where we expected. I wouldn't be surprised if he crawls tree lines now, because Gully Deckel's already seen this build once in game number 3, where Dragavan attempted a similar build against the Malians. Gully, understanding what this build is going to be, should just circle the base and outpost. Because Dragavan, with this second TC, the thing I really don't like about the Rudkin Castle is a choice. When you do this, you're basically saying, I can't attack you. Right? You're spending so much food on villager production, there's no way you're building an army. So you pretty much forfeit any position on the map straight away. That's perfect for a Mongol player. It means they can just surround your base of outposts. This is going to look like an old-school Mongol game. And yeah, I said it before, I actually think Rudkin Castle is just worse than the other landmark choice. Because if you go for the eco wing choice and the economy landmark, you can get villages insanely cheap. You can get them 25 food each. And then you just buy a second TC, right? It's a lot more efficient. There's a bigger down payment, sure, but long term it pays off a lot better. You also keep flexibility. I feel like when you build Rudkin, you feel pressured to use it, and just the pressure of using it screws you over already.
And that is surprising. This is the freest trade game I think you're ever going to get, but he went Deerstone. So Gully Decker was looking to break Dragavan's record of a 6.5-minute victory. I don't think that's going to happen, but we are going to see an aggressively focused game from Gully. Gully, no. Please tell me you've seen the... Wait, I don't think Gully checked... I'm going to check with him afterwards, but I'm almost certain Gully Decker didn't look at this map beforehand. Because I can't think of a single reason why you'd want Deerstone over Silvertree here. I feel like Silvertree is a lot better in this game. I'm just wondering, because like it's not showing on the map for him, right? But like he should see this, so he should know about this. This must be a conscious choice, so Deerstone it is. And Max on the wood, so we are either heading into a second TC build or archery range. I think this is second TC. That's really smart though, like second TC versus worst TC, right? You're going to be a lot more eco-efficient, so you're going to see a return on your investment a lot earlier than your opponent. Yeah, we've seen this build before, right? Like, Deerstone into 2TC is kind of underrated. People focus on Silvertree a lot, and it kind of makes sense, but now when you think about it, you can see why he doesn't want to do it. Look at what Dragavan's doing. Dragavan wholly expects trade. I don't think he's even scouted what it is yet. So he's already moving into Persian Horse Archers, which is a better Magadai. So actually, credit to him. Gully Decker read ahead. If he'd gone for trade, his game would be dead right now. And thus, the plot thickens. Archery range already in the way. That is going to be the perfect counter to Persian Horse Archers. They're units that look absurd, right? 1.69 movement speed, 12 damage, 3 attack speed, but can be reduced down to 1.5 by spending 30 gold on each Persian Archer, by the way. But the reality is you're a 65 HP unit with 4 tower range. A handful of archers destroys you. Other side of this, Dragavan. The gold, if he has to come out on the exposed points to go for this, there's always a turnaround opportunity here down the line. So that has me a little bit worried. Love that Dragavan is using the Zamnidar to build up the outpost. Remember, these only cost 50 wood because he built the Rudkin Castle. Archery range also following this up. I'm pretty sure Gully just goes Keshiks now. You go 1-1-1, because if you go stables here, and your opponent is going to react by going into archers, I mean, Kamandars are just going to lose to Keshiks every day of the week. Yeah, there you go. Gully now dropping the stables. Another thing that's scary is Dragavan needs to remove this outpost immediately. The Yam from Deerstone. This is another detail that favors Gully Decker, right? The reason he didn't do trade is, like we said, he'd be blocked out, but now the added benefit is you have the aura on the go. When you arrive for a fight here, your Keshik's going to gap close so quickly. Your archers are always going to be able to get on top of the enemy archers. This is the equivalent of like when you watch Lombos versus HRE with marching drills. HRE wins. Expensive trade here. Nothing gained, plenty lost. 140 resources down the drain. And that, folks, is why the Persian Horse Archers are going to be very difficult to find relevance for consistently. March towards the main. I wouldn't be surprised if Gully drops a Blacksmith quickly here. Like, just one ram. Because remember, this is a King's Palace. It's 2.5k HP TC. It's not that tanky. Archers are going to roam around the back. And for now, Dragavan is only able to gather wood. Dragavan made this work. I mean, he is up by 8 villages, in fairness. I was kind of expecting Gully just to go 2TC. I think 2TC would have made a lot of sense. Because you would have had better scaling, right? Because think about it. Like, if you think Fresh Foodstuffs looks broken for the savings, this is the opposite. This is genuinely the polar opposite of Fresh Foodstuffs. Scout also looking like he's going to be removed. Yeah, this is tough. You've been in range too long, so the Khan can chase you down now, right? So with the Scout gone, you don't even know what's coming next. Dragavan is playing a scary, blind game on Pigeon's View, a.k.a. newly improved High View. How many people have played a game on High View with no vision? Think about how spooky that is. It feels impossible to get anything right. That's what we've got here. Dragavan is at least getting a decent number of Kamandars together. Nice thing about this, at least, is when there's no outpost nearby, you can chase down. The problem is, if the outpost crawl continued, like, you'd be in trouble, right? Like, I actually would rather Gully play south side here with the movement speed from Yam, because you can just in and out, like a fast food joint.
And yes, those archers are special, chat. So they have 5 more health than your standard archers, and they have 2 more tile range. Their other stats are all the same. They do cost more. You pay 100 resources instead of 80 per archer. So it's actually pretty balanced. Some people have said they think it's a bit weak, actually. I personally don't think it's too bad, because if you go for the other landmark, you can get Militechs that reduce the wood cost by 20. So then you're paying normal archer costs, right? But you're getting 2 extra tile range. Keshik arriving. Dragavan, if only these were longbow, the damage he would do right now. And look at the Yam. 1.44 movement speed. This is what I was talking about. Like, this is the marching drills versus longbows effect. You just get in so quickly. No advantage is there. And instead, you've just spent more on these archers. Meanwhile, Gully's spent less. And on top of that, he's been double producing with the passive stone. This is a GG push. Dragavan's going to lose so many villages to this. Tries to shift away now. I think it's too little too late, though. Keshik's just absorbing the remaining archer fire. Villagers nowhere to run and hide. Dragavan doesn't even have wheelbarrow. And just like that, the eco lead he paid so much to build up is gone. 45 versus 37 in this game feels like nothing when you consider the expense of getting these extra villages. Behind this, it looks like Gully is going for that second TC. The other tough part about this you have to remember now is like Dragavan hasn't got great food income. He's sitting at what? Roughly 600 food income, but he's spending 600 food a minute to produce villages. You guys realize that? This landmark costs him 450 food a minute. So like the only thing he can actually build is archers. He can't build horsemen, he can't build spearmen. Like nothing else is feasible here. They're just too expensive. That's the brutal reality of Rodkin Castle. And the problem is, because you want to be optimal, you want to keep using it, right? But actually using it hurts your game more. There are probably moments where adding a few villages in here or there is good. But doing it constantly hurts your game. Gully now prepping the undermesh, and Dragavan still has no gold access. If you thought the damage done by that last push was impressive, this will be a GG push. This many archers, just a few Keshiks, the undermesh, I mean, the TC's doing a tickle. The walls are at least up, so that might save him a little here. But really, with a blacksmith already in place, you could just get siege engineering and go with a ram, right? The alternative is you just dive through the main. I actually don't think these defenses are that threatening when you've got undermesh. Can't go around the back, discover the bad news. So Gully should be looking to queue up siege engineering now. Dragavan. The food income has actually eclipsed the cost of producing villages now. So he could consider adding in maybe some spearmen to deal with the Keshiks. But the problem is there's so many archers that's not really negotiable, right? I think you actually have to go for your version of the Ghazi Raiders. It's not a bad choice either. Remember, these guys, they get Ghazi Raiders that have the health of Ghazi. They have damage of Horsemen, but they get +6 heavy instead of +2 heavy. So that means you're actually hitting as hard as Ghazi would against these Keshiks. $50 food, but 40 seconds might be a bit better. That could actually work. That's not the worst idea. Quadruple ram. He's going to clown car him. He's actually going to use irony, and it's going to be super effective. I mean, he doesn't need to get inside it, but after what Dragavan done to him 2 games in this series, you've got to return fire, right? Otherwise, you're admitting Dragavan's better at clown carring. Gully moving in with a quadruple ram. Keshik, in the meantime, distract the archer army. And here we go. Dragavan, with only archers, has to find some way, somehow, of defending this. Walk out onto the map. Dragavan, he got scouted with this, though. Well, luckily for him, it looks like Gully wants static targets instead. He goes for the villagers inside the base. Keshik's wrapping around the backside. I mean, this is absurd. The amount of arrow fire coming in, they barely feel it. Rams deading into the defenses. Gully Deckle just inches away from taking the economy lead. Rams onto the archery ranges to slow down the scale. It's 40 archers versus 22. No undermesh, no steeled arrow on one side. This is an overwhelming advantage for Gully. And the Keshiks found them. Villagers running out on the flanks have been scouted. They want that better gathering rate. They are not going to be able to get it. Brutal game. Persia, definitely a civ with a lot of potential here. I like the initial ideas, but to kind of round out this series, I think something's going to have to be done about the first 5 to 8 minutes. Possibly the slowest of all the civs in the game right now. Once that's fixed, I think we're looking at a civ that might slot in towards the mid-upper end of the pack. And a fun one at that. Some really cool units in here, some cool ideas around the idea of extra charge damage on infantry units, the extra ranged normal archers that cost more. There's a lot of cool ideas. We didn't even get to see the Camel Ozutsu, by the way. Hopefully we will next time. But I think it's undeniable at this stage that this game is over. Dragavan saluting him for actually not just immediately GGing, but it's 25 to 51. Sometimes you've just got to go, and it goes the full distance. Gully Deckle, because he won the mirror, in the end, is the victor in our first ever modded Civ show match. Oof. That one's also very bad. I think it's better, though. I think it's a bit better. So, big shout out to both of you, by the way. You done good? Oh, yeah, no, I agree. I think the Eco Landmark is better. I think for a first take, though, that's really cool. That's really well played. Corvinus, you want to play a game? Does someone want to play a game against Corvinus? Delhi variant. Dude, do we get Faye and Corv? You guys want to have a quick go with the variant civ to round out the stream? I mean, that's meme lordery from EU versus NA, right? Faye, did you see Persia? They have good manga dye. Are you intrigued? Who will play? We'll find out now. Corvinus wants to play someone. Magadai that can... No. Magadai that have 12 base damage. And 1.69 movement speed. And cost food and wood. You in? They can also increase their attack speed from 3 to 1.5. Make up your mind. We're going to slot one in quickly to round out the stream. Also, a big congratulations to Gully Deckle. I think they're splitting the prize pool. Was it map-based wins, or was it just down the center? I don't know which way you guys decided. But any feedback people have, Hosen has his DMs open. He's more than happy to hear people out. You just woke up? Oh, okay. Do we have anyone else who wants to play against Corv? If not, we might get ready to round out the stream. Because we've been going for how long? 8-hour stream, Pog? 8.5-hour stream. Some real content, baby. No Reacts content here. $4 per win. Okay, there you go. So, Gully Deckle takes the big paycheck, baby. $12 in his bank account. Dragavan. He had to pull out his clown cards to secure his glorious $8. Whoop, whoop. Pay you those points. Oh, yes, I forgot. So, there we go. Gully Deckle. Oh my god, dude. I've got Spotify ads again. No. Drago lost you all your points. Why do you trust in it? Yes, Empire Wars is no more. In fact, guys, there is now a YouTube video up on my channel. So when we're done with the stream, you should go there. Corv, how about this, buddy? I think Hosen wants to have a few more rejigs of the Civ balance. Do you want to maybe be part of a show match next time? Maybe try to organize. It probably won't have much pay associated with it. I don't know. Like, we don't know what the potential audience is for these, but... Oh, just one game? Dude, look at... Guys, come on. Like, someone give Corvinus what he wants. He's begging right now. Do we do Philisberto versus Corvinus? Philly, Gully. I don't mind, man. Whoever wants to go. Let Philisberto? Okay, guys. So we'll do Philisberto versus Corvinus. You guys need to go here. You need to just go in, download Persia. Boom, right here. This is the one. So you both grab that, set up a lobby. Have I got you both added? I think I have. I feel like I should have Philisberto. Yep. And Corvinus, I don't even know what the duck you've called your account today. I think I've got you added, though. So we'll have one more show match. Or one more game, rather. Oh, you're at the pool? Jesus. All right. Well, the 10 minutes wait. I mean, we can do, like, if Gully wants to go again, or Dragoman, but whoever. I think he just wants to dance now. We'll probably do more of these to test out in the future. I think, like, there's something cool here. Who I need to invite? Dragoman, Gully, which one wants to be up? There's no money on this one. Corvinus just wants some fun. I mean, Gully, dude, you get an opportunity to take down the Delhi aficionado. All right, Gully's going. All right. Thank you for everyone volunteering. We're going to do Gully versus Corvinus. So, are you guys going to do a mirror of Persia, or do you want to do... Wait, you started already? All right. Lies. Not quite yet. Almost. You guys doing a mirror, or are you doing, like... Is Corvinus going to play Persia, and then Gully's going to play someone else? It's up to you guys. I don't mind. Akund ability? What was the Akund ability? Remind me again. Oh, the wall without a relic. Yeah, I mean, dude, that would involve getting the castle edge. Did you not see how they struggled to get the castle edge? I think you may overestimate their ability to get out of feudal. Yes, Icy Mountain. This is a new Civ for real. This is a variant Civ that's been created by a modder. It's Persia. So what you do is you install this tuning pack, and then you select Delhi in game. It does mean you can't play Delhi, admittedly, but with how janky modding tools are, this is the way that had to be done. But yeah, really big shout out to Hostin. He makes a bunch of different mods. You should check out all of his stuff, actually. We've actually showcased Persia, Puny Peasants, 12 Villages Start, Make It Quick, and New Ways on this channel before. And they're all great fun. We started. Thank you, boys. All right, let's get ready, guys. It's been the last one a good... Oh, you are such a sweat lord. I'm resisting the urge to call him a pussy. All right, let's turn the score stuff off. I'm resisting the urge to call him a goddamn coward right now, guys. We're doing one more showcase of Persia. We had to get him in. He turned up in the chat. Corvinus was begging for someone to fight against. Corvinus, a.k.a. Salami, the original Delhi Lord, is here to give his humble opinion on a Delhi variant. This is not Delhi Sultanate, folks. This is Persia. And that is, of course, the Elephant Lord himself. No elephants here, mind you. The Persian variant does not have any elephants to speak of, but they do have some camels. And Gully, are you kidding me, dude? Like, you won the show match. Chill, bro. Why? He picks HRE. This is, I'm pretty sure at this point it's fair to say Gully Deckel's signature civ. A little bit dirty of him. But we are going to be playing on Pigeon's View. They didn't have to do that. Shout out to them for doing that. I love that we get a new game on here. This is the map that we've been working on with Kavayu, aka Kayu. It's a better version of Highview, in my humble opinion. I'd be saying that even if I didn't make it. 2 sacred sites instead of 3 that are hard to capture, and 2 neutral trade posts that you can't just default to when you want to camp. You have to come out. Much better design for the map. Mwah, big chef kiss. So, let's switch across to the toggle. Remember, the way the game begins is very different for Delhi to a lot of other civs. Most civs start the game with 6 villages. The Persians start the game with 5 villages and a spearman. But spearmen can build structures. And that isn't exactly what's on the mind, actually, of Corvinus right now. Instead, he's attacking. This is interesting because these spearmen are less tanky than standard spears. And they have low damage, right? If you want to start spamming them, they are cheaper. What surprises me a little here, actually, is given the spawn, I would have thought we would have seen an outpost rush coming. But right now, it looks like Korv is instead focusing on getting to feudal age as quickly as possible. This is actually proving really annoying for Gully, though. It's quite a lot of idle time, a lot of damage done, right? And you could get the prelate to heal, but he's going to waste time healing instead of stat boosting. Okay, Korv is actually really out-microing Gully right now. More villagers going to be pulled. This is where I think you just back away. This is already a win in my eyes, the fact that you forced him to commit this many villagers, unless, of course, this is Fast Castle. In which case, this might be a problem, because I think the current version of Persia has a very slow early game. It's a difficulty to overcome. This matchup, by the way, I actually don't think you can go for the military upgrades with the Gunda Shapur. Because the issue is, like, you can't scale archers. I think archers suck now against HRE here, because although you have the 7 tower range, HRE gap closes too quick. Dude, Gully is such a gremlin, man. I can't believe he picked the HRE. Auto buffs when he heals? Yes, Kaivayu. But remember, like, if a unit is down to half HP, you're going to spend longer healing it than the time it takes to buff, right? You should end up losing a bit of efficiency there, if I'm not mistaken. I tested this a long time ago. I think it's if you're below, like, 30 HP, then you lose some efficiency. So Gundishipper on the way. Arkham from the other side. You know, I really would have loved to have seen Corvinus pull the Spearman back, because he could have been back helping the tech up. He's a builder after all. Right now, he's just full on idling here. But we have got 5 on wood. This could be an outpost. I'm not expecting it, though. One guy building an outpost up with this many villages nearby is a bit dangerous. Instead, he's just going to go back to being a little bit of a douche. Wondering what Korv wants to do here. This is his first time getting hands-on with the Persians. They have a lot of different potential options in feudal age, right? Like, they've got the different form of Ghazi they can scale into. They can sometimes go for the feudal age knights, but that requires the other landmark. They also do have the archers, the extra range. They have the horse archers, the Persian horse archers, which are just better Magadai. So let's find out which way he wants to go. It looks like it's going to be a proxy racks. Guys, it's happening. Oh my god, it's happening. And what is that I'm seeing? He's got the military focus coming. Wait, so is this going to... Oh my god, he's going the Dalams! Yes! So, yes! He needs to hurry up, but this villagers are being pulled. I actually think Gully may have just blocked him. Oh. Wait, Gully's doing this wrong. Like, this is absolutely the wrong way. You need to kill the Spearman. One villager shouldn't be quick enough, right? That takes 3 strikes. Oh my god. Dude, he got it up. He even gets away. Okay, guys, this is big. Look at what's coming. It's going to be the Dalim force. This is huge. The Dalims are men-at-arms, but the men-at-arms that you build with this, they have a charge damage increase of 3 times, right? Your base damage is 10, but your charge damage is 35, if I remember correctly. We'll double-check that in a sec. We'll double-check our numbers. But this is what I was highlighting. It's like, the Persians have some interesting strategies around charge-based units. This is going to be cool. Different approach, right? We didn't see this at all. Ah, thank you. Hostin's confirming. It's 25 in Feudal. 35 in Castle. Yes, thank you very much. But 25 is still pretty damn good, right? You get 2 of these guys, you get in charge radius. All of a sudden, you one-hit a villager. Outpost now coming up, so gold being denied. It means Gully is going to have to play the Age. One thing that worries me, though, is you're going to need more than just the Dalims to win this. Because HRE marching to archers can just kite you and kill you. It's going to be very difficult. He's going to need a second component. He can go archers, though. That's the idea of this military wing that's good, right? Is you decrease the wood cost of the archers. It's still HRE economy, right? And you're basically paying the same for archers that have more range, but they have more gap close. But the thing I like about that build is that the Dalims get forced to commit into, right? If you go marching to archers and you just try to rush the 7-tower range Persian archers, you're going to have to run into the men-at-arms. So that's the idea, I think, behind this comp. This should be Dalims, outpost, and then archery range. Men-at-arms on men-at-arms action in feudal. I don't think Gully wants to engage with it because the start of that fight hurts a lot. Look at the stats on this. So 8 damage into 25, right? So 25 and then the 8 damage follow-up. Like, these stats are pretty damn good. And yes, their spears can make all types of buildings. And they're cheaper, by the way. Their stats are worse, but they only cost 65 resources. Oh, wow. Okay, that I wholly did not expect. He's actually going for the stables.
I mean, I guess it's a better way of dealing with the archers, right? Like, you go for the dive comp. What is interesting here, actually, is I just realized Sharp Shamshi is kind of OP. If you scale a lot of men-at-arms, if you're long feudal, the torch damage increase with mass men-at-arms, the health, the damage, it's kind of insane. It's like a mini Castle Age effect. And yes, this is something I did Furycraft, is the idea that you can go age-free with mass spears with Natchia Castle. I think someone is going to try that eventually. I don't know if Korv is aiming for it in this game, though. All right, so it looks like he is going for the discount Ghazi. These are the Mace Husman. Yeah, the Dailami have the health of a Ghazi, the base damage of a Horseman, but this is a really cool build, actually, because I just realized this counters archers and men-at-arms. These guys get +6 heavy damage with 9 base. So now if your opponent goes for Spearman, you have the Dalim Swordsman, and if they go for anything else, you have the Dailami. That's kind of cool, right? It's not foolproof because this is the economy of the HRE, and we are already seeing a gold gather on the backside. So it looks like Gully is just not going to engage with it. It's going to build a few archers, but then go for a tech up. But I love the fact that Korv is doing the same. He doesn't have the spear count to rush the defensive landmark in the enemy base. Does he Ali Kapu here? I've yet to see a single Ali Kapu, but it's pretty strong. Like this, look at these little details here. The interesting thing, a little bit of spelling error there. I love unlecocking myself. But the interesting thing is that it's trade with quite a few tweaks and benefits. You can get the 40% increased gathering rate, the trade bags tech, but you can also get the French guild tech that gives trickling gold. And yes, 8 armor traders on top of that. I mean, if he doesn't go, I'm going to be surprised. I imagine Korv is the type of player looking at right now, stroking his chin. Might be he cares more about relics, though. We're about to find out. Food and gold where it needs to be. Gully on the other side, almost ready for his own tech up. And it is going to be the standard. The Nakia Castle coming out. So remember, this has a few interesting tweaks to it. You can get blacksmith techs out of it. You get unique techs, things like increasing attack speeds on men-at-arms and swordsmen. You can get +3 ranged armor to things like your archers. And on top of that, when you eventually have to upgrade your units into vet status, instead of doing it out of the TC with the dynasty tech here, you can do it out of the Natchia Castle instead. Gullion. It's gonna be a Burgrave spam. Okay, this game is full of twists. I never expected that detail. Archers were trying to get cheeky, but Dailami are going to be there to block it out. So it looks like Gully's going to have to stay at home. But Burgrave spam. The farm count isn't crazy, right? He's up to 10 so far. He's only got 3 sheep in reserve. He's gathering the berries. At least he'd get that in range of the Archon, so that's quite nice for him. But this doesn't feel like a very strong Burgrave play. The question now is whether the Persians in the mid-game are good enough to offset this. Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by this build as well. I'll have to see what he's got in mind. Archer range already being built up now on the front line. It's going to take so long to get the Flood. What's interesting to me as well is I think Corvinus knows it's coming. He hasn't bothered to spend any of this resource yet for the tech up. So this could be Safavid Savars, which are basically heavily armored Ghazi, which is insane to think about, by the way. It's a knight that has +12 heavy damage, or it can just be crossbows. And it looks like the archer range might be the correct call here, because men-at-arms plus crossbows now coming from Gully. Makes sense, right? He's already seen archers, so he knows Gully has the capacity for range units. And yes, you're seeing that correctly. The Persians have armor-clad. Is he really going to men-at-arms spam him? No. I think it might be knights plus crossbows. Burn down the outpost coming in. Corvinus needs units ASAP. This is feeling way too slow. Like, Burgrave ramps you up so quickly by comparison. Crossbow's going to come out, already a waste. Oh, guys. A good idea, but now it's already starting to feel like it's falling apart. Unless Corvinus goes for the relics, I don't really see the winning play here. Wow. He's just kind of hard stuck here, right? Food, gold being gathered. Is he rushing him? You've got to be kidding me. He's rushing him. No, 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 no. You... There's no way. Well, neither of these are a defensive landmark, right? So that won't work. Oh, he was getting the Safavid Dynasty. Yeah, that's kind of a tough thing that we highlighted, right? It's like, if you want to play feudal units in Castle, you have to go back for this. As long as there's 2 units you want, it's worthwhile. But if there's only 1 unit you want, it feels really, really expensive. Arguably, it feels expensive either way, right? Like, you're idling out unless you have the Natchir for 3 villages worth. Luckily, he has this, so he doesn't have to miss out on eco. But Gully, now already moving across the map. Men-at-Arms numbers are growing in Corvinus. What's the plan here? I'm assuming it's going to be... No, it can't be Knights, because he already had the Knight upgrade in, right? He had them in Castle form. So it has to be Men-at-Arms. So what's convincing him that the Men-at-Arms at the Delhi, the Persians rather, are going to be better than the HRE ones? Because they've already got heavy maces and two-handed, right? So this is going to be an absolute bludgeoning. Well, that explains it all. Are you kidding me? Okay, no, 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 this is sick. This is actually sick. He's going for Persian horse archers. They're very fragile, but this tech makes the difference. He can get +3 ranged armor on them. These archers haven't been upgraded. The crossbows only have 12 base damage. So you can negate a decent chunk of what comes your way. Remember, this is basically the scale armor of the Order of the Dragon, but for Mangadai. That's wild. Dive coming in, though. It's going to come at a cost. Gully now 10 villages ahead and already picking up relics. I mean, the idea is cool, but I'm wondering if the timing is too delayed. This is a cool way of dealing with Men-at-Arms, by the way. You have 12 base damage, so 2/3 of your damage is going through their armor. And yeah, there it is. It's still armor. Okay, this is actually a pretty cool build. I couldn't even really see what the path was here, but now that I see it, there's a window, guys. And this is very snowbally. If he waits until he's got about 12 to 15 of these Persian horse archers and springs the trap, he can then dive Gully's base and kill him. Because these Mangadai hit hard. They hit for 14 base damage, 85 health. And yes, they are correctly compared to Mangadai because they shoot on the go. And if he's willing to spend an extra 30 gold on top of the 140 cost, he can decrease their attack speed from 3 seconds to every 1.5 seconds. Gully doesn't see the Persian horse archers yet. Gully, by the way, is going for him. So I actually think what's going to happen here is that Corvinus is going to head straight for the economy. And if he gets the timing right here, he can grief the tech timing. He can actually deny Gully Deckle entirely. 5 of these guys will just completely evaporate villages. There's no textiles. Oh my god. Well, at least I'll bring up the relics, so that's a big edge for Gully. But remember, it's not as big as it normally would be. 5 relic game with Regnitz is GG. This is 5 relic with Burgrave at this rate. Outpost is going to reveal the plan, though. Gully should be able to garrison side. Corvinus moving in range. He's going to start sniping. Gully yet to react. Instead, he's diving. That's a defensive landmark, though. It's tough to get in on. In the meantime, a lot of eco is going to be lost on the other side of the map because there's no reaction coming out of Gully. He needs to overwhelm and kill eco to trade out here. Corv still is getting the value. Just 4 of these Persian horse archers are sweeping through the food. Other side, Men-at-Arms at least trying to dive in. No textiles tech coming out, but a lot of time being wasted burning buildings here. This is not the play, Gully. You need to go past. Spiminar now at least going to arrive. A little bit of a miss micro there as Corvinus runs into the spears with an 85 HP unit. So he does pay a price. All of a sudden, that eco lead that was getting out of control has been somewhat stabilized here. But it's about to get worse for Corvinus. Men-at-Arms now in onto the gold. And Corv so busy microing the last 2 horse archers, he doesn't know. Oh my god, that's it. That's it. It's over. Palace of Swabi's on the way. It's almost a 15 villager lead already. It is a 15 eco lead. It was a cool idea by Corv, but now the problem is you're about to dive into static emplacements. This is going to be cannon emplacements. And those cannon emplacements are going to one-hit the Persian horse archers. I just don't see the way now. He has brought up the gold for the volley, so he can at least snipe out the Men-at-Arms. My concern is How the hell do you now address the economy? Nah, I gotta give credit to Korf, though. He made this look a lot closer than was expected. Like, based on that show match, we were ready to say, nah, there's no play at all, right? Like, this Civ needs a buff. But when you consider that he was up against the HRE on a player who spams HRE, who got top 10 on the leaderboard by playing HRE, and he made it look somewhat close here. That's impressive. Horse Archer's now moving across. Bully is just prepping Spearman. You have got good movement speed to back away, but 1.72 on the charge means Spearman can gap close, and if you're slow on the reaction, you will lose them. So you need to be very careful of these fragile and expensive Persian Horse Archers. It's not just 140 resources each. He spent the gold for the attack speed increase. These are 170 resource cost units. Full definition glass cannon. 15 damage, 1.5 attack speed, but only 85 health. Korf behind this. No sort of recovery eco yet, but that should be on the way. Stone is being gathered. Dive towards the pass of Swabia. Mango comes out to scare him away. And, well, there's no emplacements in the outposts. But just about Archer fire should be good enough here. That's an expensive loss for Corvinus. And not really much eco damage done. Gully still 20 villages up. What is the way back for Korv now? He might have to consider free TC behind this. I think you have to buy a lot of time with the Persian Horse Archers in the mid-map. That's step one, right? Like, you actually have to distract for a very long time. The problem is distraction alone isn't good enough, right? You need to be killing economy, because otherwise, Pulse Swabia is always churning out. And it's so food efficient that your opponent's going to be building an army to push out with over time. Second TC coming up. So, yep, looks like Korv agrees. It's going to have to be free TC. I actually love that we've got a Manganai that looks somewhat reasonable. At first sight, the stats kind of look OP. I don't think it's that drastic, though. It's a cool unit. I think this is my standout one of this Civ. Like, this and probably the... I like the Men-at-Arms. I don't know if they're good enough, but I like them. Oh, and I absolutely adore the Azutsul and Camelback. Arch Ranger's coming up. It's just so difficult to dive this. The good news at least has the 4 ranged armor, so the TC isn't hit hard. But should Gully Deckle choose to start investing in Steeled Arrow, that's where these guys are going to start evaporating. That's the only reason this is working right now, is it's actually Gully Deckle's kind of misplaying. I think he should be valuing the Blacksmith decks a lot more here. He respects the ranged armor, he just doesn't seem to respect the value of Steeled Arrow. Stuff coming in. Mango hit is going to be big, though. And all of a sudden, before Vanguard is gone, new group is at least coming in. And the good news is this is distracting Gully quite a bit, right? He's not looking forward. He's not looking to aggro. But there's no denying that Eco Lead is getting bigger and bigger. I would expect nothing else from Corvinus than to be a pain in the ass for these type of builds, though. He's always looking at that cheeky player, isn't he? Oh, God. Wait, did he just buy volleys again and then die? He did. Okay, that hurts. So you just spent an extra 60 gold and instant lost it. Cannon placements also now coming in, so expect to say farewell to these raids. I think we're reaching the conclusion of this game. Corvinus is just... He's straw manning right now. There's nothing behind this. He's got a grand total of 6 units. 56 on the other side. Gully Deckle is going to come in for the GG push. It's 2 TC. You've got a defensive landmark that's way too far back to really defend anything that matters at this stage. So your landmarks are definitely getting sniped. And he knows it's over. GG gets called. Good attempt, Corvinus. I actually was impressed with how close he made that look in the mid-game, despite the fact that this is the all-powerful HRE. But unfortunately, looks like Persia may still need a few buffs yet. Woof. Yeah, there were no clown carrings, at least. Yep, Corvinus. I think everyone's agreeing the same. The economy feels kind of rough.
Yeah. The units are really cool though, right? I really like the units. It's just eco balancing that needs to occur. Corvinus tries the new Civ Persia. There we go. All right. That was cool, though. Reason why Delhi works because everything is free. Yes, exactly. It is quite a heavy spend. But that was cool. Thank you very much to everyone who played that. It meant a lot. I think that was really fun. I love that we've just got these type of kind of creative elements happening in the community. That's really sick to see. So you already opened the editor? Dude, this is what I love about Hosen. His work ethic is insane. For a guy who's not getting paid to do this, I can't afford to pay him. Right? He just does this out of passion, man. That's so cool. Definitely give that mod a follow if you haven't already, as well as everything else that Hosen works on. He's always looking for feedback, improvements, and also new ideas. But I think that about brings us to an end. So we're going to probably find someone to raid now. Actually, great idea for people. I recommend going across the YouTube channel. You may have seen the exclamation mark RB reaction. Definitely worth a gloss through. I talk about more than just the format of Red Bull World Law and what everything means, the future of the scene. So that's worth a check out. But the new video also just went up about an hour and a half ago on YouTube. So if you're watching YouTube, you'll basically be already in position to watch that. It's about a 10-minute watch. I just dive into a little bit of the changes.
Now
Really cool to see.
shooting
Thank you very much for the raid, Serious OP. You did happen to bring your Serious raid in at a time where we're getting ready to close out the stream. But definitely check out the YouTube videos. Looks like people are receiving those quite well. This is cool, though. I'm glad we got to do this. With XUC turning up to AoE4, I was a bit worried we're going to turn to a Reacts category. So I'm glad we can get some OG content, some new civs in. Hopefully you guys did enjoy that. God, yeah, no, I saw some of the clips from XQC's streams. The toxicity has leaked in already. It's going to be an interesting time. But I love that we've got all these big names like trying out the game, right? XQC, Lyric, Buddha. I think AoE falls in a great place, man. I actually think that it can attract a lot of these big casual streamers. Not casual, but like, you know, they don't hard commit to X or Y game as much. They kind of move around, variety streamers, right? I think it has a lot more potential there. So fingers crossed we'll see some more faces come in. We'll keep seeing growth. And we'll work together to try and build a better tomorrow for AoE4. But guys, let me find someone to raid now. I'm just checking who's online. Who have we got? Are there any familiar faces right now? I don't think so. You guys want to watch some World of Warcraft? You want World of Warcraft? You want AoE4? I'm not seeing any familiar faces online. Maybe there's someone new here? Let me have a look. Oh! Answer. Do we raid him? Oh, actually, like, Yellowish usually raids us, right? I mean, he's not English speaking is the only thing. I think he's Turkish, right? I guess, well, we are, I guess a lot of people are going to want an English stream. Let's go for... I haven't raided VNS before. Let's raid VNS. I mean, like, everyone's going to, like, if everyone wants Beastie, they're going to go to Beastie, right? Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Yellowish is German. My apologies. But if you guys want Beastie right now, I think he's reacting to some XQC content, which, by the way, is hilariously ironic. Reacting to the guy that basically spends his whole time reacting to other people is pure gold. But anyway, we're gonna raid through to a small streamer because we raided Beastie yesterday, right? So let's mix up today. But if you want to catch my reaction to what's happening with Wololo, the latest video, go give it a check. If you want to see the one from yesterday, that just got linked by someone in chat. But if you want to see the new one, link is going to be here. Let me just paste that, and then I'll get ready for the raid. So if you guys want to have some more pro-level action, VNS Cool is back playing OE4. He speaks Vietnamese as well as English, so go hang out with him. I don't think we've ever raided VNS before. Glad to see him back. He was with the team that... I'm trying to remember the other guy he had. It was a big name in AOE2. I've forgotten his name. When they done the 3v3 tournament, he was on the very strong Southeast Asian team. So go give him some love. Go hype him up. Go drop those pigeon emotes in the chat. Make sure you rep where you came from. And hopefully I will see you all back here when we stream again on Thursday for Thursday, Friday, Saturday stream. One show match down for the week. Another one to come. You see that Voldemort boy? He's going to be here on our screen on Saturday for a show match, a best of 7 up against France's very own El Yona. So definitely tune in for that. But hopefully I'll see you Thursday and Friday as well. But for now, go have some fun with someone from the Asian region. Always love to shine some lights on an under-repped region. Go check out VNS Cool and I'll see you soon. Toodaloo!